What's up everybody, Gary Simon here. So today we've got a treat for you because we have a 6-hour UI UX course that I've uploaded, and this is the same videos that I uploaded from the 30 days UI UX series that I just concluded. I figured some of you would just want one single video to follow along through, learning UI UX design. And so that's what you're about to watch. So you're gonna see each of the videos are separated into different days, and there wasn't 30 days, there was 29. And a lot of these have challenges. I still advise you to take the challenges because while I do a review of what people submitted in the next video, I'm not doing reviews anymore for these, but it's still a good practice. So please follow along with the challenges and then look at the reviews thereafter for that particular challenge to see if there are improvements that you can make, because a lot of designs ended up being kind of similar based on the challenges. So make sure to check out, if you want to learn more about UI UX, DesignCourse.com, because I have my full UI UX course there, along with mentorship as well. So I'll stop talking and let's get started. The sponsor of today's video is Protopie. So Protopie allows you to create high fidelity prototypes with ease in a no-code environment. So you're able to take your Figma layouts and easily animate and prototype them. Yes, Figma does have prototyping, but Protopie is prototyping on steroids. You're able to integrate tons of awesome interactions across mobile, tablet, desktop, and more. Now what's really awesome is they offer a free plan and then other plans that will grow as you grow. So you should definitely seize this opportunity today to really take your UI designs to the next level with advanced and easy to integrate interactions with Protopie. You see this ketchup packet here? Everybody hates these ketchup packets. They get over your hand, they suck. Now, we're gonna take a step up and we're gonna upgrade our ketchup consuming experience. This one is much better. You can dip it, you can squeeze it, that's great. But then ultimately, we're going to level up into the full bottle. That's right, we get the full bottle, thus we get the best user experience. User experience, the ketchup packet analogy. This is stupid. Why? Because I'm not a foodie. You're probably not a foodie, one of those food enthusiasts. Why the hell are we talking about ketchup? You are a person who wants to design websites. So what the hell does UX, UI mean in relation to actual websites and apps? So somebody who builds user interfaces, UX is all about making things logical and easy to use. That's the most important thing, easy to use. I'm gonna show you some examples of good UX and bad UX, and these are things that you probably have experienced already when using other websites and apps.
Now I'm sure you've experienced this one. You're on mobile, typing in a password, and because you have pudgy fingers, you're not sure if you typed in the right password. A visibility icon is good UX because you can quickly determine if you've typed the right password. How about the all-annoying GDPR consent banners? Nobody enjoys this except for the Karens of the internet. Or what about websites that ask you to click a button to enter the website? Guess what? We already expressed interest by visiting your website by either typing in the URL or clicking on a link.
Now, UI, on the other hand, is all about the aesthetics. It is the visuals. And it's the fun part because it's the thing that you have a lot of control over because you get to build stuff. So this means the colors, the typography, the alignment, the spacing, the visual hierarchy. These are all UI design foundational principles, and that's what all goes into UI design. It is literally building the UI itself that people are able to see and interact with. And if you think about it, UI is actually a subset. It is a part of the umbrella term UX. Because if you've ever visited a website that just looks ugly, that affects your user experience. So you might be wondering, should I focus on the UI or should I focus on the UX? Well, you focus on both. And you focus by building user interfaces, all right? So that means mainly you're gonna be acting as a UI designer. And in the process of building UIs, you should always keep in the forefront of your mind, is this easy to use? Is this easy to use? Does this make logical sense? Does it make sense to put this here versus there? Does it make sense to use this color versus that color? And what ends up happening is you tackle a lot of the UX considerations just as a matter of building out the UI. And that's why I'm a strong advocate as a UI UX educator to actually build things. And I'll also actually test things once they've been built. And so these are all considerations that you end up making and you become better at as you get more experience designing things and designing stuff. So don't get stuck in the abstract and all the terminology and the word salad that accompanies UX. Try to actually build stuff. And that's what this course is going to do, or this 30-day little series. It's gonna help you build a lot of things. Unfortunately, there's nothing to build right now because this is a more conceptual topic, but starting here in the next video or two, we're gonna get our hands wet and dirty with a lot of actual UI design. And in doing so, you're going to automatically discover a lot of the UX principles just by designing stuff. So if there's anything that you remember about this video, it should be this. UI is about making stuff look good, and UX is about making that stuff easy to use. Cue the smoke geysers. We're going to get to the tools here in a second, but first I have a very important statement. Skills last forever and tools do not. What was that? Skills last forever and freaking tools do not. So what does that even mean? That means don't get tied to one piece of software. Don't rely on it too much. Don't make it to be this huge deal. Because here's the thing, companies, they go under. Software goes unsupported. So as long as you focus on your foundational UI UX design skills, which we're gonna focus on here coming up, starting in the next video, then it really doesn't matter about which software you're using too much as long as it gets the job done. For instance, it's sort of like riding a bike. When you learn how to ride a bike, then, when you learn how to ride a bike, that skill is transferable to other bikes as long as it fits. It may feel different, but after a while, you'll adjust. So the same parallel can be made with UI UX design skills and the software that you use to employ said skills. So the first category of tools that we're going to focus on is the actual tools that you design your user interfaces in, the UI UX design and prototyping tools. Now, by far, the most popular tool is going to be Figma in this category. And this has been the case for the last 5, 6, 7 years. Figma offers 100% free plans, which will be 100% suitable for you to follow along with this video series. And it just allows you to very quickly design and iterate your user interfaces. It's a really important step to take instead of just hopping into code first. So this allows you, like I said, to very quickly create your user interfaces and also implement prototyping. So that's going to be the software that we use through the majority of this series. Now, another popular choice, which is a direct competitor to Figma, and it's very similar, is the 100% free and open source alternative to Figma, which is called PenPot. So PenPot has gained popularity within the last 2 years or so, and they are quickly really adding a lot of features to really compete with Figma in a 100% free and open source route. So that is not a bad route to take either, and I will definitely be doing and covering PenPot in this series. Now, another category of tools within UI UX design is prototyping. So first, what is prototyping? Well, let's say you design a user interface in PenPot or Figma, and you want to show people how this particular user interface should be implemented and how people and users can interact with it. So that means employing micro interactions and animations, and you do this with prototyping software. Now, Figma and PenPot do offer limited prototyping abilities, but if you really want to take a step up in terms of functionality, then you could take a look at a tool called Protopie. So Protopie allows you to take designs that you made in Figma and quickly add interactions and animations to them so that you can show either developers or stakeholders how you envision your UI design to behave when users interact with it. Now, another popular category of tools are the low to no code tools such as Framer, Webflow, and Wix Studio. So what's really cool about these tools is you're able to import your designs that you create in Figma, and then you can use these tools to make them a working reality in the browser that you can ship on their own.com or something like that. Now, some people will skip designing in Penpot or Figma, and they'll design straight in these low to no code tools, which is fine. But personally, I prefer to still design everything in Figma and then import it and then make it a working responsive reality in the browser with the low to no code tools. And the reason I do this is because I can design much faster in Figma as opposed to designing with these low to no code tools. Now, as far as UI design is concerned, those are the main tools that you're going to be working and using. And for me, I'm primarily working within Figma when I'm designing a UI. Now, because UX is such a broad term, there are other categories of tools that you can use. So for instance, Figma has something called FigJam, which is a great place to collect research and also competitive analysis before you start designing a user interface. Now, these tools right here will help you collect user feedback and also help you determine how users interact with your UI before it's actually live. And these tools right here will help you when your website or the app is actually live and receiving traffic. So what this means is when people start to use your user interface, you want to test things. You want to see how long people are on the page. You want to see where they're clicking. So these tools allow you to see and allow you to make adjustments to the design based on the results. So these are A/B split testing tools, there's multivariate tools, and these are things that we can cover more in depth going on in the series. So to circle back to the original point, skills last forever and tools are temporary. Day 4 of the 30-day UI UX design series. This is exciting because this is the first time you're gonna actually be put to the test. I'm gonna show you exactly how to build a nav bar on a desktop design, this one right here. Then at the end, utilizing what you learned, I want you to take this design and do your own navigation based on what you learned. Then I want you to submit it to me, and tomorrow I'm gonna check out some of these and I'm gonna make improvements, and I'm also going to give shout outs to ones that didn't need improvements. This way we could all get better together. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, 30-minute video on a nav bar. Well, that's because I really want to cover a lot of the foundational UI UX design principles, which I do in this video. And so it's a little bit lengthy, and I know a lot of you are used to watching 60-second design tutorials on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. That's all the rage these days, but guess what? You're not going to get better by just spending 60 seconds. Take the time to watch this video and then have fun with it at the end when I give you this Figma document that you'll be able to replicate, and then you'll be able to do your own little nav bar design and then submit it to me, and the instructions are at the end. So I'll stop talking. It's already a long video. Let's get started.
All right, everybody, you excited? We're ready to finally get started after 4 days. And the first thing I want you to do is click on the Figma Community File, and it's gonna be linked wherever you're watching this in the description or so. And this is a template that we're gonna be using for all the projects that are part of this 30-day UI UX challenge. And you wanna click Open in Figma right here. Now, when you do that, it's going to open up this page right here. So this is what Figma looks like. This is the desktop version. You can download it, or you could use the web-based version. They're very, very similar. And essentially, this is the project that we're going to be focusing on. As you can see, there's what looks to be like on desktop. This is like a desktop frame, a hero section, you know, the top part of a section, but it's lacking a navigation. And so that's going to be your challenge in this page right here. You can see it's an entirely different layout, and that's going to be your challenge for the end of this. But we'll get to that in a bit. So first, I wanted to talk about what actually nav bars are and what their purpose is. And this is very simple. You should understand this. If you've used the internet at all on a desktop, like on a laptop or something, you have the browser maximized and you see a navigation. And there's a typical pattern for that. you typically have the branding logo on your left side, and then on the right column, you have the navigation, like the home, about, frequently asked questions, contact us, join now, something like that. And so when we create a navigation, we have to ask ourselves, what are the pages? And we also need to make sure that based on what's currently designed here, that it fits, it will fit well, okay? And what we need to do, if you could look up here, we always have to ask ourselves, whether we're designing for a nav bar, a UI card, a footer, anything, any type of UI element, we always have to ask ourselves, especially when you're first starting out, is the visual hierarchy good? Is the contrast good? Is the color, the alignment, the white space, the groupings? So you can see right here, I have included a little check mark and an X right here, right? So what we're gonna do once we finish designing this desktop navigation is we're gonna ask ourselves, is the visual hierarchy good? And don't worry, if you don't know what that means right now, I'll explain when we get to that. Is the contrast good? And if so, we're just gonna drag things over here and we're gonna duplicate them and we're gonna make sure we cross all the T's and the dots and the I's, okay? So I'm gonna back up here and let's get started. So right here, you can kind of see over here, we have a logo called Laracode, and then we have pages. These are not really styled except for the logo. And typically if you're working for a client or whatever, they'll provide you with the logo asset. And the first thing, like I said, that we want to do is we want to place this over here. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate this. And the way you can do that, you can duplicate in multiple ways. Here in Figma, you can hold Alt, left click, and just drag. Or you hit Control D, and that will duplicate as well. Okay, so we're going to place this over here. And where should the logo be placed? This is a good question if you're kind of unsure. Well, what I want you to follow, and right now we're going to talk about alignment, which is one of the UI foundational principles right here. We're going to talk about alignment. If you notice right here, it looks like the headline and all this type right here where it says console, and then also this first little trust symbol, Tesla right there, it's all aligned on the same vertical axis. So if I hit Shift R and I left click and drag on top of this, we'll get a guide. And you can see how everything is lined nicely right to that. So it would make sense to also align our logo along that same column. This is alignment, all right? It's very important to understand this stuff. So if I hit Shift R again, we can hide that, and we can always bring it back by toggling it, Shift R, like that. And you could also drag down horizontal guides as well. Control Z, of course, will undo stuff like that. So Shift R, let's hide that. So now we have this aligned where it makes sense logically based on what's already designed, okay? So that you cannot go wrong there. So alignment is checked off, at least in relation to the logo. Now, what about white space? You can see white space right here. So what is white space? White space is simply the empty areas of the design. And that sounds kind of boring and like a nothing burger, but white space is extremely important because if things are too close together or they're too far apart, they do not feel right and it will break the beauty of the layout. So the next question we have is, where do we put this in a vertical context? Like, do we put it here? Do we put it up here? Like the very top? Well, typically there's not going to be any right answer, but I would say it makes sense to put it right around here. And of course, you have a degree of flexibility and subjectivity. Like for instance, I would not put it any closer than about here to the top or any further down than about maybe right around here. Now, how would I know that? Well, we need to take a look at the entire design as a whole. And we have to get a feeling for how things in white space is being applied based on what's happening. And so it would not absolutely make sense if we put this like right here against the edge because it just feels like it's too close. And this is one of those things that you just have to develop an eye for eventually. So I'm going to put it like right around here. And that seems like a nice, good area for it to have enough room to breathe. Okay, when things are cluttered, it's harder to see them. Okay. So next up, we have our actual pages. And you can see the way it's displayed here, it's a vertical navigation, but it's not meant to be a navigation. It's just to let you know what pages we need. So in the context of a primary navigation on desktop, like 99 out of 100 times, you want it to be a horizontal navigation, meaning that instead of things being stacked on top of each other like this, they're going to be stacked from left to right. So let's go ahead and design for the actual pages. So I'm going to hit T for the type tool, and I'm just going to type in home. Now, the first question we might have is, what font will we use? Well, in this case, we already have the design here for us. Right now, we're designing with training wheels on. And what that means is I've already provided the design for you. So a lot of the thought is the thought processes are cut down because a lot of this stuff's already defined. So if you're working on an existing design and we're adding, in this context, some type here, we have to ask ourselves and we have to look, where are the other, what other fonts are being used here? And I can see two. We have Enter right here. This is Enter as well. And then this stuff right here, we could see is Consolas, all right? So it's kind of like a codey sort of font. And you could use either or for this case. So when it comes to design, there's a lot, in art in general, there's a great degree of subjectivity. And then there's also things that are objectively wrong and false. So what we could do is we could experiment with both of those. So we can change Enter, say, for instance, to Consolas. Okay, maybe make it bold. All right, so that seems like it works. Now, what about over here? Actual, do we think it needs to be bold? How about all of them? Should all the links be bold, or maybe just the currently active page? Could that be bold? These are all questions that you can ask yourself as well. What about font size? All right, so now we're going to talk about another aspect, and this is called, be quiet, that's my phone. This is called visual hierarchy. And visual hierarchy is an extremely important concept to understand, and essentially it means, where do we want the eye to be directed to? All right, visual hierarchy doesn't just relate to UI UX design. It's an art design in general. It's a principle. And if anything is too large, for instance, then that's what's going to take people's attention because it's really big and bold. That's why your headline, if that's the first thing you want somebody to read, which it typically is, you want that to be large, okay? So what about the font size? All right, so the font size in relation to what? Well, the closest element here is the actual logo. So would it make sense to have like a home button this size? I don't think that's bad, actually. That font size here is 24. I think that's a fine font size. Now, if we bump this up to 50, you know how ridiculous this looks? It doesn't look right. It's too large. And likewise, if we were to go down to, say, 12, that's going to be really hard for people to see, okay? So your typography font size is one of the biggest ways that you reinforce visual hierarchy. And basically, visual hierarchy is about establishing elements of importance based on priority. And you style it, and you establish that visual hierarchy by adjusting all these other fundamentals. I just realized I also need to put in typography right there as well. Okay, so 24 would actually be a good size. So I'm going to put 24. And for now, I'm not going to worry about placement too much. I'm just going to go ahead and put in home, curriculum, fact, contact, and join today. So there's a couple ways of approaching this. I'm going to do it the real simple way, but it's also the less dynamic way. And the reason I'm doing that is because I don't want to drown you with too much information up front. So we're not going to be focusing on the correct way to do this stuff yet, which would be through components and component variants here in Figma. We're not going to mess with that. So don't worry about that for now. We will later in this course. So just to make things easy, we're just going to duplicate this. So Control D or Command D or Alt, left click and drag to the right. We're going to put in curriculum. Okay. So another question that you might have for yourself is, okay, so we have curriculum. How far apart should these be? Well, remember, what is the fundamental that refers to the space between, the empty space between elements. That's white space, right? So just with font size, where I demonstrated too large and too small, there's also too much white space and too little white space. So before we experiment with that white space, let's get the other links here just so we can experiment. Now, I will introduce auto layout to you, and it's a core fundamental of Figma. If I take both of these elements, double click, hold shift, left click, and double click, so now we have in our layers both of those elements selected right down here. We can add what's called the auto layout right here. So we click plus, and it puts it into this auto layout. In our property inspectors right here, we can see if we adjust this value, we can increase or decrease the amount of white space between these two links. Now, what's also really cool is if we just double click and we select curriculum and we Control D and duplicate it, it's going to maintain that white space in between. And if we hover over, we can also real quickly adjust it. Okay. So what are the other links? We have FAQ for frequently asked questions. I'm just going to lowercase that. We'll duplicate that one, Control D. We also have contact. All right, and then we also have join today. All right, so join today. Okay, so we have to ask ourselves, what is a suitable amount of white space, right? So for us, I would say too little, let me just show you the maximum and the minimum of the subjective degree to which it's okay, and an okay amount of white space. I would not go any smaller than perhaps, I'd go a little bit larger than that. I think that's too close. So I would take this and let's adjust this. I wouldn't go any closer than this, which is a value of 40 pixels between each link. Now, I also wouldn't go wider than perhaps right around here. Any wider, and they will start to feel a little bit too separated in distance. So this is also referred to as grouping, okay, right here. Is the elements that you're grouping together, does it make sense how you're applying white space to them and alignment? So that's real important as well. So here we have join today, and we have to ask ourselves also, is there anywhere where it makes sense to where we should style these links differently based on the context? So in primary navigations, you should always have what's called an active state button. You know, which page are we currently on? Well, this is the home page. So we can denote that this is the home page in a number of different ways. You can make it bold, and that can give you a visual separation between the other elements. You can also change the color. So for instance, now we're talking about color. If we were to change this to a certain color, which color would make sense? Well, we can see our primary color here is green. It's the only other element, only actual color outside of whites and grays, blacks, that we have. So it would make sense to use this same color and then perhaps make it a little bit darker because we have to ensure contrast is correct. So if I grab this, okay, this looks good, right? But this is hard to see. It's really hard to see. So I want you to go ahead and come up here and click on plugins and type in Stark. All right, Stark, contrast, and accessibility. I want you to install this plugin. So if you're brand new to Figma, it has plugins that extend the functionality of Figma itself. And Stark is a contrast and accessibility checker. All right, and we're going to be using this a lot. So when you install that, if I select this type right here, and I click on right click and over here somewhere, and I go to plugins and I click on Stark, and then we click on contrast. With this home button selected, you'll see it says all this weird stuff, which is confusing, and I'll describe what this is now. So right now you want green check marks on some of these elements. This is telling us that there is not enough contrast. All four are just X'd out in red. That means it's hard to see, okay? And it gets these values from the WCAG, which is the Web Content Accessibility Guideline Standards. And basically, they've done a lot of research and defined, okay, at what acceptable level is there enough contrast for people to be able to see, especially people who might have vision impairments. So the one way that we can adjust this while keeping the same hue, the same green color, is we can tint it. We can add darkness to it. So the way we can do this is, if I just move this over here, we take this color picker, and all we have to do is just drag down this value right here. So when we do that and I scroll out, you could see that now it's changed to 3.35 to 1 ratio. And let's move this over here. All right, now we're at 3.75. Now we're at 4.5. This is what we want. All right, so AAA would be just really high contrast, but this is still acceptable if it's at least a 4.5 to 1 ratio. Large text, you can get away with less contrast, a 3 to 1 ratio, as long as it's large. This is not large text. So right there is a good color value if we wanted to have color. And this right here lets the user know that this is the currently active page. Now you could also do this by adding an underline or a little icon or a little circle next to it. There's a lot of different ways to designate the active state. Okay, now that we have that, does it make sense anywhere else, in your opinion, to emphasize or style any of these links differently? Well, I would say yes, and that is the join today. Because this is a really important element. There should be a goal for every web page or every app or every page of an app. There should be a goal of some sort. In this goal, we want people to join our service, right? So we want this to be styled different. We want it to stand out, okay? So it needs to be grouped or styled differently from the rest of this stuff right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take join today and just yank it out of there. And then we're going to take this, and then up here in the property inspector, you'll see these little weird icons. These are for alignment. If you click this one right here, the second one, align horizontal, this will align it horizontally perfectly within, based on the width of the frame here in which it resides. So now we could take this and just put it over here. Okay. So that looks pretty cool. And now we've changed the groupings in a way that makes a little bit more sense. So we could do this, we can really emphasize this as an actual button in many different ways. We could put it in a button container like this. We could make it bold, perhaps, and we can make it our primary green color over here. Yep, that would work. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, we could also take this and we can put it behind it. Now use your left bracket key and that will automatically shift the currently selected layer to the very bottom of the frame in which it resides. So now we have this big old button and we want to get this aligned up correctly. So what we will do is we're going to select both of these and click Auto Layout. So remember, to select both the elements, we have our type here. I'm going to hold Shift, left click, and that selects both of them. Then we click on Auto Layout. And we want to make sure it is centered right here. So now what's cool is we can do other stuff in terms of adding white space around elements and moving this stuff around. So I don't think I like having it a white background. I think this button background, if we come down here and we select frame 6, or we can just double click and rename this to button BG, we can take the fill, which is the background color, and we can make that our primary color down here. Now we can double click and select the type, and we can make that black. Okay, now we have to ask ourselves, does this look centered, this text? Well, sometimes when you're dealing with text, you can have some overflow issues with the bounding box. And so I'm just going to slightly decrease the height so that it gets centered vertically in there much better. Okay. So here's one thing I might do is reduce the stroke width because it's a smaller button and this is a thicker stroke. So I'm going to reduce the stroke width by double clicking on our button BG frame. And we're going to go ahead and reduce the actual stroke from 5 to 3. There we go. All right. So now that we have that, another thing that we really have to ask ourselves is, do we have equal amount of white space from the left of this logo based on the white space that's visible to the right side of the final element on the same horizontal path? So in this case, it's the Join Now button. Is there equal white space? So the way you can determine is to take the actual frame, you select it, and in the property inspector, right where it says layout grid, we're going to click this little eye icon to toggle that visibility. And essentially this will allow you to make sure that you have equal white space on the right and left. So we could clearly see this is not set up correctly. So what we do is just take it and we make sure that it's aligned where it needs to be. We also need to make sure that it's aligned in a way that makes sense based on the other elements here. So I've aligned it to the center of this text. So Join Today is now exactly on the same horizontal path of the rest of these. And this also, you can see it's perfectly in the center here of this Laracode logo. And that right there is actually a pretty solid, let me hide that, a pretty solid nav bar. And it's not crazy complex, but it kind of feels that way. So let's go through these and make sure that everything checks off. This visual hierarchy makes sense. So in order to answer that question, the visual hierarchy of this top section right here has to be compared to the other elements that are adjacent to it. So what is it? So we have a headline and then we have a subheadline right here. All right, well, we know that the headline needs to be the element that people see first because it educates them as to kind of what this page is about, right? Or what this website is about. So we want that to be the biggest element. We don't want anything in here being bigger, right? We don't want like the Laracode type to be like 80 pixels because then it competes too much. So that's what visual hierarchy is. So everything here looks to be in line and make logical sense in terms of its height and its size and all that. So the visual hierarchy passes. Now what about contrast? So remember, the only contrast issue that we had was on this home because we added color to it. But we used stark contrast checker to the plugin to ensure that it's actually contrasting enough. Now, of course, because we have a white background with black text, that is maximum contrast. So we're not going to have any issues there. You may want to see what your contrast looks like with black on this green color, but this is sufficient as well. So we're going to go ahead and denote that as a good one. Now, what about color? Well, the colors are fairly simple. We're using black and then just the same exact hue with a different shade over here and over here as the rest of the page. Now, you could add another color, but the safest option is to have fewer colors, especially when you're starting out. So our color's good. How about alignment? All right, so we're aligned along the same column right here, as you can see. Now, what about this? We drag this down. We put this into center. Everything is aligned to the center of this element, which I like, and it works well. So there's also equal white space between here and here. So that's good as well. So for alignment. Now, what about white space? Again, if we were to take this, all three of these elements, if it was up here, we would not have good white space because it's just kind of tucked up there a little bit too close, especially given the fact that we're on a desktop frame here, essentially. When you get to smaller sizes, you also reduce your white space. When I mean smaller sizes, like for instance, going from desktop perhaps to like tablet to phone, typically you reduce your white space with the less physical width that you have. Okay, so let's take that. I'm going to back up there and a few times. Just there it is. That is good white space. So what about grouping? All right, so are we grouping things that make sense together? And one of the primary ways you establish grouping is through white space and alignment. So we have our logo here. We have our 4 most important pages right here. And then we have the primary call to action, a link to it in the head or the header, essentially, the nav bar. And this works perfectly fine. Everything makes sense. And then finally, typography. Make sure that you're using consistent typography. Make sure that your font sizes, which is a part of typography as well, are making sense. And so I would say this passes. Now, I'm not doing anything crazy with crazy effects. It's very simple, and typically that is what you want. So now we're going to get to the fun part where you are challenged. So now click on Lesson 1 Navbar Challenge. You're going to see the same sort of situation here, except this time I'm going to leave a few things up to you. I'm going to leave what color you're going to use. So all you have to do is just take this, just Alt, left click, drag, put this somewhere that makes sense. And then what color are you going to use? What makes sense to you? I'm not going to give you any hints, but anything that you do use, make sure that you're checking with the start contrast checker to make sure that you adhere to at least 4.5 to 1 ratio. So I want you to build out a navigation. And notice I threw in a little bit of a curveball. We want to include this icon as well. And if you want to change the colors of this, you just click on the element itself, which we have currently selected, and you click on Selection Colors, and then change the color here. So I want you to include a search. So think about how you're going to be grouping things together.
All right, everybody, it is time to review yesterday's work. So I asked all of you watching yesterday's video to design a nav bar for this layout right here. And I had a bunch of different submissions, and in this video, I'm going to take a look at a few that I think didn't need any revisions at all, and then some that I make some minor tweaks. Now what's cool is most of you did a great job. There wasn't anybody who really just butchered it, which is a great thing. So I'm gonna take a look at these, and we're all gonna understand based on these improvements, and this is gonna help you improve. And then tomorrow, we're gonna do a brand new challenge where I challenge you to do a hero section design, which is gonna be a bit funner than this one. So let's go ahead and see what people did.
All right, so here's the first one, and the first two that I'm gonna show you don't need any revisions in my opinion. They work, and that's what you want. They're very simple, and typically that's what you want for a navigation, especially based on everything else happening here. This here, there's no issues with it in my opinion. Everything's good, white space, the contrast, active state, grouping, all is good. So let's check out another one. All right, so this one, again, I don't think this needs any revisions at all. There's two different designs. They're pretty similar in how they were approached, but they still both work. All of the fundamentals are nailed off. Now let's check out another one. Here, this one, there are some things I would change. And the first thing I would change if I zoom up here is notice the home button, while it is bold, they for some reason didn't allow it to be white. So I would make that white to really make it contrast like what I just did there. And then the other thing I would do is add a little bit more white space between these elements. So this is what it was. I'm just gonna add it a little bit more because we have the space available. They don't have to be so squashed together. And then the final thing I would adjust is right up here where this icon is a little bit too close to the edge. So I just fixed it right there. You can see I made it smaller and got it away from the edge. So the previous one was here, and the updated one looks like this. Very minute, small changes, but those small changes, they make a big difference. So let's go on to the next one. So again, some of these are very similar. This one is very similar to the last one. This time, this person kind of did the same thing. There's too much white, or not enough white space between these nav links, so I changed that. And then over here, this is a big issue because the icon itself is dark, all right? And that's not what I would do here in this context. I would keep it white. So I'll show you the changes that I made. I also changed the background of this because theirs was a little desaturated and it didn't fit well with this blue color. So here's the previous and here's the after. Small changes once again. Let's go to another one. All right, so this one's a little bit different. We're introducing like a pill outline based button on the contact link. And they've also, it's kind of hard to tell, italicized and bolded this active state. I kind of don't like mixing italics with just regular italics here. So that's the first thing I changed, just make it standard. And then another thing I would change is simply get rid of the pill container for the contact button. Not because it looked bad, because I don't think it did, but because in my opinion, it doesn't make sense. It's just a contact page. It's not a page where you really want people to go. I would agree with that button, like if they had a share your music, like a nav bar based call to action up here that kind of mimics this one. But other than that, I would just keep it the same. Now here's another one that introduced a color that's not found in the design, which is okay because the color they chose here actually works pretty well with this other color. And these look to be analogous colors, meaning on the color wheel, this greenish is going to be fairly close to this blue. So I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with how small things are and how up top it's really just a little bit too close, not enough white space. So to show you what that was before, this is the original, and here's my fix for that issue specifically. Now this little squiggly line, that's okay to do. I have no problem with that, but I'm going to separate it more with more white space by moving it down slightly. So right there, that's the change. And there we go. That's pretty solid there. Here's another one. Now for this one, all of the links appear to be at the same boldness, but they're not. This is actually bold and this is semi-bold, these are. And there's not enough a difference or a difference of typographic visual hierarchy between active state and the default state. So this is what I would do. I would simply just make them a regular font weight, and that way you really make it obvious which page is currently active. All right, now here's another one where we have a home icon, and again, they use kind of like a teal color, which works perfect with this blue. I have no problem with that, but it's not capitalized like the rest. So that's a small change, but you want to keep things like that consistent. And then additionally, I changed the Contact Us button to an outline button instead of a solid fill background. And the reason is because if you look over here, and this is a visual hierarchy issue, this is a large Contact Us button filled up white, so it's really demanding a lot of attention. And it's actually larger, height-wise at least, than Share Your Music, which is the primary call to action found in the hero. You don't want to compete like this. This should be the one that really stands out the most. So the way you can negate that is to A, make it smaller, and B, just give it an outline instead, like this. Now your attention is more naturally drawn to Share Your Music. Now we're going to take a look at one final one, which in my opinion has a lot working for it, but there's some things that are working against it. And you'll see by the end we can really tidy this up. So the first thing I guess we'll do is move the search bar over to the left. Because right now it's kind of in the middle, but kind of not. So I think it would just make sense to move that over. So we've moved it over. And now the next change is going to implement quite a bit of changes. I have a lot of problems with the color here. So gray text on any type of colored background, especially light gray or like a mid-gray tone, really doesn't work well. It's bad color contrast. So watch this next change. It's really going to change a lot. That's what I would change this to. So I changed a lot. If I go back, you'll see what these changes are. So essentially, I made the search icon smaller. I also took the search something, which isn't ideal placeholder text. You really want to just show them examples of what they could type in, like a band or tracks, music tracks or something like that. I also made it not bold because it doesn't need to be bold. And then I changed the background color because right here it's too desaturated once again, and it makes a little bit more sense just to either make it lighter than the current background or just make it darker, but still maintaining the same tone value. All right, and then finally, this little gray separator, which is fine, you can introduce this if you want. It's gray and it doesn't work well. Additionally, this little active border icon, I would extend that all the way and not make it rounded. So watch what this change does here. That's all I've done there. You can see the color here. It's actually the same hue, but it's lighter on the color spectrum. And this is extended all the way out. So that change looks like it goes from this to this. And that's it. And so hopefully that was helpful as a quick review of just to show, if you tackled this project, but I didn't see it, maybe you were making some of those mistakes. as you can see, you can walk away with this knowing that and understanding that there's not one way or one perfect way to get a navigation given a specific layout like this. There's multiple ways that you can approach this, which is great because it's not a one-size-fits-all sort of thing. You have a degree of subjectivity, but also you have to mind the objective rules of UI UX design. And hopefully I helped kind of solve some of those issues for you. In the next video tomorrow, we're going to take a look at hero sections, and this one's going to be funner because you're going to be tasked with designing a whole hero section, which is, this middle section of a landing page.
Hero sections. Every landing page needs one. It's extremely important to get your hero section correct because the hero section answers a couple things. First, what is this page about? And it also gives them a clear direction, a call to action of some sort. So a typical hero section is consisting of just 3 different elements, or 4 if you think about it. First, the headline. The headline has to be a sentence or just a few words that really speaks to the audience. And typically it's the largest element on the page because it's the first thing you want people to read. Then you have a subheadline, which will go into more details about the page. And then finally, you have a call to action, a button of some sort, or a form field to fill out, or a scroll indicator icon. These are all calls to action, actions we want the user to take. And then we also typically have an illustration or a photograph of some sort that will accompany the hero section. So I'm going to be showing you how to create a hero section with this design right here. And then I'm also going to put you to the task by creating your own hero section based on this existing design right here. Remember, we're early on in this series, so there's a bunch of training wheels that I have on. So we already have the design, the colors, the topography is already set. The question is can you create a cohesive hero section that fits within the context of this layout? Of course, as always, make sure to subscribe and you'll also be able to share it. The instructions for sharing your work that I'll be able to review, like with the other project, are in the description. All right, let's get started.
Alrighty, let's get started here. Working on the hero section, make sure that you clone the Figma Community File, and then you'll have access to what you see right here. So we're going to lesson 2, hero sections, right here. All right, and then we have a challenge where you're going to take this information and create your own hero section afterwards, and I want you to submit it to me. Instructions are below. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and let me just outline how I would, for this particular example right here, create a hero section. And this is the information. There's not much here. So again, a hero section consists of a headline, a subheadline typically, and a call to action. Sometimes you have multiple, like a primary and a secondary call to action. Right now, we only have one primary call to action, which is called roof, get it now, okay? A lot of times you'll see like buy now or check out or something like that. And then we have this asset here, an illustration, something that can grab people's attention, some type of visual asset of some sort. And this is what was created with actually Adobe Illustrator's Vector AI generative service, which we'll later on in the course, we'll talk about AI for sure. We're definitely going to have a lesson video on that. So that's our assets. And this is the existing design that I created. It's kind of like a fun design. It's called Frisker. We already have a nav. And then we have kind of like a testimonial section right here of, potential users. And so using this information, the colors, the contrast, the topography, how can we create an effective hero section for this product? So this product actually is a kind of like a pet hairbrush remover or something. And that's basically what we're trying to sell. So it's always very important, what are we trying to sell? So our headline is no more pet hair, all right? It's very simple, 4 words. We can make this thing big. That's what we want. Visual hierarchy. The headline is the first thing that a person needs to read, and the way we ensure that it's the first thing is typically through scale, the font size, okay? So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Now, we're using 2 fonts here. One is called Concert 1, this one right here. It's kind of like a rounded font, and then we're using a real typical font called Poppins, which is a sans serif font, and it's kind of like an inter font like that, just real super simple, clean font that works well paired with, other fonts as well. So let's just take our Frisker logo right here, and we're going to replicate it by Alt and left clicking and drag down, and we're going to put in no more pet hair, exclamation point. Okay, so this right here is really small for a headline, right? Like that is way too small. This lacks visual hierarchy. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to boost up the scale, the size of this thing. And we do that over here, right where it says 43. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to put in 100. All right, now let's expand this out. And by the way, you see how we can collapse this? If you don't want that, if you only want it to be one line, you click on this button, this icon right here. So notice how now it's all the way extended out. But then again, if we wanted to, we can drag this right back in. So I'm going to show you two different approaches for setting up a hero section or creating a layout. There's more than two, but I don't want this to be an extra long video. You can lay anything out as you wish, as long as you adhere to those few key principles, meaning A, the headline is very obvious. It's the first thing they're going to read, and it clearly communicates the idea. And as long as those elements, those 4 or 5 elements, the call to action, the subheadline, the headline, or 3 or whatever, as long as those are easy to read and it makes logical sense in terms of how you're positioning them, then you can just position this stuff however you wish. So here's a real common 2-column approach for a hero section. On the left, I'm going to have the hero or the headline, the subheadline underneath, and then a call to action. And on the right, we'll have the actual dog graphic. So I'm going to increase this just a little bit more. No more pet hair. Let's expand this out. Notice this is big, this is large. Another thing that we can also adjust, and you may or may not want to adjust this based on the font that you're using in the future, and that would be this right here. So it is going to be the line height. So if this value right here, that one. So if you take your keyboard up arrow key, you can just, in selecting it, you can just modify this as you wish. I'd say right around here looks pretty good. You don't want it to be too far away, the lines of text, and you don't want it to be too close. Okay, so no more pet hair. That's looking pretty good right there. And again, alignment, where are we aligning this? Well, there is a invisible, if you will, guide that's showing up. So here's the guide right here, or our grid. So we have that right there. And these right here are actually kind of offset and not right. So I didn't utilize that. So we would want to take these cards right here and push them over here to the left. I'm going to take these elements as well. This is just a quick design I did. And then we want to get this one over here as well, pushed over here to the right. Of course, we'll get that centered up as well, and then fix this as well. Okay, so now that everything adheres to these guides, I'll go ahead and hide that. Now let's go ahead and put in a subheadline, which is the world's best pet hairbrush. Okay, so what do we want to do this time? Do we want to use the same font? I mean, we could try. We could also try using Poppins as well. But let's just use the same font for now. And so I'm going to specify the world's best pet hairbrush. Okay. Now, clearly, we cannot leave it like this, and we can't leave it like this either. This is lacking typographic visual hierarchy. We have a headline and a subheadline. 99 times out of 100, you want these things to be situated so that the headline is bigger and the subheadline is smaller. So I'm going to do, let's just do something like 30. Oopsie. It didn't work. 30. Why are you not allowing me to modify the font size? Oh, well, I'll just use my keyboard down arrow key. Sometimes things just get a little bit strange. The world's best pet hairbrush. Let's make this white as well. Okay, that's cool. And again, we're making sure we're aligning it on the same column. This right here works. Let's try changing it to this type up here, this font called Poppins. Here, oops, I think I just spit on my, oh boy. Oh, I think there's an issue with my keyboard right now. I dropped it, and it's just like randomly hitting letters and stuff. That's awesome. Anyhow, I'm going to change this to Poppins. Please let it work. There we go. The world's best pet hairbrush. This works as well. It's completely fine. Notice how much smaller this is. 144 versus 37. I mean, this is a significant difference. That's what we want. We want a big difference between our headline and our subheadline. And you could tell a different color. They don't always have to be a different color, but I'm choosing to do that. And these are things that will really affect the visual hierarchy. So that works well right there. Finally, we have a call to action, roof, get it now. And for now, I think I'll just, we'll use this font again. See how it's like always hitting the W? Here, let me just hit it a few times and maybe it'll stop. That's not cool. Well, I guess what I'll do is this. We're just gonna grab that, copy it, come over here, paste it. There we go. Kind of solve that issue. Let's see if I can specify that font, which was called Concert 1. All right, so Concert, oh my God. I can't believe this has happened. Oh well. Now for our button, again, our call to action button really needs to stand out on its own. All right, so I'm gonna make it a little bit larger. Roof, get it now. And you know what I might do is make this all title case. So the way you can do that, I cannot believe this is happening. The way you can do that is to select it. You come over here with these little 3 dots. It gives you extra options right here, and we'll choose this one right here, uppercase. That will automatically just make it uppercase. Then we're gonna take a frame, hit the F key, and then just wrap it around this because this is gonna be an actual button in this case. And we're gonna give it a fill. And typically, your primary color will be the background color of your button for your primary call to action. Now, I say typically because there's no rule saying that you have to do that. Sometimes you may not want this, but more often than not, this is the typical pattern. And I'm showing you a pretty typical way to set up a hero section. So I'm just gonna grab this with the eyedrop tool, and then we're gonna give this some rounded corners. So this is completely straight edge corners. The feel of this particular layout with the rounded font right here would really make sense to also make this rounded. So we can round the corners coming up here, left clicking and dragging and pulling it right. And you see how it adds rounded corners to our button right there. All right, so now with both of those selected, we can choose auto layout, and that will almost get it centered up. And if it doesn't, it's simply because of this issue right here. Now, if I select this middle option right here, now what this does is it aligns things to the middle. And then if I adjust this, it's still not working correctly. So now what we can do is we can get access to all the padding size by clicking this button. So we have top and then bottom right here. So zooming out, it looks like we can add more to the bottom. So if I just use my keyboard up arrow key and add 8 to it, now things look much more centered up. Now additionally, do we want to use white text? Maybe we'll use this dark text. That is way more obvious in this context. So right there, that's pretty good. And notice, I didn't just randomly place these on here. Notice how there's not an equal amount of white space between these elements. And the way we can visualize this is to get out the rectangle tool, R. And you can see that's pretty much the distance between these two elements. And then if we replicate that, Shift, Alt, and down, and drag this down, you can see there's much more white space underneath it. And that's grouping. It makes sense in this context to take the headline and the subheadline and make them positioned, vertically speaking, in terms of white space, closer together. Then we push this down further. This is a very common pattern, and it makes sense to keep the stuff that you're reading a little bit closer together, and then the thing that is an actionable, the call to action, let it sit by itself. Give it room to breathe on its own, because it is the most important element. It's the one thing that we want them to click the most, all right? So now that we have our left column done, then we can just take this guy, Alt, left click and drag over just to replicate it. And we can just put this character right here, right there. And I would probably put it under here because it looks kind of strange being cut off on top of this element. But if we just take our left bracket key, it'll put that to the very bottom, and now it's underneath this. And this actually looks pretty solid. Now you might be wondering, what about the edge over here? Doesn't this have to stay within that, you know, the actual confines of the layout? So if I bring this back, you'll see it extends out. When it comes to illustrations and like watermarks or background patterns or just unimportant elements, it's okay to extend outside of that container. All right, it's not a big deal. In fact, you know, we could even, if I hide this, if we wanted to make this larger, we could have it cut off. You can do that. It's fine. I'm going to leave this right here, and I think that's a good potential. That's a very standard hero section. All right, very typical. Now, what if we wanted to do something more unique, which I'm a fan of? All right, so let's say, for instance, we want to have this character in the middle. All right, so I'm going to scale him down a little bit. And then we'll take no more, and maybe we'll put these on 2 lines and right align it. Let's get rid of that space. So we have no more, and then we're going to replicate that, Shift Alt, and then pet hair. And then we're going to left align this one. And we're going to make sure that these are lined perfectly together. Now it looks kind of like there's different line height between some of these. I'm not sure how that happened, so let's just look at these. Yeah, that's very strange. So it looks like there's more line height between no more has like more line height compared to this one, but they're the same values. I don't know what's happening there. Sometimes things like that can happen. Not a big deal. I'm not too concerned about it. No more pet hair. I think we can make it a little bit smaller. Move it up. Okay. Now we have some work to do though. We're making something kind of interesting. We'll see how it pans out here in a second. I'm going to take all this stuff and we're going to move it down. All right. So the world's best pet hairbrush. Let's take this and make that capital. And I think we're also going to use, well, no, let's make this bold instead. And then I'm going to take the frame and we're going to wrap, make it look like it's in a button container, but it's not a button. And I will add a background to it. So we're going to add a fill. And we're going to grab the background color it's currently sitting on, just make it slightly lighter. That's it. Slightly lighter, give it rounded corners. And to make this a little bit more interesting, we can even do this. We could rotate it slightly. Put it on top, and that way it kind of hides the fact that it's cut off. So it's coming out from this little rotated area, and you can rotate text. That's achievable within, front-end development. So now we could take roof, get it now. We could just put it right here, make sure it's on the top, like that. Then we'll bring this back up, and we could push this here possibly. And I think our roof get it now button should be a lot larger. So let's increase that. Now, if I set this button up right, that wouldn't have been an issue with auto layout, but we're going to get to that stuff later in this course, in this series, if you will. Okay. So we need to make sure this is centered. This should be centered as well. This character should be centered. Okay, roof, get it now. I think what we can do is probably move things up. There's a lot of white space right here, so I'm going to move this up just a bit. Move this up. Perhaps we could put this right there. Okay. And no more pet hair. One of the things that you need to be aware of is color affecting your visual hierarchy. So that means our call to action, it's the one thing that we really want to stand out the most. And when they're both the same color, that can kind of take away. When your headline is the same color as the button background from your call to action, that can kind of take a little bit of emphasis away from it because it's the same color and they're both very large. So we could take this and make this white. And I could maybe add an exclamation point right there. My W key. I think I'm gonna have to get a new keyboard because I literally just dropped the hell out of it before recording. All right. So now if I take this up and move it, we have two different layouts utilizing the same dog asset. And this one obviously is more unique. We could really do some cool stuff with this. We can make the dog kind of come up here and animate with CSS or prototyping. And we're gonna definitely get into that stuff later on in this series. But there's a lot of cool stuff that we can do. But here's the bottom line. We have a strong call to action or headline. It is the biggest element. And we've established that through visual hierarchy. We also have our subheadline, which is clear to read, and our call to action, and a relatable asset, if you will, that works well for our hero section. Now that we have that, and by the way, like I want to reiterate, there would be more other ways to situate this. I only showed you two. So there's a lot more. I'm not going to do another one, but another one that comes up like off the top of my head is if we just extend this down a little bit further and move this stuff down. And we take this guy right there, and then we take no more pet hair, line this here. Unfortunately, because of my keyboard issue, this may not work. I can't believe no more pet hair. There we go. It worked. Okay. So, we could do this as well. We could center this. This is a real common pattern. We could make it one line like this. So we center this up. All this stuff is centered as well. This is another possible iteration that could work. All right. So going back, let's now focus on, it's your turn basically, to utilize everything I just talked about to integrate the headline, the next generation's drums. So this is a fictional service for like fake drums that musicians can use in their music or something like that. They're called virtual instruments, VSTs. And so this is a sub-headline that I want you to use. The call to action is get drum synth, which is the fictional name. And then we have this fake AI-generated little screen of just some fictional like audio software. It looks crazy. And all you have to do is Alt left click and drag this up in here in the hero section. And it's up to you in terms of how you want to situate this. If you want to put it down here, that's fine. If you want to put it in the center and then, work your headline and sub-headline stuff around it. If you want to push it off over here on the side, this is fine as well. Even if it's cut off, it's not a big deal. Just understand that's an asset. And I want you to be able to work with it and integrate it somehow. So it's up to you if you want to be real creative in here. I would really suggest just try to make things as simple as possible. Make a strong, large headline. Make sure things are aligned properly, good white space, good contrast, good color, and you can't go wrong. All right, so then what I want you to do, just like with the last video, is once you're done with this, make sure, by the way, I will take all these and add this right here. Make sure that you run through all these, all right? Your visual hierarchy, your contrast, color, alignment, white space, grouping. Oh yeah, I forgot to add typography. You wanna make sure, am I even gonna be able to type it? Come on, there we go. You want to make sure you're asking yourself and you're comparing, like every single element, is the visual hierarchy well? Is the contrast well? Color, alignment, white space, grouping, typography. And then just take this and replicate that each time that you are confident that those are all working well.
What's up, everybody? Yesterday, I asked you all to design a hero section based on the tutorial that we had, and we had some good entries. So today, we're gonna be taking a look at some of these, and I will be refactoring them as well, so that hopefully, those of you who are making these same typical UI design mistakes can learn from it. All right, so tomorrow, we're gonna be doing card design with a brand new challenge as well, so make sure you're following along with this 30-day series, and here's the playlist and all that crap. Make sure to subscribe. All right, well, let's get started.
All right, everybody, here's one of the entries. These really aren't in any particular order, so just don't pay attention to that. But this is actually a pretty solid design. It's just a 2-column approach where we have the little graphic, the asset on the left, and then the type on the right. Now, the only thing I would change about this is probably the Get Drumsith button. If I zoom up, you can see that there's gradient in the actual button background and also the yellow text. I don't like to mix gradients quite that much. So here's the change I decided to make. First, I moved everything down just a bit to get things more vertically aligned to the center, and then also just changed Get Drumsith to this same background color, the solid yellow. You could also make this white and it would be just fine, but overall, very solid, good grouping here. Everything's good. Now here's another one. Now, the one thing that I wanted to change about this, or a couple things, is first the headline. We could see the headline has what looks to be extended letter spacing, and I'm not a fan of extended letter spacing for anything more than just one word, like a tag. Now, here's the thing. With that particular font, the letter spacing by default is large like this. So I decided to bring that together, as you saw. So here's the previous, and then here's the adjusted right there. And then the call to action doesn't really stand out too well, where it says Get Drumsith, and that's because the button background's white and it's on a very light color background. So to improve that, I just made it black with white text. In that way, it stands out so much better if we look at the difference between both of these. Overall, pretty solid. I like this, how this you have this arch in the back. Here's another one. And this time, the sub-headline really is a bit too small. I mean, there's a lot of good visual hierarchy, but there might be just a little bit too much in this context where the sub-headline is really kind of too much of an afterthought. So here's what I've done. I decided just to make that 100% black to increase the contrast. So it goes from this to this. And then also the Get Drumsith button, I think that needs to be a little bit more meaty. So I decided to make it just overall, larger. I left the gradient on. The gradient's on this panel background, and that's fine too. Very simple. All right, and here's another one that really tried to take a more unique approach, which is cool and all, but I think a couple things need to be fixed. So first of all, the one thing I don't like is this little card. Now, typically, if I'm going to use a card design, I'm going to have more than one element, like a block of text. It just makes it feel too blocky otherwise. Also, there's unequal white space from the top compared to the left and right. And so it kind of throws it off. So here's what I would do instead. Break out of the box like this, all right? I think that's a much better approach than this right here. Now, additionally, we have the call to action, which tucking it up here like this in the actual headline makes it sort of get lost. So what I would do instead, and this is kind of a drastic redesign, is this. I would just take that, get it away from the headline so that the headline can stand on its own, and then just put Get Drumsith right here in the middle. And to make sure it has good separation, I added a big, large kind of like an outer glow, a black outer glow or drop shadow basically. And I think that would work well. So here's the original, and then here's the change. All right, next up. This one is kind of what I would call discombobulated. I'm so old, I use stupid terminology. But yeah, things are just kind of scattered all around. And one thing that's not helping is the fact that the line height is pretty high on this. So you have a line here, and then this is mixed in, and things are just kind of mixed up. So let's see what we can do to fix this. So the first change I've made is to move this down on its own. And that kind of does clean things up a little bit, but we're still not done. The next change I would then make is to move this down so that everything is aligned on the same horizontal baseline, these two elements here, these type elements. And then the Get Drumsith button is standing on its own. And then this element here is also standing on its own as well. Now, the one final change I would make to this is the Get Drumsith button, because still, this is really small type. It needs to be larger. And I feel like this button could stand out more so. So how we would do that? Well, like that. This stands out a lot more than this, in my opinion. You can make the Get Drumsith synth button this color as well. So you can see there's a lot of subjective things that I'm doing that aren't necessarily wrong, right? So Another one that I'll show you, again, this is a more traditional layout, the 2-column approach. This is probably the most traditional that we've seen so far because we have the headline, all the stuff, the important stuff on the left column, which is typically what we see more so than the opposite. And so the first thing I want to change is just bring this type together a little bit. Again, the letter spacing, and make it a little bit larger. Then we got to push this stuff down. And this time for the sub headline, I decided to, because they're using BBoss, so mixing these two fonts where there's a lot of type, like in the headline and sub headline, I wouldn't do. I would use a much more, I guess you would say, toned down font, you know, just a simple sans serif font like this one right here. And then the Get Drum Synth button is looking a little bit thin. So we want to beef that up just like that. And then we also want to increase the size of this element to match the height of this column, just like that. Okay, so the original was right here. And then here is the updated version. So as you can see, just small changes to these designs. I think going over the rest of them were pretty much similar, so I didn't include everybody's design. So hopefully you all kind of see the mistakes that you were making, whether or not I looked at your design or not. You probably are making some of these same mistakes. But now we've gone through the nav, we've gone through a hero section, and tomorrow we're going to focus on card design. So you'll have another challenge. And here going forward, we're not just going to keep on doing these same type of UI challenges that we're doing. We're going to do this for a few more days. Then we're going to switch things up and do other things like animation and prototyping and all that good stuff. So make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet. Watch the whole playlist here of the full 30 days UI design series, and I'll see you soon.
What's up, everybody? Today we are tackling cards. So what is a card? Well, basically it's just a few pieces of data typically that's encapsulated into a physical card format. So I'm going to show you how to build cards for this design right here, and then I'm going to put you to the challenge by designing your own cards for this layout right here. Now, very important, if you want me to review your design, you have to make sure you submit it within the 3 hours of this video being uploaded. So it's uploaded at 10 a.m. You have to have your design in by 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, I still may not review your design because if I get two submissions that are very similar, it wouldn't make sense for me to review those designs. I know some of you are mad because I haven't been reviewing all of your designs, but if they're very similar, it wouldn't make sense. All right, I'll stop talking now. Let's get back to it.
All right, everybody, here we go. So if you open up the Figma document, we're on lesson 3 cards, right here rather. And you'll notice this is very familiar. This is from the previous lesson. And this time we're going to do cards right here. So here's the information. And I did decide to include icons already. So you might wonder, where did I get these icons? I want you to install this plugin because I use it very frequently, and you're going to need to use it probably in the next challenge as well. And if you go over here, go to plugins and type in Iconify, it is this one right here, okay? So what's really cool about Iconify, if you load it up, it's just basically a keyword search. So you can see like a little export icons right here. You can just left click, drag them in. And so I found some very similar icons that would work. So we can see where it says feature one details, seismic atrophy, whatever that means. I just made this stuff up. We need to basically construct a card. Now, what's really cool here is about, this particular fictional layout that I have. We have this kind of cool little aesthetic where we have this little, kind of sci-fi little container. And I got that originally from the original graphic right here that was generated by AI. We can do the same thing for the card container itself. Now, do cards absolutely need to have backgrounds and containers in order for them to be cards? No, they can be kind of open-ended or open-aired if you wish. And you'll see what I mean because I'm going to do a second variation of this with a card container and without a card container as well. But we are going to have our own card container. And this one we're going to do with the pen tool, which is really scary. But if we just use the regular rectangle tool, it's not scary, I know, but it's scary for beginners. If we use the regular rectangle tool to make it a little bit more difficult. So here's what I'm going to do. All I'm going to do is just left click, hold shift, and left click, hold shift. I'm basically keeping my shift key on or activated, and I'm going to create a 45-degree angle here and then make sure these meet up and then meet up right there. Then I'm going to get rid of the stroke and we're going to add a fill, and we're going to make the fill white. So why would I choose white? Well, when it comes to these light color backgrounds, or any background really, I really like the pattern if you're gonna have a card background color where the card is lighter than the background. That way it brings emphasis and attention to the card rather than opposite instead of making it darker, if that makes sense. So now we can scale this up and it will distort the angle over here a little bit, but that's not a huge deal. And the one thing I'll do is kind of initially just duplicate this and kind of see if we were to duplicate them, how close they are based on the current width of each card. So I would probably reduce this a bit. And that way, if I duplicate this real quick, just as a matter of testing, we have pretty good white space in between them. Not too far, but not too close as well. Okay, so that's important. So I'm gonna delete these two right here. And now we're gonna start constructing the first card. And what's cool about this is because these are repeating elements, you only have to do it once, and then it's just a matter of updating the content in each card. So seismic atrophy, you can see where it says up here is the first, this is the title. Do we want to put the icon first or do we want to put the title first? To a large degree, that's a subjective decision, meaning there's no right or wrong. In fact, we'll do that with our second variation. We're just going to flip them. I'm going to take this right here and copy it, and we'll choose to put this first, all right? Make sure you're using your guides to make sure it's centered up. And you don't want it too close to the top. You don't want it too far. You want to just give it a nice amount of white space. And again, the white space will be dictated by the other elements and your grouping of the other elements as well. So this may change. So next up, we have the seismic atrophy title itself. So I copied that. I'm just going to paste it in here. And we see where it says new. That's an indication that they want this to... We want to indicate this is a new feature or something like that. Not necessarily to leave it exactly like that. So what I would do here, first I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a look at our type that we've been using. We're using Enter, we're using BBOS, and we're using Contrail 1. So 3 different fonts. To make things super readable and simple, we could choose BBOS for this. In fact, let's see what that looks like. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then I'm going to put a little new tag right next to it. So what's that going to look like? Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and duplicate that. We're going to put in new. And except we're going to make this really small, like size 14. Then I'm going to give it a background. But first, I'm going to kind of reduce this. I'm going to hit R for the rectangle tool. It's going to wrap around it. I'm going to position it underneath it here in the layers section. And I'm going to give this color for that tag background the same one right here. That color code is FFEE93. All right. And then if we take both of these and choose Auto Layout, we can get this situated. I'm going to give a little bit of rounded corners. And we're going to see about putting it right around there. Might want to make this just a little bit larger and add a little bit more white space around on the inside, or padding essentially. Okay, so that looks fine to me right there. Seismic atrophy. Then we're going to take the description, paste that in. Now again, I'm going to notice how everything is centered, so I'm going to keep this centered as well. So center the text. The text is pretty large, so we can go down maybe to 18. All right, so first we're going to make sure it's centered, and we don't want it to push it all the way out like here. That's not enough white space on the inside of a card. That's going to look like crap. You also don't want to do something like this where it's just way too much white space. There's always a middle ground. I would say right around there might be pretty good. Now we have to think about grouping. Do we want all 3 of these elements to be evenly spaced? I don't think so. I think I'd probably take this and move it up a little bit closer. Or we can move it a little bit closer to the description, which I kind of think I like that route better. Okay, so now we have that done. Then we're gonna go ahead and take a look at where it says learn more button. Okay, so learn more of some sort. So for this learn more button, we have options. I really like maybe perhaps taking this concept right here and continuing it on. So I'm just gonna take that and paste it in. Oops, it pasted it in over there. There we go. Now, of course, visual hierarchy, that's way too large of a button. It makes sense up here because it's our hero section button. We want it to be large. But down here, that's a little bit much. So the first thing I'm gonna do is like reduce this. And then I'm going to take this type and we're going to reduce the size quite a bit, down to like 30 or so. And then I'm going to try to get this situated quickly. All right, I'm going to ungroup this. There we go. Okay, so we could make this wider if we want. And instead of get drum synth, we'll do more about seismic. Okay. Now, do I really like using black for this? I mean, we certainly could use black. You have other color options though. What you could do is you have multiple. Let me show you just several different options so that we could style this in interesting ways. We could give it a background like that yellow and make the text black. That works. Just to show you a little bit more, if I duplicate this, just to give you other ideas, we could also give it a stroke. This works as well. Or we could have a very light stroke. That works. So as you can see, there's no, one size kind of fits all. You have options, and that's the fun part. That's what makes it creative. Okay, for me, trying to think about how I want this. I think we should go out all the way. There we go. And then I will adjust this. There we go. Okay, so that works right there. Now let's go ahead and take this and duplicate it. Now, of course, I know what some of you are thinking, who might be more skilled than beginners. This should all be in components and component variants. We're going to get into that stuff later. Right now, I just want to focus on the actual design stuff so that we get bogged down with too much information. So then once we have that, very simple AI compression. Now it's just a matter of matching these up. So if I just take this, paste this in, move this over, AI compression. This is not a new feature, so we'll just make sure this is, oopsie, centered up. And then we'll copy this. Pro tip, if you paste this in, just Control V, it's gonna take the styling with it. If you don't, Control Shift V will paste it without any formatting. More about, let's see, compression, if we have the space. There we go. That's that one. And then finally, we have the last one. All right. And that is easy export. We'll be done here in a second. I have to get that, make sure that's lined up properly in a bit. Copy this, delete, paste. Get these all over here. Control Shift V, and then finally, okay. There is the card designs, which I think are pretty good. Let's move them a little bit like this, and then take this up. And there you go. It is structured here pretty decently. I'm not sure if I really like the yellow, so we could maybe go real light on it, like that. That could work. There's a lot of things that could work. Like I said, we can make it an outline like this. Kind of just going to leave it like that, I think. Okay, so just to show you that you have options before we move on to the actual challenge. we could take these elements and just delete them. Okay, so they're not encased in cards. I would still call these kind of cards. They're just, borderless essentially. And if you wanted to do something like this, and move these in the center, you could also do that as well. And this time I would probably take these button backgrounds, get rid of the stroke, and just add a white fill to them. So you can see this, we have the same layout, but we have two different card approaches which could work. I kind of like this one because it increases the contrast. It gives us a physical card, and it kind of just highlights the section better. But this perfectly, could work as well. So now what we're going to do, we're going to switch gears, and now it's your turn, the fun part. So I quickly designed this little fictional landing page, kind of like a more trendy landing page. You can imagine this little vial or whatever, this what do you call perfume bottle, like rotating if it were in 3D. It would be very cool, potentially, this layout. So now you got to create cards that will fit within this area here. All right, 3 different cards. The details are all right here. So kind of structured very similar to this section. This time though, I didn't provide you with an icon. I want you to do an icon, include an icon with this using the Iconify if you want, or you can use any other icons that you wish. You can find a lot of icon libraries on the Figma community section as well that are free. So basically try to make these cards designed in such a way that really fits with the rest and the theme and the feel of this design, all right? It should feel like everything is a nice cohesive brand, a visual identity that's really, just consistent in all its applications of the various UI design fundamentals. That could be the typography. You have plenty of type options to use here. We have enter black, enter bold. I would probably not utilize this made of stardust right here for anything other than what I just used it for. It's only 3 words and it's just elegant and whatever. So really, I would probably stick mainly just to enter. That's all you really need. I don't want to give you any more hints than that. But remember, simplify as much as possible.
What's up, everybody? Today we are doing the reviews of yesterday's video, the UI UX cards. We had a bunch of entries. I'm moving through these pretty quick today, just so I can get through all of them. And tomorrow we'll start it off with yet another challenge of some sort. So be sure to stick around, check out the playlist to watch all the videos up to this point, and let's get started.
Okay, so here is our first one. Now, this person did a pretty good job. There's just some small adjustments. And when I do these adjustments, I'm not going to do this in multi-steps. They're all just going to be in the next screen. So if I click, you'll see my adjustments right here at the bottom. All right, so if I zoom up, you can kind of see what is it that I adjusted. The Learn More button, their previous version, did not have enough white space right here around on the inside of it. Also, typically when you have these little headlines, you want them to consume the same amount of height. So either make sure that this is all one line, as these are, or these are 2 lines as well. So if I show you the revision, I just made mine all 1 line. I would make these icons white, but the person who designed this used PNG-based icons, so I couldn't change it. All right, the next one is this right here. I actually like the colors and such, but this is suffering a fate that many of you kind of create when you're using cards. Too much white space between the cards, and it makes it feel kind of thin and sparse, I guess you could say. Here's my revision, and really I didn't change much except for extending the width of the cards themselves. So here's before and here's after. All right, so here's the next one. This one here is pretty good. I didn't like the white stroke on the upper left. It's a gradient-based stroke. So I removed that, and also the buttons are looking a little bit small, not enough white space on the inside. So here's my adjustments. Again, not big adjustments, but if I go back here, right here, here's the original, and here is the modified version. All right, next one is this one. This one, as you can see, very vibrant. I would say it's a little bit too much in terms of color and just gradients everywhere. You know, if you think about it, there's a lot already happening in the hero section. And so, in my opinion, the next section needs to be toned down a little bit just to even things out. But here is the adjustment I made. I just adjusted the line height of the type, the descriptive type, and that's it. Next up, real simple approach here. What I'd like to do in this case is when you have, for instance, like little learn more buttons and there's like 3 of them next to each other, I don't like having them being real high contrast, because really a learn more button is not, you're not trying to be a primary call to action where you really stand out. So toning it down like this kind of makes a lot more sense in my opinion. Next up is this one. Again, I got rid of the, I'm not sure if you could see it, that there's little kind of just like highlights behind these. I think that adds a little bit too much clutter, so I modified that and also toned down the buttons as well. All right, so here's an example of what you really don't want to do in 2 cases. The main case is completely white backgrounds. It really demands a ton of attention and it makes the layout feel blocky. Also, it kind of looked like tombstones. I left the tombstones, but you're going to see my revisions. It really just subdues it a lot. So I click on it. There we go. It's much more easier on the eyes as opposed to this. So again, I got rid of this. There's a highlighted outer glow. Got rid of that. Just like that. Okay. Next up is this one. This one is, it's okay to make your cards darker than the background they're sitting on, but I personally like to make them lighter to give them kind of like emphasis. So these are the changes I made to this one. Kind of give it some color here. I'm not a fan of having outline buttons with not a lot of white space because it really clutters it, especially with a high contrast white stroke like that. Next up is this one. This is a real unique approach. But there's just too many gradients happening, and then the actual card background has opacity applied, so you can see behind it, and there's actually a drop shadow as well. And so what I do is just tone that down a lot. So as you can see, the previous version versus this version, you just kind of want to tone things down. This a darker background like this also increases the contrast on the inside. Next up is this one. This one kind of suffering a fate of these. When it comes to shadows, they should not be lighter than the background they're sitting on because shadows don't work that way. They're darker. So you want to avoid that thing typically. So here's what I did. I really simplified things. I like the watermark that we have in the background here, but it kind of gets lost because there's other stuff happening. So when I do it like this and I make these adjustments, it's just a lot better and easier on the eye. Next one right here. So this one, you can see my before and after. This one right here, the original, it suffered the fate as the other one where there's just too much white space in between the cards. So I extended out the width of the actual descriptions right here, and then also changed up some of the coloring on the buttons as well. All right, now this one, again, same fate. We're going to make that adjustment right here. Things are too close together in terms of vertical white space between the elements. So that's why my cards are taller, because things are spaced out. And of course, I got rid of the white background because it's way too blocky. And there we go. And here's another one. Now this one is a real interesting, unique sort of layout. However, I think there's too much happening with 3 different photograph watermark-based backgrounds. So I didn't get to finish mine because there's empty space right here, and we could put something, but I just didn't have enough time. But I wanted to show you kind of how much easier it is to kind of read this section when you simplify it a lot more. So when you get rid of all that extra stuff, it becomes about the content, which is important. Again, we have this big empty space here. I don't intend for that, but I just didn't have enough time, unfortunately. So if I go back for the before, things kind of get a little bit lost because there's a lot of stuff happening, but now things are a lot more simplified, especially given the complex nature already of the section above it. All right, and here's another one. This one was fun to work with. This is actually a pretty drastic change. So let's just check out what I did. So I simplified things a lot. I took the icons and they were extending out and they were real large and they had opacity, so it makes things a little bit complex because, you know, opacity, when you're laying stuff on top of each other where it's not 100% opacity, you create complexity because you can see behind it. So it creates clutter. So I made these more traditional icons, just white, make them small, put them on to the left. Again, here's the original. And then here is my version between these two. Also scaled things down a little bit. And then up here, got another one. I actually kind of like this for the most part, this one. But I just kind of scaled things down slightly. So you can see the before and after here. All right, and then finally, here's the last one. Now, this one was a real fun one. One of the last entries I received. I really didn't change much about this at all. If you see my revision, that's all I changed. The Learn More button, I thought having black text didn't make too much sense, so I made the text white and made the background slightly darker than what was here already. And that's about it.
Responsive design, that is the topic today. So typically, when you design a layout, like we've been doing in desktop, you also have to ensure that it works on all device sizes, all right? So that means all the various laptop and desktop sizes, to tablets, to phones as well. And knowing how to take a layout and make it adapt from a UI design perspective is very important. So I'm gonna show you how to do that with this layout right here, which is a layout that we've already worked on in different contexts. And then at the end, I'm gonna go ahead and put you to the test where you could do the same thing with this layout, which is also a previous layout in this series. So as always, make sure to subscribe. Let's get started.
All right, so make sure you check out lesson 4 in the Figma Community File, which, you know, of course, is linked in the YouTube description. And you'll find this familiar design. We actually did this in the very first nav bars challenge up here. And our goal here is to make this responsive to fit these 2 frames at least. Now, of course, it needs to be something where it works at every single size, every tiny little size in between, because devices, like I mentioned at the beginning, you know, they're just plentiful in their sizes. But just to get practice, we're just gonna focus on these 2 right here. And the first thing we're gonna start with is the navigation. It's at the top, and that's what makes most sense. And there are considerations that are specific to navigations when you're trying to make them responsive. And I see a lot of people get this wrong often. So let's go ahead and start. The first thing I'm gonna do is just grab the logo, and we're gonna paste it in over here. Now, mind you, we're still not messing with components and all that stuff. I know that would make it 1,000 times easier if this were a serious project, but we're gonna get into that stuff a little bit later because I really just wanna focus on, you know, the fundamentals, not worried about features too much with Figma. So the size, one of the things that you have to really drill into your mind is the size of whatever I'm going to be translating into this tablet right here, this tablet layout. As you can see, it says iPad Pro 11. You can see, you can ask yourself, does it need to change size? You know, is it too big or is it too small? Typically, you're gonna be scaling things down when you work your way down to smaller device widths. But this size right here, I don't think it needs to be adjusted at all. I think it's perfectly fine as is. The next thing to ask yourself, is there enough room for the navigation, the primary header navigation? And sometimes if you want to try to get all of the links in, you can do it. Oftentimes, if you get into a much smaller size like this, you're not going to have enough room to put all the links or all the links to the pages. But you could still have room for some of the most important links. All right, and whatever doesn't get included or shown in this navigation because we lack the width or the space to place them can go inside of a hamburger menu, which is the typical UX pattern. You use something on your phone, you click on the little 3 lines, that's called a hamburger icon, and then a menu flies out. That's how you access the menu, and we do that because there's just not enough space to place it here in the header section. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, because remember, this is also a link, it's just a primary call to action. It's the most important, that's why it stands out the most. We want people to join. So I'm gonna keep that over here. All right, and I'm not going to put it to the very right, because to the very right, I'm going to leave room or space for a hamburger menu. So Iconify, which I mentioned earlier in the series, is a plugin that's free, and we can type in menu right here, and these will give you just a bunch of different menu options. So I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to scale it up because it looks, pretty small where it was. And you don't want these things to be too small, because remember, people are using them with their fingers, all right? So they're going to be tapping it. That also means you don't want this too close to where they're accidentally pressing stuff that they didn't want to. I'm going to hide this layout grid right there. So you could center this actually, and that could work as well, or you could right align it, and that could work too. So I'll just leave it right here for now. And there you go. Now you would have to design, if this were a real project, an actual navigation overlay, but we're not going to do that here in this video. I just really want to focus on, oops, I didn't replicate that. There we go. I just want to focus on the responsive part and that stuff. So the next section is this, the hero section, which is split up into two parts. This green section and this top section right here. And what you have to ask yourself when you're dealing with responsive design is you're thinking of columns and rows, really. Right here, we have two columns, all right? 1, 2 pieces of type. Well, clearly we don't have enough space, because if I were to replicate this and drag it over here, we can't fit it all in, right? Even if we made it smaller, it would still be difficult to fit those in on the same row. So what we need is 2 rows in 1 column. So you kind of create the opposite effect. Here's 1 row and 2 columns, but now we're going to need 2 rows in 1 column, okay, if that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is just grab this, hold Alt, and just drag over, which will allow us to replicate it. And we're going to put this right here in line. And we can also toggle on our layout right here. And we can see it does extend outside of this, which we do not want. So we can just make this a little bit smaller until it all fits in. Or we could also just drag this in as well, because I personally don't like having the 3 words. I don't like having learning platforms split up into 2 lines. I think it makes most sense just to do this. And that works well. Don't even have to scale this down. I'm fine with it as is, because remember, we want our navigations to be large. Our headings. So let me just toggle that off. This is looking solid so far. And remember, I want you to take note of these little minute differences, because I didn't mention it when I did it, but notice the amount of white space from here to here, right? This little gray thing. And then now let's go take that same element and replicate it and put it right where it was underneath the logo. And notice there's way more here. So you're also, when you're dealing with responsive design, you're also taking into consideration and adjusting the other UI fundamentals, such as white space. Typically, you're going to have less white space on a tablet and a phone layout as compared to the desktop. All right, so now let's go ahead and replicate this, the subheadline, and this actually works perfectly as is. Yeah, and that works. Okay, I may want to add a little more line height there. Okay, so now we have the green section. So this one's a little bit more tricky because it's almost like an illustration, sort of weird sort of layout. But to make things a little bit easier on myself and yourself, if you're following along, I'm taking all this type right here, and I've selected all these layers over here on the left. And what I'm going to do is right click and just choose flatten. So no longer is it editable text, but now it's become, essentially. Now here's the thing, I may want to back up because it has changed my coloring. So what I'll do instead is just grab these 4 right there. I will flatten those. There we go. And then we could take these 2 and flatten those, and then take this and flatten it as well. Okay, now it's all flattened, and it's just going to make it a lot easier for us to scale things down. So what I want to do is I'm just going to take the frame tool, F, on your keyboard, and I'm going to get the same color here, There we go. And now what I'm going to do is take this, those three elements that we flattened and just hold Alt and drag them over here, and then hold Shift with them still selected right around here or so. All right, so after scaling down, we're going to go ahead and push this right here. Hold, we're going to select this element and get it up, right around there. And then we'll take the button here, which I'm just going to group real quick. These two elements, hold Alt and drag over. This is too large now, so I'm going to take this and scale it down to like around 28, and this as well. And again, if we had auto layout, it would make this stuff easier, get to that stuff in the future. Scale this down a bit. And then I think I'll just align this right here underneath this column established by get, the G in get. And then just take this and put it right around there. We could perhaps make this a little bit larger. Yeah, something like that. And there we go. So we don't have the space to do this, to have the console, the git clone, layer code, and then the button over here. We just don't have the width. So you have to intelligently try to maintain all the same elements, although you can hide elements if you need to and show elements only on, and vice versa, like on tablet here and phone. But for the most part, you want to maintain your elements, and you don't want to diverge too far or too much away from what you started with here on desktop, okay? I see a lot of people, they just try to change the layout way too much, and you don't want to do that. Your front-end developer will murder you, okay? So now that we have that, I'm going to go ahead, and this part's easy. This trust symbol section down here, I could take this and just replicate it and get it into position, and then just grab a few of these. Not sure what that is. All right, and then copy them, hold Alt. We can scale them down just a little bit, but not too much. Let's get this scaled up. Move these up. And there we go. That right there is a tablet variation, responsive variation of this layout, except this is going to work on tablets or devices similar to this width. Now, what about when we get even smaller to phones? So this is an iPhone 14 and 15 Pro Max screen. You can see the width is 430. Over here, the iPad Pro, the width is actually 834, almost twice as much. And then over here, we have a width of 1920, which is well over 2x this. So this drastically has to change our designs, but we want to minimize the changes as much as possible. Again, it's all about looking at your columns and figuring out what are we going to collapse or into multiple rows instead of columns. So now this time, we're not going to have enough room to put these three elements. So really, what we'll do is just take our layer code right here, and this time we do need to make it smaller. We're at 35. We can go as small as about 20 or so for the logo, and then we'll take our hamburger menu and scale that down as well, and we'll position it right around there. I think would be solid. There we go. All right, so let's hide this. Okay, and again, I don't think we would. You actually might have enough room if we scale down the size of the type. It's at 24. So if we did something like 18, we'll see if we have enough room. We might actually have enough room, and if that's the case, then we will adjust this. Sorry, there we go. Okay, so this needs to be drastically adjusted here. So this is telling me, let me click on this, our auto layout, and that's because this is not set up correctly. There we go. Okay, so we do actually have enough space to put that, but I feel that it's way too thick. So what we can do is adjust the border down from 3 to 2, and then also we'll take a look at the drop shadow, and I'll change this from 4 on the X and 2 as well. So now it doesn't quite stand out as much. So let's see here. There we go. I still think it looks way too large, so what I'm going to do is reduce it to 16. I wouldn't go less than that. And put that right there. So that could work as well. Okay, so basically the same thing. And then, you know, these two parts, again, we just maintain the two rows that we already established, except now we have to make this quite a bit smaller. So let's try like 40 here, and let's reduce the line height. All right, and notice how I'm not really paying attention, a ton of attention to like, oh, okay, so this line height is this value, and this width over here based on this width. You know, not everything has to be perfectly in terms of ratio. I personally just eyeball things in the distances of how things are scaled down. Some people, you know, take the opposite approach and want to be super anal about everything. Not me. I think we can boost that up to about size 18 or 20 would work. There we go. All right, and once again, we have this section here. We're just about wrapping up. This I'm going to just drag out for a second. We're going to take these elements and Alt, left click, drag over. And then once again, we'll just scale this down. You want to make sure when you're scaling down type for you know, smaller devices that they are at least going to be readable on those devices. So it's important to test this stuff as much as possible. You know, let me just group these together so I don't have to keep on selecting them individually. We'll pull this up. All right, we'll get our execute button, and the execute button has the same fate as this join today. We have to make this smaller. So again, we'll just go to like 18 or so and adjust this. We could put this into an auto layout actually, make our life a little bit easier. And once again, I'm just going to reduce the stroke width and take the drop shadow and reduce that to 2 as well. You know, you could do different things, like for instance, you could, well, if we took this out, no, we're just going to keep the same kind of idea. Push this down to get it more centered. Almost done here. And then we have our little thingy right there. And again, the reason we're doing this with these different viewport variations is the fact that you know, if you have a front-end developer, they need to see how the design is going to be modified and how they need to handle this in CSS, the front-end development portion. So very important to get this stuff done when you're working with another front-end developer or so. And again, this is going to be the same concept. You know, we just take these elements here, scale them down just a bit. And this could be like a scrolling marquee of sorts of different logos, like one right here. And then I know there's another one off here to the side somewhere, but yeah, you get the point. Let's just keep it like this, a little bit more spread out. All right, and there you go. So this was a fairly simple demonstration of creating a responsive design. Everything basically stayed the same here between these two. Other scenarios might be a little bit more complex than this, but now it's going to be your turn. And now you're going to switch to the lesson 4 responsive design challenge right here. So this is the desktop that I want you to start with. And it might be a little bit tricky, but just follow along. You know, just remember everything I taught you here in this design and apply the same concepts to this one. Think about, you know, start with the navigation. And again, here's your 2 different screens to design for, same ones as the previous one. And try to make logical decisions about what makes sense for adjusting this. You know, you're probably not going to have enough room to have these 3 columns right here. So think about how you're going to modify these.
What's up, everybody? Gary Simon here. Today we are doing a review of yesterday's submissions for our Intro to Responsive Design video. Now, there's a lot of good entries, but almost every single one I did do a revision on, so there's definitely a lot to learn. And also tomorrow we're gonna stick with the theme of responsive design, except tomorrow's challenge is gonna be a bit more difficult. So as always, make sure to subscribe, check out the 30-day UI UX playlist. Make sure to watch that from the beginning. We're doing this for 30 days straight, and let's get started.
Alrighty, let's get going. I got this river thing like flying behind my head. What is going on? I find these cool like loops, video loops, and I just put them on random. Okay, anyways, let's just get started. All right, here's the very first one, Nahil. Okay, so I had no problem pretty much with the tablet version. Pretty much kept the same concept, everything centered here, good call to action, and then just basically stack these on top of each other. There's only two of them. I assume, you know, obviously there'd be a third because the original had three. In the actual mobile version, they did the same thing. They actually added three. Now, the only change I made in the mobile, now this is my revision. I didn't change anything up top, but the text, this text is a bit too large and it's competing with the hero section. Even though when you were scrolling down on a phone, you wouldn't see them at the same time, you still want to maintain good typography in terms of visual hierarchy, typographic visual hierarchy as they call it. And so I scaled it down from 36 to 25, and it just, it flows a lot better like that. And you're able to save space as well. You can see there's is much longer. Sorry, that's my phone. All right, let's check the next one. Eric, let's check this one. Oh, guitarist. I like other guitarists. So there's just too much white space between No More and Pet Hair, so I tidied those up right here. Also, not enough white space on the very inside right container. So notice mine, it just looks so much better. It feels better as a nice, rounded, well-balanced, you know, button that has their life together. This over here, this button, they're probably an alcoholic like I once was, and it's just something feels off, right? Okay. Same thing over here. Oh, another thing. You want to avoid this as well. So, you know, just single row stacked cards, that's fine, but you want to extend them out because you have a lot of empty white space on the right and left, and it just breaks the overall flow of the layout. You know, over here, it's everything's extended out nicely, and in this, things are just skinny. So it flows better on here, as you can see, these changes that I made. Okay, the next one was this. Okay, now for some reason, this person did not adjust the font size, so it just says get it with an exclamation point. That was probably an accident. I scaled that back down. Other than that, everything else here seems fine, so I didn't make changes elsewhere. Next person is Sujoy. This one, I really didn't have too much of a problem with what was happening, so I left them both as is. One thing, though, that you need to be kind of concerned about or wary is not to try to change too much. I can notice like this right here, this background panel behind the tag is different. And also, the tag text styling is different as well. You want to avoid that. So notice how in their iPhone version, it's not bold and it's not caps. So why change it though between these two? So I would definitely keep them consistent as well. So I can see they're utilizing a slider here. That is fine. I have no problem with that as long as it's automatic as well. Don't require people to have to click that, you know, click through or drag through. And over here, everything else is looking solid. You just, you know, you take those original three from the desktop version. So this is the original version. You can see how they were originally stacked 1, 2, 3, and then it makes sense just to collapse all those instead of columns into rows. Next person is Jassim Alfonso. All right, so this person actually did something interesting. They rotated the head of the dog to kind of create some more room. And you could do that. You could do that with that responsive web design in CSS. That is completely achievable, and I have no problem with that. Now I did change obviously something, because I'm trying to look at it. What did I change? I'm trying to remember what exactly I changed here. Oh, yes. So right here, these right and left buttons, they're high contrast. I prefer to keep them lower contrast if you're going to do something like that. Now, if you're going to do something like that, make the transition automatic so that they don't have to click on them as well. And that's achievable through JavaScript and even CSS itself. And then here is this version, the phone version, which I don't have too much of a problem with. I would extend these out just a bit further so you have a little bit more space to put more type, and then that way it reduces the vertical height of the section. Next up is Amir. Okay, so Amir has done a good job, but a little bit too sparse, all right? A lot of white space around here. I kind of made things a little bit larger with the type, moved things up a bit, and just tidied it up so that there's not so much empty white space. And then right here, same concept with the mobile phone version as well. Just kind of made things larger, more spaced out, works out. All right, so next one's from Jasmine, and I did not like how these are so disconnected, so far apart. Because No More just kind of sits on its own. It's like, no more what? Well, pet hair. Okay, I get it now, but you kind of want those to be, just there's no reason to kind of diverge too far away from what the original design was. So these are the changes that I made here. And then another thing, this is the first time I encountered this, and I'm glad somebody did it because they did it incorrectly. So whenever you have something like this where you have 3 columns, right, 3 cards, right, and you want to collapse them into, you have enough room for 2 of them, but then what do you do with the 3rd one? Well, you just throw it down here in the middle. I don't like that approach. This is the approach that I like. All right, you literally change the physical layout of the card so that if you have a card that needs to occupy 2 columns or 3 or whatever, you can do so. You can, and this is all achievable in CSS, responsive design through media queries. And so notice how I took the little dog picture and I took it from the center top and just put it inside the card, create a 2-column layout like that. So you have to start thinking like that as well. And then here is the phone version, which I kind of tidied things up just in the same way I did with the tablet version as well. Also, notice a lot of line height here. So it feels disconnected. So I've tidied those up and brought the line height in closer. Notice how much room it saves as well. Next up is going to be Brendan Joseph. All right, this one is solid. I didn't see anything that needed changed. It's all solid. It all works. Very nice. Next up is going to be from Gabriel, and this one did something interesting. I'm glad this person did this as well because it's a no-no and it's a common thing. Now, this is the original layout, the desktop design that you're provided with. Now, notice the cart button has this particular kind of grayscale. There's no color. Well, he decided to add color to it. And that is something that you wouldn't do typically in 99 out of 100 times. There's no reason to change the color specific for tablet. So keep it the same color like I did here, okay? Outside of that, everything else looked pretty solid. I don't think I changed anything else. And then the iPhone version, again, same concept. Keep the the original color, but everything else here. This is solid too. This could work. As long as these are large enough and you're not too small on your phone. It's kind of hard to see that here of what it would look like. The size of the font is 15 on the small side for sure, so I would not go smaller than that. Otherwise, it's solid. Another person is Malik. Now, too much vertical white space, and also down here, an issue where this container is just kind of thrown over here to the side. It's not centered. You want to avoid that. So what I did is just tidy everything up, bring it back. What's cool is like this you can actually overlap the type and it creates a nice kind of like a layering effect. And you could still read hair, so no more pet hair. And the hair is over hair. That's awesome. I like that I did that. Outside of that, the bottom section with the testimonials, notice I just extended this all the way out, and now you can see the other one. It helps to have a visual indicator. There's another card off to the side. So I integrated that as well. And then I didn't bother doing the revisions here because it's all pretty much the same concept. You know, you got to tidy this stuff up a little bit closer together and such. All right. Next up is Ziad, I think that's how you pronounce it. Okay, so one thing that I noticed off the bat here is, again, too much line height on these. So I took it from 32 down to 24, and it really just tidies them up better. And also, I kind of noticed it now, I must not notice it before, we should have a little bit more inner white space or padding on the roof get now button. All right, now let's check out this part. All right, another issue here is this is the original that was submitted. Notice it's not equal white line height on the inside, and it's also not, you know, what'd you get? A line on the bottom. Sorry, my brain's not working. So here's what I did with this. We did the layering effect again, and everything is a little bit more consistent here. No more pet hair. This works. And then I think everything else here was pretty solid. I did reduce the size of the or the colons, or the quote rather, sorry. These aren't colons. These are quotes. And I made them quite a bit smaller. Otherwise, they're just kind of a little bit on the large side. No big deal. Mohammed is the next person. All right, so no more, and pet hair, it kind of feels small and sparse, right? So I made them larger. I kind of went with this theme where we had the skew, the original design has this skewed element right here. So just to play off of that, I did this as well, and that works as well, and it's easy to read, so you can do, you know, fun stuff like that. They also did the same thing as the other person where they didn't adjust the card size with the one that's on its own row. So I extended that out. And then this one, again, same concept. I would just replace this with this version, except make it smaller. Everything else is good here. All right, we're at almost our last one. We have just a couple more. All right, so NK Rohit. I didn't like the white space between No More and Pet Hair, so I just made it its own single headline. No More Pet Hair. All right, outside of that, everything else looks solid here. And then, you know, same concept here. This looks solid, I would imagine. Oh, okay, so this is like a slider type of thing as well, which works. Next up is Sejoy. All right, so No More Pet Hair. Again, that's the concept right up here that from the above one that I had. And I didn't really see anything that really needed adjusting here with these. Very solid. And then Fahad Anwar. All right, let's check this one. Again, the skinny card issue. Notice how much better it just looks when you fill it out. And again, we've already gone over this, so you know I'm beating the dead horse a little bit. Here is their original phone version, a little bit too small on the headline, so I boosted that up quite a bit. Yeah, and oh, down here, definitely. There's a lot of issues down here. Extended letters or line height like this, with this being real close, really throws off the flow of the layout. So really what I decided to do is just kind of revamp them. It should look more like this version right here. What's up, everybody? Gary Simon here. Today we've got another fun responsive design challenge. So yesterday I reviewed your simplistic responsive design submissions, and today we're going to increase the level of complexity quite a bit because you're going to run into this stuff. So this is what we're going to focus on right here. I designed this yesterday. This is just kind of like a fictional digital flight ticket, essentially, for like an airline passenger. And we can see it's kind of cool. It looks kind of like, I don't know, kind of like futuristic, if you will. And there's a lot happening here in terms of the content, rows and columns, right? So your goal is to take this design and translate it from this desktop variation to a tablet right here and to a phone. All right, so the width of the card should basically match this grid layout right here from the very left to the very right. You could toggle that off, of course, but make sure that's the width of this particular card. So obviously, when you import this entire element and you try to stick it over here, you're not going to have the room. So what are you going to do? Just try to scale everything down proportionally? I suppose you could do that, but I kind kind of don't want you to do that. You can make your font sizes smaller, but you really need to think about how you're going to adjust the layout and reduce the number of columns and collapse things into rows. And then you'll have the same task doing this over here as well. So it's going to get tricky. It might be difficult, but that's the point of this. So I won't be able to review every single submission, even if you get it in within a 3-hour window by 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, because this is going to take a while. There's a lot more happening here. So I'll do my best to do as many as I can within a reasonable time frame. In doing so, we should get a good idea. So when you do this, just try to think about your groupings, all right? Things that make sense to stick together, and you separate those with white space typically. So think about how you're going to do that, get your submissions in, and I'll see you tomorrow with the review of these flight ticket cards.
What is up, everybody? Today we are doing a review of this card behind us, which is a desktop design that I created, and you were tasked with creating a tablet version and a phone version of this layout. So we have a few to take a look at and learn a lot from, and then tomorrow we're going to move away from responsive design and into a new area of UI UX. So make sure to sub up, check out DesignCourse.com, and let's keep going.
All right, everybody, are you ready? Yes, you are. Okay, so just as a quick recap, this is the original desktop design right here. Keep it in your memory. We'll come back to this for a couple of these submissions. All right, so here is the first one by Ricky Malana. Okay, so this is their tablet variation of this design right here. Okay, so I did make some slight adjustments, but Ricky got it mostly right. Good job, Ricky. So right here, the one thing that I had a problem with is we have an uneven amount of white space between a couple of your sections. So if I hit the rectangle tool and we draw out, oops, we'll do it this way instead, the rectangle tool, and we kind of draw out the distance of the white space between the bottom of this piece of type and the top of this label right here. It is that tall, okay? In other words, the height is 30 pixels, right? So what you would aim to try to do is to get that same amount of white space on these other sections. If not, then you would want to go significantly more so, not almost the same amount of distance, if you know what I mean. So here, it's almost the same amount, maybe by like 40% more or so. If I drag it out, it goes from 30 to 50. I would keep these all roughly around the same white space, or you could separate them out a little bit differently. But what I chose to do is just push it way down so that we have more white space, because up here it's a little bit cluttered. All right, we have the label, we have the value, the label's up here, and then the label's right underneath it, and it's pretty close. So I pushed that down quite a bit. Another thing I did is just slightly reduce the font size of this right here to this, and it kind of just fits a little bit better, as you can see right here. All right, and right here we have the mobile section, the mobile design. There's some issues, like for instance, I can see just visually, well, obviously visually, if I got a guide out, see how the bottom of AKR, and this is slightly up a little bit, tiny minute little things like that. Also, it gets a little bit kind of cluttered right here with the white space. So I kind of separated things out just a little bit more in this section. But overall, very good design. This is one of the better entries. You completely kind of understand it pretty well. So let's continue on. This is from Chanu. And this one, I'll be honest, I don't think there was any issues with this. It looks like they basically scaled down almost everything, but I'm looking at the size of the type. So basically they maintain the exact same layout. So if I get the original up here and just put it right here, we could see on the tablet version, it's pretty much the same exact thing. Now, you can do that, but you have to make sure that your type, like for instance, this type is 15 pixels. I would not go lower than like 14. So you could get away with doing it this way. Now let's see what they did on the actual phone version. Now, the phone version, this is way too small. This is a big no-no, because watch, if I click on one of these elements and I zoom up here, 9.55 for this font size, way too small. That's pretty much unreadable. So you have to utilize more rows. You need to stack things more. All right, and I didn't bother doing a revision because it would take a long time because it's a more intricate design, but I just wanted to point that one out. Here's another one from Ankit Kumar, and here's one area that they did not follow the rules. So in the guidelines, the previous video, I had mentioned specifically to make sure that the cards reach all the way out. So what I did is I obviously made it reach all the way out. Obviously, this would go over here. And then they also did something that didn't make sense in terms of the grouping. So if I show you the grouping, or if we go back to the original design right here, and I'll just kind of paste this over here, you'll see the first values here on the desktop version, the one that I designed, are the passenger information, my name, date of birth, the destination. But over here, they took the destination and date of birth and separated it from where the name is. So, I mean, this can be done with CSS grids, but you don't want to do that typically. You want to try to maintain the same flow of information. So what I did is I refactored that into this design right here. So we keep the date of birth. Theirs was down here. Mine's right here as it was before. And then we have the ticket information, which they had up above. I put it beneath, and then just kind of restructured things down here a little bit more. So you don't always have to have things that go all the way out. This would work just fine. And then let's take a look at the mobile version. So you can see there's quite a bit of white space in certain areas here, and you're mixing things up again based on the original design where this is next to this element. So I kind of refactored it and just kind of resituated things around here into a 2-column approach, essentially. Alrighty. Let's continue on. Next one is from Rohit. This one I didn't really feel there had to be any significant changes to. 2-column approach right here up top with date of birth makes sense. Ticket number, destination, board time, gate, seat. All this, and they also collapse this into 2 rows instead of the 2 columns because typically this is over here. That works as well. I have no problem with this. Great. Same thing down here. Just very simple, laying things out. 2 columns right here. I still think it is a solid design. Very nice. Next one up. Now this one I decided to include because it's a legitimate submission that we had, and unfortunately this is probably on the lower end of quality in terms of responsive design adjustments, and that is because they completely kind of got rid of the overall card aesthetic that we've established. So if I take this back down here, you have to imagine if you're on desktop and you drag your browser in, all of a sudden it's going to change into an entirely different layout right here, like for a tablet, right? So you don't want that. You want to try to maintain the same aesthetics, like the background, the stroke, the same colors as much as possible. I can even tell this has been squashed even, so it's not the original perspective, and that's a good way to just easily kill the quality of a design. So try to avoid situations like this where you're changing a lot of information. And I did not bother redesigning this because, again, I just don't have enough time. Okay, a next one is from Sujoy. All right, so here is this is the desktop. This is the original design right here, okay? This is the desktop. I put this here specifically just to demonstrate something. So if I take a look at this, they really changed it up quite a bit because they took this element right here and put it up into here, which, you know what? I think it looks fine. Design-wise, it looks pretty good. It doesn't make sense to take the flight ticket, which is originally up here, and put it all the way at the bottom. Like, I would keep that up there as well. And another thing I wanted to point out is, take a look at this. You see this, the white space between label and value, and then the white space between this label and value is significantly larger. So I show that right here. If I were to take this and put it here, it does not match up. You have to avoid those types of mistakes as much as possible. This right here is actually a pretty good design. You want to avoid trying to screwing up like the little element right here with the anchor points. It's supposed to be maintained to look like this at all sizes, and it is possible to fix that. I mean, if I double click this, all we have to do is just drag that back up and get it looking like it was before. Move that here. Well, grab it, Gary. There you go. There, and that's more close to the original, essentially. Okay, so also this one, yep, pretty good stuff right there. Next one is Zyad. All right, so here's one thing that I would definitely adjust is taking the label and making it smaller. Just make it the same size as everything else. This needs adjusted, though. I can see this is up slightly higher than that, but I was trying to do stuff quickly. Looking at everything else, I think that was just the main adjustment that I made. I did add, if you look over here, their description text or this type of text is a little bit too squashed, not enough line height. So I fixed that right there. And same concept, I would definitely scale this down, get that all on one line, probably same size as this stuff right here as well. And you would definitely want to increase the size of that, like this value or this QR code, because it would be hard for that to scan. Okay, next up would be Mayar. Okay, I have no clue how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. This one is interesting. They actually left a comment. I should have included the comment, but they said, me personally, when I'm on a flight or whatever, or I'm in line for a flight, I want the QR code to be at the top so they can just quickly and easily scan it. That's a good point. So I have no problem with this being up at the top. That I don't fly hardly ever, so that's something that I overlooked. It would probably make sense to have the QR code near the top anyhow. So they did a very good job. I didn't see any revisions that were absolute necessary. This is all good. Very nice. And that is the last one.
Forms. Forms are one of those things that you absolutely have to get right. They're present in almost every UI design, every website or app. And so today I'm going to be showing you form basics and form fundamentals, and we'll be designing one for this layout that we've been working on throughout this course. And then afterwards, you have a challenge where you need to design a sign-up/registration form for this layout, which we've also been working on throughout this series. So buckle up, let's get ready. Make sure to subscribe here if you haven't yet. Check out DesignCourse.com, and let's get started.
All right, everybody. So as you can see, definitely want to go to lesson 6 form design right here, and you will see this. So this is one of the early layouts that we've created before. We worked on a couple times, and now we're going to assume that we're working on a contact page, which obviously will have a form. So I already designed kind of like a sub page could possibly look like, and I've already designed parts of this. I don't want to focus on anything other than form elements in this video just to make it go quicker. So a contact us page is really one of the most simplistic forms that you can have outside of like a login form or something like that. And we want to have a few fields. I would say at minimum 2 for a contact form, obviously for the email, and then the message. If you count the call to action, the input button, that would be 3. But we're going to do basically 2 different text fields, a name, email, and then a text area as well, and a submit button. So the first thing that we want to do, and by the way, this big white thing up here, this is for us to hold our components, because for the first time in this UI UX course, we're actually going to work with components, and that's really to demonstrate the different states that an input element could be in. So in this context, this layout and this design right here, we have to ask ourselves, okay, well, what color is the background of our elements being like a text field for the name, right? And you have a couple options here. So for me, what I would do, let's hit the frame tool to create the actual text field element. So we can left click and just drag somewhere roughly around here, because remember, we want to fill out this space. This basically is a 2-column layout where this stuff on the right is the second column, and then this stuff is the first column. And so I'll probably make it go, right around where we have the center point marker. And when we do that, we don't have a fill, so let's add a fill. And by default, we could see that it's white. And I do want to give it a little bit of rounded corners because we already do have rounded corners in this button up here. So you want to keep things consistent. So this is roughly the size of the text field that you would want. But one thing that's problematic about this particular text field, even though we have it has a background color, is the fact that it's sitting on a very light gray. So there's not a lot of contrast to see visually where this text field actually is. And one of the things that you could do to make it more accessible is to add a stroke around it. So when you add a stroke, we don't have to go all the way black. We can come down like to like a more like a mid-gray, but this will make it a lot easier to see, all right? And that's real important. A lot of people, for some reason, they like text fields that you could barely see. I don't know what's up with that, but you want to make sure you can see it. You can also make the border thicker and all that good stuff. So right here is probably a good size for a text field. And your text fields, this is one of the real things that you have to pay attention to. And this is going back to UI design fundamentals. You want to make sure that you have a good amount of white space or padding on the inside of the text field itself. That is very important. And you'll see, we're going to demonstrate what that looks like here in a bit. But also, we're going to design these with explicit labels. So clearly, we need to inform the user about what this text field is about. So I'm going to hit the type tool, and I'm going to left click, and I'm just going to type name. Very simple. So this is size 24, which is actually a pretty good size. I'm going to make it bold as well. I may make this a little bit larger even. So we're up to like 35 or so. So here's our name field. And you don't have to necessarily make it bold. This works as well. Now let's also demonstrate, honestly, I'm probably going to make it bold because that would establish some visual hierarchy for the element inside of it, which would actually be the value. So, this might be, John Doe. And in order to establish that visual hierarchy, we could do two things. We could take the boldness down to regular, and then we could also make this a little bit smaller, although you don't have to. It's just a treatment I'm applying. And there we go. So here's what a pretty good text field would look like. Notice the good amount of white space around the inside. So if we hit our auto layout button and then we shift this, if I zoom up right here to left align center, we can now drag this back out to roughly around where it was before. Now you can kind of see it's not quite centered vertically here. So one of the things that you could do to combat that is actually you can offset that based on these padding values right here. So you can select one specifically to make adjustments to either push it down or bring this up so that it's more centered vertically. Okay, so that's good. Now another thing that we also have to worry about is basically identifying or notifying the user of when there's an error. So for instance, when they submit and nothing, and they didn't fill it out, for instance, or they put characters that aren't allowed, you want to provide an explicit message identifying what the issue was, and preferably around that specific UI element, not just somewhere else by the submit button or whatever. So to do that, I'm just going to take another piece of type. And right here, I'm just going to put a generic kind of error message, like something like, sorry, this field is required. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make this a bit smaller. So we're at size 18, which is okay. And then I'm also going to make it kind of like a reddish color, not quite 100% full blast red like that, but I'm going to come out more like probably somewhere like right around here. Like that, okay? I actually might make that a little bit larger. We can make it bold as well. And we don't have to keep on using this particular font because we are using two different fonts, Inter, and the other one is Consolas. So I'll probably take these two and transition those to Inter. There we go. And then we can make the value be this Consolas, the actual placeholder value, which I kind of like. Okay. So Let me reduce this white space just a bit. There we go. All right, so what I've done here is design kind of like a full experience of what a potential text field could look like. And I did all this stuff explicitly and filled it all in for a very specific reason. Because now that we have this whole kind of scaffolding for a text field, what we can now do is we can place this into first an auto layout. All right, and then if we want to, we can find, adjust the different, the white space between these values. So if I want to adjust this down or something like that, I can. But now we can also add a component. So when we click it, it's going to give it a yellow outline, but we want multiple component states, or a variance. So we're going to click Add Variant. Now when we do this, it kind of screws up the layout, right? And what we want to do is just drag it up here. This is not a layout or anything. This is just to hold our component and our component variants or our different states. So by default, this is going to be the default state. And what I want to do is grab the overall container right here and come over where it says properties, where it says property 1, double click that. We're going to call this state. All right. So we're going to have different states for our text field. And typically those states are 3 different states. You have your default state, where it's just there. And then you have a focus state where the user has actually taken their cursor or their finger if they're on mobile and they tapped onto it, and you want to signify visually that that is the active element. And then there's an error state as well. So these are things that you want to design for if you want to be as comprehensive as possible. So the first state down here, we don't need this, this field is required for the default state. That's only going to be visible on the error state. So I'm going to take it with it selected, and I'm just going to hide the visibility right down here on the fill. Actually, no. We're going to hide the layer visibility. There we go. So we hide that, and we'll want to do it for this one as well. So to hide that. And essentially, this as well, this filled in state, this element, I don't want to see that for the default state. So I'm going to hide that. Now, this is going to be the focus state right here. So if we go back to the first state, the default state, we can see it's called default, which is fine. This one, we want to change it from variant 2 to focus. All right. Now for focus, I do want to leave in the value of what it looks like when somebody actually types in, because a front-end developer needs to know what that looks like because it's all stylable in CSS. And there are ways, more advanced ways in prototyping within Figma to actually allow you, when you're playing the prototype, to type in these fields, these text fields. But we're not going to mess with that because that's a little bit more advanced. But if we just want to show real quickly what a value looks like inside of a text field, then you can just have it, John Doe, something like that. That's fine. Another thing that we need to focus on, like I said, is when you're on the focus state, we have to signify visually that this is the currently active element that you're typing into. And one of the ways that you could do that is to take the actual frame, the text field container, and you can make the stroke bold. So if you come down here, you can see it's at size 1. We can bump this up to around 3. And now it's going to give us a nice visual indicator this is the currently active element. Okay. So now that that's good, we're going to take this state right here and we're going to add another one by clicking plus. This is going to be called, instead of state 3, we're going to call this one error. All right, and this is going to be our error state. And oh wait, did I not? I want to make sure that I actually, oh okay, yeah. We want to bring the visibility of this back. So we bring that back. And we're not seeing it right now. We have to pull this down. There we go. And also, when a field is errored or in an error state, you also want to have a visual indicator for that. So what I would do is just take this same red color that we used on the type beneath it, and we will outline this in red. You could also change this to be that red as well. And I think that would be a good idea. That way they understand fully the label, the form element, and all this tells them that this is an error. Okay, so now we have our 3 different states. And what we can do is we can now grab them. If we go to assets, we can see right there we can just drag it right on. Isn't that fun? Okay, so now what I can do is we can duplicate this. And for this one, I can double click here and change this to email. So now we have our name and email field. And now that we have two of them, let's select both and add an auto layout. So click plus right here. So now we can control the white space between these elements if we wish. All right. And we also need to have a text area for the message. Now, a text field is typically just one line like this. A text area is exactly like a text field where you type in, but it's usually multi-line. It's going to have more height to it. And so when you do that, you would want to recreate this whole structure except in the context of a text area. You would also want to recreate all the different states for all the other elements that might be present in your UI. So that would include things like checkboxes, radio buttons, input, submit buttons, drop-down select menus. There's a lot. There's a lot of things that you can style. So what we can do is duplicate this, and I'm going to right-click and choose Detach Instance. So let me show you that again. Detach Instance right there when you right-click, and then it takes it outside of being just a instance of that component. It's no longer a component, and I can double-click here and change this to like message, for instance, and I can also take this and give ourselves a nice height for the text field, or the text area rather. So now we can double click into this, and this time we can create a new component by selecting it, and I'm going to take it and rip it up all the way up there and just drag it, and then click on this add variant button, and we can do the same thing. So now we can add our thicker stroke for the focus state, and then you could duplicate this, add another variant and just recreate this stuff over here as well if you wish. To save time, I'm not going to bother with that. And then another thing that we want to do is we want to switch to prototype mode to get all this stuff working. And I already did that because actually, full disclosure, I did this whole tutorial already, but my camera ran out of space, so I have to redo it. So sorry, this stuff's already hooked up, but let me detach all this stuff. Frustrating. Okay, so basically what you want to do is switch to the prototype tab up here, and we're going to double click this, and I don't know why that's hiding. There we go. And we want to drag this little plus button, the blue plus button in the middle, to this bottom one. And so on click, it's going to change to this state to show what the focus state and what type text looks inside of it. You'll see how this all works in a second. And then we're going to do the same thing here. So when somebody clicks on this state, it'll show what the error state's supposed to look like. And then vice versa, if somebody clicks on the error state, it'll go back to the very default state up top. And then we could do the same thing right here, just between these two different states. We'll click and add that. There we go. Okay, so now if we go back to assets, we can see we have one called text field, one called frame 14. You would really want to go back here and find that frame 14, double click and change that to a suitable name like text area or something like that. So now if we go back to assets, we can drag our text area. We want to make sure our text area is inside of this element here, so we can just drag it in and then drag this back up, and now we have our states. If we click, if we take our frame, select it, and hit play up here, this is what it should look like now. Ooh, that's not working. Okay, so that's those two are okay. So those two states are not working properly. So let's, because it's not showing the error state. So, I see why. It says on drag. Now what can happen is if you look up here for this particular state, we have a click, which is, this isn't correct. We want to get rid of this. Change this to click. Now it should be going to error. So now, if we go back here and click this, there you go. Now it's showing the full state from default to focus to error here as well. Awesome. Okay, so finally, what's the other thing that you need? The last thing that you need here as a part of a contact form at least would be the call to action. So look at the existing design that you're working with, because in your challenge coming up here in a second, which we'll take a look at, you have an existing layout already. So there's already a button up here that we can draw inspiration from, right? So I can just copy this by holding Alt and left clicking and dragging. Make sure it's a part of our auto layout right here. Just, oh no, things are getting all discombobulated. Let's name, email, message, there we go. And what I'll do is just change this to send message. I didn't set this up correctly. So let's adjust that and then just manually adjust this. Maybe make it a little bit bigger. Send message. Okay, that's fine. And so this would be a suitable contact form. In this case, I might reduce the white space between the elements just a bit, but notice the grouping, name or label rather, and element, and then more white space here. So that's typically what you want to follow in terms of your groupings and your white space, vertically speaking. So now we're going to switch things up and focus on our form design challenge. And so some of you may recognize this one. We already worked on this a couple different times throughout this 30-day series. And now we're going to simulate what happens when somebody clicks on join up to a join up form, a sign up form basically. And so this one has rules, and it's going to tell you all the forms that we need. So first, we're going to have a first name, an email address field, and that's text field. These are all text fields. A password and confirm password. Technically isn't a text field, it's a password field, because when somebody types in, it'll automatically change to asterisks. You can simulate that if you wish. Checkbox, I agree to the terms and conditions. I'll show you how to design a real quick checkbox, and then an input or call to action button for join now. So it's a little bit more of an elaborate form. Now, for those of you who are brand new to UI UX and that type of stuff, I'll show you real quickly like what a checkbox actually looks like. So if I hit my frame F key tool, we want a square and for a checkbox, and we want to give a background, a stroke. We'll add a little bit of corner border radius, maybe make the stroke thicker. And this would be the default state of a checkbox. It's very simple. You can also have, I also want you to demonstrate what it looks like when somebody clicks on it, which means there would be a checkbox. You can do it, you can create that checkbox on your own with the pen tool by hitting P, holding shift, and then creating like a little checkbox like this. Get that centered up. That's like a pretty good checkbox right here, or check mark. White space all around. You don't want checkboxes that look like this. That's terrible. White space, let it breathe, okay? And if you don't like your own checkbox, you could right click and go to Iconify. If you've installed it already as a plugin, it's free, and just type in check, and guess what? You have checkbox or check marks right here that you could just left click and drag into and be done with essentially. Okay, and then of course also the value, I agree to the terms and conditions. You would put this right here. You could put these in auto layout as well. And then also you need to signify what the link looks like for them to read the terms and conditions. And you could do that by selecting the text like terms, clicking right here, and then clicking underline for the text decoration. All right, so that's enough of the hints that you get. Oopsie. This is up to you in terms of how you want to structure this. I would definitely say you don't want to have text fields that are this large, that span all the way across. You don't want that. If you only want to have one column and that's it, then take this and make your own little column that's centered in here. So for instance, it might look like your text fields might look like this. Or you could have do what he did over here with a two-column approach. So you could have on the left column your form, and then some information that could be relevant on a sign-up form in the second column. And it doesn't have to be 50-50. It could be like 60% of this could be the form, and then the 30% width of the column next of it, or 40 rather, could be your other content of some sort.
What is up, everybody? Gary Simon here. Today, we are going to be doing the review of yesterday's challenge as a part of the 30-day UI UX series, which we're halfway through already, day 15. and we're going to review the forms that you all submitted. So I did about 8 or 9 different revisions, and everybody should watch this even if you didn't design anything, because there's a lot of good takeaways. Form design is important to get right. So tomorrow we're going to do yet another video, so make sure you watch the whole playlist up to this point and subscribe up here. Check out DesignCourse.com and let's get started.
All right, everybody, here is our first entry from Brendan Joseph. All right, so before I show you the revision, this is the actual first entry that we have to review, and big red flag is a massive amount of just empty white space over here. I actually like how the form elements are designed. They all look solid. I really don't have too much of a problem, except for this. Having this up high, this arrow doesn't really make sense. So let me show you what I did. If you're going to stick with just this content here alone and not add anything else in this column, then you should do something like this instead. It's the same exact situation, except I fixed the arrow. I did add like a white container around it, and I centered it right in the middle. I'm sure many of you have seen these type of, a registration or a login page that kind of has this little card in the middle, and that's fine. But I would not do this where you just have a bunch of open white space here. It makes it feel empty. I will show you some other ways to tackle this in a second, because you don't only, this isn't the only option. You have options, okay? There's a lot of subjective decisions that are being made. Looking at how they designed this, Brendan designed the actual different states, looks fine to me. Yeah. And the checkbox looks good as well. Again, it's not too large. This check mark in the middle. So yeah, everything looks solid here, except for that big open white space. Overall, not a bad submission, just some minor, touch-ups. Next one up is from Ankit Kumar, and they did basically the same thing, except there's just a little bit extended out further. The actual input fields, I have no problem with this. However, I have an issue with grouping down here, because I can see everything right here is a part of the same auto layout, so everything's going to have equal amount of white space, but you really want to change the grouping. So let me show you what I did over here. So this time, instead of just wrapping in a container and centering it, I added a second column. And all the second column right here, right now, your information will never be shared with third parties. Your personal information is protected by a group of monkeys that protect our servers with machine guns. Okay, whatever. You just want to have some content over here if you're going to stick with this type of layout, something that's pertinent and relevant based on, your registration form or whatever the page is. Now, you can see also I did separate more white space between these elements compared to here. One thing I just noticed I did not tackle is when you have things like checkboxes, text areas, text fields, radio buttons, you want to make sure they're all styled the same. So if there's a 1 pixel stroke on your text field, that 1 pixel stroke should also exist on your checkbox as well. All right, just to keep consistency. So again, not much has changed here, except I filled out this space over here. So you have options. You could do this option, or you could do this option. It depends on, what makes sense and what are the requirements of that particular page in which that form resides. All right, now looking over here, I'd say looking at these are all pretty solid. Yeah, these are all pretty solid. Yeah, okay. Continuing on, next one is from El Diablo. Okay. So this one is an interesting approach because we are designing for desktop. So in theory, you could use columns. Now, I have no problem with having maybe just 4 elements being in 2 different columns, 2 rows. That's not the worst thing ever. A lot of times people say, UX people say, all your text fields should be all in rows stacked on top of each other. And I agree if there's going to be a ton of them. But if you just have a first name, email, password, confirm password, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Now, there are some other issues there. However, I think there's too much white space between these elements. I think white against this very light yellow color is not obvious enough, so it should have a stroke of some sort. I think I agree to the terms and conditions being the same size as these labels up here. I don't agree with because it's slightly different. It's a different context. So I'll show you what I did with this one right here. So I took the same approach roughly. I didn't make the background white. I did give the form element a stroke. Again, a lot of these are just subjective creative preferences that you can integrate. Because, up here, if we look at this and compare it with this one that I did up here, it is styled a lot differently. This has a drop shadow. This one doesn't have a drop shadow. It just has a stroke. This is all completely acceptable as well. Now notice what I did with the I agree to the terms and conditions. You want to make sure these things are linked as well, obviously, so that they can actually read them. So we have this versus this. And it just feels a lot more, having it in a card format instead of open-ended like this and really spaced out like this. This works a lot better, in my opinion. And then here's some of the elements. Now, I don't know why you would make this background this color, because these text fields aren't sitting on that color. If anything, you would choose something like this color, the color in which they're actually sitting on. So I would adjust that. NK Rohit, which has submitted a few times already, I decided not to do a revision of this one because it's the same exact concept as this one and this one. So it would be a little bit redundant to keep on doing the same thing over and over. The form fields here actually look pretty solid. So yeah, that's all good over here. Right here, another one. So at least this person, they from Aya, notice that, okay, it's a little bit empty in this right column and put this graphic here, which is just the hero section graphic. I personally wouldn't use this type of graphic. It's cool to put something over here, and it doesn't even have to be text-based. It could be an image, but I would use like a different UI image or something like that. I understand you kind of limited on resources though, but then there's some other big issues though with this one. Look how large the checkbox is, and also look at the location. The call to action, the join up button, should be the last element. All the other actionable elements or items that they have to type in stuff or click, a radio button or a checkbox should be above the call to action or the button, basically. So definitely think about that. And the reason I didn't do a revision of this one is because there was a similar one, and I showed you how to use like a different graphic that might work a little bit better. So next up is Ricky Malana. All right, so here's one where we have a first name, last name, email, password, confirm password, and I agree to terms and conditions. I wanted to show you, you could certainly use a photograph and fade it off like this, but oftentimes when you fade it off, you kind of, for me, I don't like how it looks washed out, kind of. I don't like this look right here. So I tried to find an image that might be a little bit more suitable. And this is like this little headphone graphic, which is relevant to drums and drum synth and audio and such. And I also made some other adjustments. You can kind of see how it's kind of hard. It's hard on the eyes when you have white with this yellow. Yeah, you could still see them, but some people with vision impairment issues might not be able to see them very well. And take a look at how they made this gray. I would not add gray or mid-tone grays next to vibrant colors. It's bad color contrast, as it's called. And so what I did is I adjusted it here. I just made everything black, bold, good maximum contrast. And then we have an accent graphic over here in the right column. So you just saw three different approaches. We have a photograph in the right column. We have, if I scroll up here, content in the right column, like actual type-based content. And then we just have, a single column that's not stretched out so far. Okay, so another one, and it's going to be our last one, is Nahil. And this one we have some issues with as well. You wouldn't want to have a join up way over here. I would move this sucker right there. Look how much better that just feels, right? So I'll show you my revision. The actual form fields, I like them. This is all pretty good. Yeah. Now, right here, I have read and accept the general terms and conditions. I would underline this as well because it's not immediately obvious. I know you made it bold, but it should be underlined if it's clickable. So here's what I did with this, with this one. All right, so I kind of mixed a couple ideas up above. So I took everything, put it in the center. In order to have better contrast, I have a white background. And behind this, just to add some texture to the background, I added that same headphone graphics that we saw above. And I think this is a really cool approach to make the layout a little bit more interesting, utilizing the same concepts that we already learned about.
Interactions, animations, micro interactions, that's the fun stuff that we're gonna get into today with Figma. So you probably recognize this design from earlier in this series, and I'm gonna show you how to create these animations and micro interactions right here. So there's 4 different types of interactions that I'm gonna show you. Then I'm gonna put you to the test by taking this hero section, which we've already worked on, and I have a few different animations I want you to integrate. And there's a lot of creative freedom, so it's gonna be fun to see what some of you come up with. Now make sure to watch the whole playlist. If you're landing on this video randomly, there's 15 other videos before this one. Make sure to watch these in order if you want to get the most out of it. Check out DesignCourse.com. I'll stop rambling now and let's get started.
All right, let's get started. So the very first thing that we're gonna do of the 4 different interactions / animations that we're gonna do is the most simple, which is this share your music button right here. Now we've already done, I think, 1 or 2 button interactions, so this should be review for some of you or for most of you. And so the first thing we need to do is select it. And this text is kind of strange. It's blocking our ability to select this right now. So what I'm gonna do is just lock those real quick, so that I can gain access. I think locking those 4. There we go. So now I can select it. It's called frame 6. Let's just call this BTN for button. And let's go ahead and click up here to create a component right in this button. All right. And then we also want to have 2 different states for this particular button. Just a default state, which is where it's styled now, and then a hover state. So 2 states. And so what we need to do is click this plus right here to add a variant. Now when we do this, it kind of breaks the layout. So what we want to do is just kind of create an area, hit the F key, draw out, left click and drag, just an area to position this component now. We just rip it out of there. So now with the background, I like to keep the frame background the same as whatever it's going to be on. So I'm just going to grab that color. Now we can see them. And we have to ask ourselves, how should this button change when somebody has their mouse and they're hovering over it here on desktop? So a common pattern that I like to do is to change it up quite a bit and just kind of flip the colors. So for this instance, this is going to be the hover instance. We can change this over here at the fill. So we could possibly just get rid of the fill entirely just by hiding it, and then taking the text inside of it and making that white. All right, you can see it's like an outline button now. Then we switch up here to the prototype tab. We double click into the default state, left click and drag down, and this is not going to be on click, this will be while hovering. And I personally want this to be instant, meaning it's going to instantly change from the default view to the other view. If you change it to Smart Animate, for instance, it's going to transition between those 2 states. For me, for this type of button, I just like it to be instant. I think it's a better effect. And that's all we have to do. So this is called BTN. So if I go over to my assets and I search for BTN, we'll see the button. Now we can go ahead back and drag it over here. So I'm just going to use my keyboard arrow keys to position this back. And there's a couple different ways to preview your layout. So let me close these out. One way is just to select this and hit play right here. It's going to open up a new tab and we can now hover over it. Yay! Now, another way of doing it, which might be a little bit faster, is to click the down button up here and then choose preview instead. And then with this frame selected, this one right here, you can now see and you can refresh to see if there's any animations, and it's just kind of an extra window for you. Okay, so now that we have 1 of 3 down, let's do the search interaction. This is going to be a fun one because you're going to see a lot of the potential in creating these micro interactions. So let's go ahead, and with this selected, we're going to create component. And once again, I'm just going to drag this whole thing over here, out of view. There we go. And then we're going to create a component an actual variant. So there's going to actually be 3 different states for this one. A default state, which is the top one, a hover state, which is this one, and then a click state. When they click it, it's going to expand out. So here's how this first one works. Let's go ahead and make the adjustments. I'm just going to do what we did over here and flip them. So really, I'll take the fill and make this white, grab the actual icon. You may have to double click a couple times to get to the actual icon color itself, and then we'll choose this color. Great. So now we can go to prototype, drag this while hovering, and this can be instant too. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And then, so now we want to make sure this is named properly so we can find it. So we go to layers, called frame 10. Let's double click that and just do search. There we go. Go to our assets, come back here, type in search, drag it on roughly to where we want it to be. And then now we click play. You actually can't see that, so I'm going to go back to the regular presentation mode. And if we hover over it, there we go. Now let's add the third interaction. So I'm going to just take this here and we're at another variant. And for this variant, once again, let's go ahead and real quickly make those changes. And this, okay. For this one, all we're going to do is just pull this off. So first, before I do that, let's take this, extend it out. And I'm also going to take this one, and if I go to design, we want to make sure this over here is to the left, not the center. Same thing with this one, to the left, not the center. Now when we pull this out, it's going to stay right around there. So now I'll pull this in. We switch to prototype. Now let's get this alpha here. And we're going to drag this here. All right. And then we're going to specify on click. And we're going to make this a smart animate. And for the duration, maybe like 800 milliseconds. We'll see how it is. Linear, we're going to change this to ease in and out. And then for this one, we're going to attach this. If somebody clicks it, we're going to go back to the original state. So this will be on click, smart animate, 800 milliseconds. That should be good. Let me go ahead and mute my phone because I think my wife is texting me like crazy. There we go. All right. And now this is called search. So let's go to assets rather. Oh, it's already over here. Sorry. So if we go back here and we click this, look at that. Now there was an issue. If I zoom up, see this? Oopsie, something happened there. I'm not sure what, but that should not be happening where there's a shift. So let's go back here and see what the heck happened. So what I'll do, and I want to include this just to show you how you can kind of make sure and like troubleshoot things. So the overall width of this element here is, and this is also in the center. Let me just click this. I know why. Because we changed the orientation of this. So if we do the same thing here, they should be more consistent, but they're not exactly correct looking. That's interesting. Okay, so if I go like this, let's take this back here. Let's see what happens now that I made that change. Sometimes you may need to refresh this. If you hit R, it will, or it should rather, restart. Let me go back here and just hit play on our main element. There we go. So yeah, so it's only slightly kind of pushing that off to the left when we get there. Let's go back. I tell you, things just have to be a pain in the butt. See, we can't move it because we have that, but we do have the ability to modify this property right here. So if I hit Shift R and get a roller out or a guide here, we can make sure that these are exactly where they need to be. So if I grab this, okay. Now if I go back, it's perfect. Now that's not Smart Animate, so let's adjust that real quickly. So if I take this, this seems to be instant actually. If we go from this to this element, very interesting. Oh well, it's not a big deal. We got most of it right anyhow. So now that we have those two things, let's further focus on another animation here. And so this one's going to be just making this bob up and down, like a very subtle, just to give some movement essentially. So what we'll do is I'm going to take this frame and make it a lot larger because this is a big asset. I'm going to just throw it over here. As you can see, it kind of goes down far. And before I create a component, I want to put this and wrap it inside of a group, or not a group, a frame rather. And the reason we'll do that is because this will not work if we don't do that, and you'll see what I mean in a second. So I'm going to frame selection. Now notice I click content. We don't have to worry about this. I'll show you what I mean in future by that. But now what we could do is take this and make a component out of it, make a component state, double click into this actual area, and then just push it up a little bit. That's it. So now we take this element in prototype mode, and this is going to be after a delay of 1 millisecond, because we want this to happen on page load and instantly. And then we're going to change this to linear, because if you add any type of other easing to it, it'll make the animation seem weird because we want it to just bob up and down. And for the duration, let's say like 4 seconds, so 4,000 milliseconds. And then we take this one and we animate it back as well. So we take this, animate it up. This is not on click. Again, this is after a delay of 1 millisecond, 4,000, and that looks pretty good there. Make sure that it's named properly. Frame 12, we'll call this mic. Now we go back to our assets, type in mic. We're going to throw this in. Now it's on top of our actual design, but I'm not worried about that for now. I want to just see what this looks like and see if it ends up playing. So sometimes you'll need to restart that. Okay. So here's what it looks like so far. It's going up too high and past this area. That's not a big deal. We need to bring it down just a bit and also situate it behind these layers down here that we have locked. So if I take my mic, we're just going to drop it down a little bit until we're underneath those areas. Actually, I'm going to go between them, I think. Yeah, that's better. So it's like this. So now let's see what this looks like. So we have our interactions, we have our button interaction, we have this bobbing up and down now. Very cool. Now we're going to do one more before we conclude and I introduce the challenge. And this one's a little bit more tricky. So it's basically taking these elements right here. This is not lined up for some reason. And we want to modify them in such a way, I'm going to lock that so we can grab these, so that they're a infinite scrolling marquee. They just keep on going and going and going and going. Now, there's only really just 2 unique elements here, but so forget about the content and all that stuff. But if you ever wanted to create like, or even taking this text right here and make it just infinitely scroll across, this is a technique that you can use. So what I'll do is grab just 2 of these really. So I have 4 elements. We have 2 pieces of type and then the 2 icons. For now, I'm just going to copy those and then delete them. I'm going to delete this just to get everything out of here. Okay, so now I'm just going to paste them back in. We're going to shift them all the way to the left where you see that red guide essentially showing up. And I'm going to put these inside of a auto layout. So I switch over here to design, click auto layout. Ooh, wait, first before we do that, sorry about that, we're going to group these. So Control G and then Control G. Now we can put them in auto layout by selecting both of them. There we go. And what I'm going to do is just take this, we'll duplicate it, take this, copy it, duplicate that. We can switch these around, by the way. So if I come in here, this one will be there, and now they're kind of, you know, adjusted in such a way. Now what I want to do is really extend this out pretty far because we want about 7 or 8 of these. And we only have 4 of them right now inside of this. So if I take both of these and do that, now the reason we can't see it is because this is overflown just a bit. Let's take this and this, paste that. Okay, so that's clearly way enough, and you'll see why we have to essentially do this in order to get this to scroll properly. So now that we have that, we want to add a group around them. So Control G. Actually, no, we're going to add a frame around. I keep on saying group, but I mean frame. Right click, add frame. And so frame selection. And we're going to choose clip content. And we're going to drag this all the way here. Okay. There's a lot of setup work. This is a little bit more of a complex one. So now that we've done that, we can now create the component and create the component variant of it. And what I'm going to do is we're going to take this and shift it. No, we have to double click into it first to make sure that we're grabbing the right thing. So it's going to be the frame 12. And we're going to shift this just right here to where they look like they're exactly matched up again. All right. And it's real important that we get these evened up properly. So Shift R, we're going to drag out a ruler that goes right to the edge of this icon up here. And we want this icon down here with frame 12 selected to be aligned to it as well. All right. So if I zoom up, we can see it's aligned perfectly to it. And this one is aligned perfectly as well. You want them to be perfect, essentially. So now that we've done that, we can take this, double click into this, we want to grab the first variant, which is this one. Go to prototype. We're going to drag it down. This is going to be after delay of 1 second because we want this to happen on page load. We'll make this last pretty long, so 10,000 milliseconds or 10 seconds. And this is going to be linear, smart animate, and that's good. Now this one, the one beneath it, we drag this up, and this is after a delay of 1 second, but this time, instead of a smart animate, we do instant. It's instantly just going to reset back, and it's going to look, you know, hopefully this works. It's a little bit complex, but I did test it and it worked before, so we'll see how that goes. So now what I want to do is just take this whole thing and just put it over here for now. And we're going to call this, instead of frame 13, we're going to call this logos. No, this isn't logos. This is features, sorry. Features. Now we go to assets. We're going to search for features. And we're going to drag it in. All right. I'm going to put it right there. All right. So now let's go ahead and click play and hope to God it works. Okay, so it's getting cut off a little bit. We can fix that at the bottom. But remember, this first section, it lasts for 10 seconds, right? So we want to make this, we want to ensure that this actually just keeps going beyond 10 seconds to make sure we set up everything correctly with the second variant. And it looks like it is, and it's just perfectly scrolling. You can't tell any of the changes we made. So awesome stuff. As you can see, you have a lot of fun with creating these interactions and these animations. And now it's your turn. By the way, this is a little fast. I would slow that down. And you want to make sure that, you know, we can pull this down. That way it's not getting cut off anymore like that. But yeah, very solid. So now what we want to do is switch gears, and now I'm going to introduce your animation challenge and interaction challenge. So we've all seen this one before if you've been following along with this course. And once again, we got a hero section here, just like I showed you. And this time I want you to do a few things. Here are the rules. Add interactions and animation. So the first thing I want you to do is animate the join today button in the nav bar with a hover change. This one right here. So make that a hover change. I want to see what type of, I want to see how you change it when the mouse is hovered over it. So again, put up a frame like up here to house your components. You can have multiple frames, one per component. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. On page load, animate the headline and subheadline. So that means when the page loads or you click play, make these animate in somehow. They can animate from behind. You can actually add a frame around it. So let me show you something really cool. So if I add a frame the selection, and I choose to clip content right here, then I could double click and grab the text, and guess what? Just animate it from nowhere. And you can create a component variant with 2 states. I would personally do that. So Again, though, this is up to you. You have some creative freedom in terms of how you choose to do this. So I would do that to both of these. And then number 3, animate something in the green console section. So, there's a lot of ideas that you could play around with. You could have this maybe hovering over here and changing the button color. You could do something with a scrolling marquee with this section. It's up to you. And then finally, this is a bonus. You don't have to do this. Make the logos at the bottom infinitely scroll as a marquee. These 5 logos, make them infinitely scroll. You just saw how to do it in the previous, this variation right here. See if you can do it here as well.
What's up, everybody? Today we're going to be checking the animations and the prototyping that you applied to this project, this landing page right here. And it's really fun seeing the different ways that people come up with animations. Now, tomorrow we're going to switch things up by focusing on AI in UI UX design and the different ways that you can utilize it. And that's going to be a fun one. So definitely keep on checking out the 30-day UI UX series and the playlist. Check out DesignCourse.com, sub up here, and I'll shut up. Let's get started.
Alrighty, the first one is from Ricky Milana. That sounds like an actor's name, like a fake actor's name. You should become an actor. Let's hit play and check this out. I'll hit refresh, or the R key rather. All right, so this kind of has an extra delay behind it. I would like to come in and start animated like immediately on page load. It looks like there's a delay. Other than that, we have the scrolling marquee at the bottom. That looks good. And kind of it looks like a looping graphic here, which, simulates a click. So yeah, very nice. Let's check out the next one. This is from NK Rohit, I don't know. Okay, so let's hit R. Okay, interesting. So this is basically another infinite except vertical version of a scrolling marquee like down here. This is kind of coming from nowhere, which I suppose is okay. Ideally, it would be all the way out, but that's not a big deal. Good interaction up here. One more time. I like how it comes from there. I would probably make this description or the subhead come in a little bit sooner. Yeah, definitely a little bit sooner. But yeah, very good job. Next up, oh, and by the way, everybody, you can, if somebody did something and you're not sure how to do it, just clone this file in the description and you'll have access to all the prototyping stuff to see how they created all these different effects. So very cool. Next up is Lilia P. So let's click play on that. Okay, seems like a little bit much is happening there. Let's hit R. Let's refresh this. Yeah, it kind of looks like the text gets broken over here. But nonetheless, good. I would say this is scrolling way too fast, so I would slow that down probably by like 50%. But other than that, I would say the hover state of this, I would modify that because the outlined green just doesn't really work very well. I would just try to keep things, honestly, I would keep the same exact stroke, the black stroke around it, and just change the inside alone. But yeah, very good. Let's continue on. This next one's from TK, where's the... I'm trying to find the actual... Look at what TK did. I mean, there's a lot of information here. It must be this one. Let's click play. Oh, wow. We have a lot happening here. Wow, there's a lot happening. All right, let's hit R again to see what's going on. Yeah, there's a lot happening there. Honestly, there's so much with the characters coming in and this moving over here and this in these two elements all doing some type of really interesting animation. It's a little bit too much. So I'd prefer like perhaps just to initially start with the headline and subheadline and then maybe make the green section after this is all done, which should be speedy within a second or two max. This can float up and reveal this type of animation or something like that. But yeah, overall, very good. I like the growing effect on the button. Sort of works. Very good. Continuing on is Ayabula. Okay, not even going to be able to pronounce that. Okay, so that's a cool approach. Of course, it kind of broke the We want to get these two on the same line. Nonetheless, that's fine. I'm not too sure about taking the entire console and just doing a, what do you call them, a scrolling marquee with it, just because it kind of seems weird with this little cursor doing nothing and this execute button just keeps going across. But I do like this. That's definitely cool. Oh, there we go. Yep. I suppose that'll work too. Awesome. Continuing on, we got Zyad. So let's click play. That's nice. I like that. So check out how the console text scrolls up, and it has a type of spring easing on it, or a bounce easing, or a spring rather. It falls back into place. Now that's what I call speedy, snappy motion design. I really like it. This might be my favorite one. Very nice. Awesome. See, this stuff is fun once you start to play around with it. Next one is from Kumar. So I would want more speedy, snappy animation for this initial section here. Like, this is taking a little bit too much time. So I would really work on trying to make those things happen more simultaneously in a faster manner. Alrighty. Next up is, I think we just have one more. This is from Shamanth. Sorry if I butcher your name. Okay, so there's some interesting things happening here. I see how this section is kind of like stopping and then going and then not. Let's refresh. I really like this. This headline animation is great, and so is this. They all come in simultaneously. They're not making you wait around forever. That is kind of cool. This little execute animation. I would probably make that happen a little bit faster, and probably just make this a consistent linear speed, not this thing that kind of gets jarring every time it moves. But yeah, very nice. Oh, wow. Check out this join now button. I wouldn't have the gradient because the gradient is not a part of anywhere else in this design. Everything's flat, so I wouldn't mix styles. But that is cool, that hover effect. Very cool.
Yes, that is the topic today, AI in UI UX design. So today I'm going to show you the different ways that I personally use generative AI in order to assist and enhance my UI design workflow. So we're going to take a look at Midjourney, and we're also going to take a look at Adobe Illustrator's Firefly for generating true vector assets as well. So there's no challenge in this particular video. Tomorrow we're going to move on to a new topic called embellishments, and you'll see what that's all about. And then we're going to introduce a kind of like a more challenging project here in the coming days. So be sure to watch the whole playlist of the 30 days UI UX, because I'm uploading 30 videos in 30 days. I think today's number 18 or 19 or something like that. And so we've still got quite a bit left to go. So hopefully you're enjoying it. And if you are, subscribe, check out DesignCourse.com, and I'll shut up. Let's get started.
All right, so this is our design, and I'm not going to touch a single element here. I'm only going to create a website background and then have another graphic right here, and it's really going to make all of this come together. So basically, the first thing I want to do is hop into Discord, which is a free chat application for those of you who are not familiar. And this is how you interact and interface with Midjourney, which is an AI image generation tool where you can issue prompts via right down here in Discord, and it will spit out some results for you. So I'll scroll up. I use this often for a lot of different contexts. You can see it can do some really cool things like mean skull vector illustration. These are just AI image generated. It would take a long time to do this, or to hire somebody to do this for you. So you could do a lot of vector stuff, a lot of realistic stuff as well. Here's some UI stuff I was doing for the course earlier. You may recognize this right here from one of the assets that I did. This is called Elegant Fragrance Bottle, dark background, purple potion inside, octane render. So you could do a lot of really, really cool stuff. And so let's say you want a website background pattern. So I issued this prompt right here, website background pattern, AR 16:9. That means aspect resolution, because otherwise you get square 1:1. And since this is for a desktop resolution website, then I specified this flag right here, AR 16:9. So you might be wondering, how exactly do you issue prompts? Well, basically, you need to sign up to Midjourney. They give you a free account, you get free credits, and then if you want to use it often, then you pay like a small monthly fee. And basically, the way you issue a prompt is, if I zoom up, you type in /imagine, hit enter, and then the prompt, and that's it. So like I could say website background pattern, checkerboard, black and, I don't know, red. We'll see what it comes up. It doesn't always give you what you want. So we'll see what that does. And typically this takes about 30 to 50 seconds or so. It does not take long at all. And you'll get a different result every time too. So like here's another instance where I just typed in website background pattern a few minutes ago, and it gave me 4 different results as compared to when I did it yesterday when I was preparing this tutorial, and it gave me these 4 results, completely different results. All right, so we'll see what this is coming up here. Oh, actually, so initially it shows you results that are pretty, pixelated and stuff, but real quickly it improves. So what did I say? Black and red. Yeah, these are all black and red checkerboard patterns. So very, very cool stuff. Now there was one that I liked for my particular design, and it was this one right here in the lower right corner. So if you find one that you like, all you have to do is look at the buttons beneath. You'll see it says U1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, V. Up res or upscale, that's meaning like it'll give you a higher res quality. And then variations. So if you want variations of this, you can click variations button. You'll get 4 variations based on this one. This little refresh icons means it will just rerun the prompt from scratch and you'll get different results. So this one I liked. You can see it right here. I kind of wanted it to be not as large like these checkerboards, so you can actually zoom out by clicking the zoom out 2x or 1.5x button. And that gives you these results. You can see they're smaller. And I like number 3, so I specified U3, and I got this image right here. So what I could do is if I just screenshot this and copy this, and I go back into Figma. Where are you, Figma? There you are. And I just paste this in there, scale this up, align it to the top, hit my left bracket key. There you go. We just made our design look way more interesting by having this pretty cool background pattern. And if I hide this, you'll see what the original looked like versus this. It gives it texture. It's an embellishment, essentially, which we'll be talking about in the next lesson, embellishments. And so I think this looks real cool. You could go with this as is. You can see it kind of gets cut off at the bottom. It's barely noticeable because it's not quite black like here. I just wanted to show you though, if you wanted to modify this, this is a real cool technique that you can use on your own projects. If you have Photoshop, and I believe there's a few Photoshop clones, so to speak, that are basically free to use and browser-based. I forget the name of it, but it should do a lot of the same stuff if you don't have Photoshop. Maybe somebody in the comments can mention what that's called and link to it. But let's say, for instance, you wanted to kind of seamlessly integrate with the rest of the page. So essentially what you could do is, let me go to File, New, paste this in, go to Image, Canvas Size, and I want to give myself some more height. So I'm going to click this up, and then the height is 681. So let's just do like 900. All right, so now it gives us this orange background because that's my current background color. And just to take a quick step back, if I show you the actual UI back in, there we go, Figma, you'll see there's an empty space here, and I want to have some sort of graphic of sorts. And this is going to be like a travel agency website. So maybe one that like takes people to like, ancient sites with statues and stuff. Well, I use Midjourney to create a statue, isometric statue. So let me show you real quick, right here. So isometric statue of a man, and it came up with these 4 things. And my goal is to create one that has a transparent background, an object that I can cut out. I like this first one. So I hit up res 1 right there, and then I zoomed out. And after zooming out enough, I actually got the full thing in view right here. Okay, so what I did is just take this, just copy it just like I did before, paste it into Photoshop, and right here, and then you can use this really cool tool called Object Selection Tool right up here. And then you could literally just hover over an object or multiple, or just left click and drag, and it will isolate it for you. You can copy it, create a new document, paste it in, and there you go. You have a transparent background with that asset. Very, 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 very cool. The reason I decided to show you this before continuing on with the other one is because it's a specific color scheme. And so the color scheme that I wanted to use, if I use the eyedropper tool, is right here. Oh no, it's showing up off the other side of my monitor. I can't see it. But it's this color right there that I'm hovering over. And so if I go back here, wait, nope, it's this one. And I paste, or I just use the paint bucket tool way down here, I can make that the bottom color. And then my goal is to kind of create a transition. Instead of just having a flat, hard line here, we can kind of like use different Photoshop brushes to do something interesting with it. So if I take this and then I create a layer on top, I can, ooh, that's way too large. Let's reduce that a bit. We could create kind of like a grunge effect. And then we could also use this other brush. And by the way, these Photoshop brushes, if you go to Google and type free Photoshop brushes, you're going to find a million of them. And you can learn how to install them and then use them. And what's cool, this is a pattern brush. Like, just take a look at how cool that is. It creates this nice, cool little pattern. And you're able to do interesting stuff like this in order to blend different sections of a website together. So the one that I came up with, actually, it's not saved. Darn it. It was actually right here. I wonder if I can go edit, redo, control, let's say redo. It's Control Shift Z. Okay. Here's what I came up with. So Control Shift Z. There we go. This is basically what I came up with. So what you do is then just edit, copy, merge to copy all the layers. And if I go back to Figma and I delete this, or just keep it and just paste over it. Oh no, is it not working? Let me go back here. Edit, copy, merged. There we go. Okay, so what I would do is scroll it, is push this down, sort this to the bottom, and give it the same color here. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Very, very, very cool. Just to show you the workflow, I know that took a little bit of time and a little bit annoying, but that is just an aesthetic that you can apply that would work very well. And so then we could take that statue graphic, which is here in Photoshop, and just here's the thing: you cannot copy and paste in something with a transparent background, because here's what happens: it copies the white with it, unfortunately. So you want to be able to save that first as a PNG file, and unfortunately, the modal for doing that is coming up on my other monitor. So I did save it elsewhere. Let me move this into, oh, this is so frustratingly annoying. Let me move this into view. Ah, there it is, man, right there. So if I take man and just kind of throw it in here randomly and scale it down just a bit, maybe get it rotated slightly, we now have a really cool graphic that kind of fits the color scheme down here and the overall theme. So two pieces of art, essentially, that are generated by AI that I've been able to modify and enhance in Photoshop, and then utilize right here a transparent, very cool kind of like polygonal, vector-ish sort of asset, which is just so fun. So another thing real quickly I wanted to show you is in Illustrator. So Adobe Illustrator, which of course is showing up elsewhere, yet on another monitor. I wanted to show you the really cool tool that they have in their generative model called Firefly. And Firefly essentially allows you to create true vector generated assets, which is very useful because vector is the type of asset that is very small in file size, but it can be stretched to any size imaginable and not get blurry. All right, so because it's all based on math and not pixels essentially. And so I wanted to show you and run through real quick how you can actually use this to generate vector-based assets that you can then use in your UIs. All right, so here it is. It's just a little modal basically, and you can issue a prompt here. So you could do something like, let's see, airplane, isometric, we'll let it go. And so now it's just going to take a little bit of time. This goes, I think, even quicker than Midjourney at times. And we'll see what it comes up with. It gives you 3 different variations instead of 4 like Midjourney. And you could do some real cool stuff with it. So here is a airplane vector graphic. And if you click it and then choose one of the other ones, it'll transition it to something like one of the other options. So this one's cool. I think this shadow's a little bit crazy, but this one is also very good as well. And what's cool is, like, say you like this, just copy that to your clipboard and then go to Figma, and you can literally use that as is. And if you want, you can, notice how it's transparent as well. And look how cool that is. Of course, you might have to modify this in the vector just a bit in order to get the desired outcome. And what's also very cool is if you want to experiment with colors, you can actually use their recolor. So if you scroll down, you'll see down here, recolor, and it gives you this recolor option up here. And there's a lot of different ways to use this tool as well, but you can just move things around and notice how it's changing the colors. And you can use color libraries. There's colors auto. You can choose the amount of colors. You could do advanced options. You can do generative recolor as well. So you can describe a color palette and mood. And we'll see if we'll actually try this. Let's say blues and greens, something like that. We'll see what it does. I actually haven't played around with this too much. But yeah, these are blues and greens essentially. And so it's just a quick way for you to recolor the artwork. Of course, you always take the direct selection tool, then you have access to each of the individual elements. Like you say, okay, I don't want this here, I don't want that there, and start modifying things specifically. So those are the few ways that I use personally AI to really assist me when it comes to integrating graphics and different assets and embellishments in UI designs, and it's really helpful. So I'm not worried about it taking my job. It's here to augment my job. It's to enhance it and make it easier so that I don't have to rely on, concept artists and illustrators so much. It's just quick and easier for me to do that rather than having to wait several weeks and pay thousands of dollars for it. So anyhow, hopefully you enjoyed that. We are actually not going to do a challenge today. We're going to skip a challenge today. We're going to actually go to a new topic tomorrow, and then we'll work on a big challenge. Embellishments or accent graphics, as shown behind me. What are those? Well, basically today I'm going to show you how to take this particular layout, and there's going to be 3 different variations. I'm going to show you how you can use what I call embellishments or accent graphics to really change the mood and the feel of a layout based on its purpose. So that sounds a little bit confusing, but you'll see quickly how we can use these embellishments to really change the feel and the look of a layout. And then you have your own challenge to take this layout here, and you can play with it. I'm giving you a lot of freedom to utilize what you learned in this video, utilizing embellishments, utilizing AI to finish the layout in your own kind of mood, in your own tone. Do you want it to feel serious? Do you want it to feel fun and playful? So that's going to be the challenge. Definitely check out DesignCourse.com if you haven't yet for the full UI UX course, and let's get started. Alrighty, here we go. Here's the first one at the top. Again, these are all exactly the same, except the colors are different. All the content's the same. And it's kind of like for a fictional service that, like, I don't know, keeps politicians accountable or something stupid like that. So that's what the content's based on. And we're going to start with this top one up here. And one of the first things you want to ask yourself is, what is this page about? You know, what is this page about? What is it trying to say? What are the messages it's trying to convey? And in this case, throwing shade, right? So like if a politician's doing something bad, we're going to put him in the spotlight, so to speak. You could play off of that idea with these accent graphics / embellishments. So one of the concepts I came up with for this one is basically to take a 45-degree angle long shadow from shade and just cast it over the entire page. So here's what I'm talking about. I'm not going to do this whole thing because it took a little time to do this because you have to work with the pen tool. But basically, to show you kind of how I started, I just take the pen tool, hold shift all the way down, and then maybe roughly around here. There we go. And then what I did is, in order to make this all matched up and aligned properly, take this out right around there, go back to the pen tool. And what I did is try to imagine where the actual shadows might fall. So right there, okay, so I'm gonna go all the way around. And so you get the point. Here is the finished asset I've put down here, so you don't have to sit there watching me do this. So I'm just going to get this into position. Roughly around there is pretty good. And as you can see, it has opacity on it. I probably would change it like this real quickly and go back to my layers and put that to the bottom. Although this is not inside of that. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, there we go. So I would do something like this. It's kind of a cool way to say throwing shade, and we're going to do it literally on the word shade itself. And it looks cool, and it's entirely achievable in CSS, so that's not a problem. Another thing that we could do is, let's say this representative John Doe person, you know, did something illegal, whatever. Maybe that implies putting them behind bars. So one of the cool things you can do, and it's not just for this little niche, you know, purpose like I just mentioned about throwing people behind bars, but you can use accent graphics to accentuate columns and rows. And so what I mean by that is like a border. I'll show you what I mean. If you hit line or L, you'll get the line tool, but if you hit Shift L, you get the arrow tool up here as well. And the arrow tool is just a quick way to get arrows, and you could change the size, you know, all cool stuff like that, right? So that's the arrow tool. And let's say I use it again here, and we'll have it pointing up. And I'm going to make this black. Okay. Maybe right around there. And of course, I want to get that into this. There we go. Okay, so there it is. We're going to drag that into there. Okay, and then I'm going to do this. I'm going to replicate this for the other two columns. All right, so now we're looking kind of interesting. Interesting things are happening. This isn't exactly lined up. And if we wanted to, we could leave it exactly as is, and now we have a cool, more complete, more interesting concept if you compare this, you know, the regular, just boring one, to this one. And if you wanted to, you could also take that a step further. We could duplicate these, Control D, right click, flip vertical, have them pointing down, and we could do even something kind of crazy like this and pull them up. And now it kind of looks like, in a very, I guess you could say, abstract sense, represents kind of like jail cells, like the vertical bar cells, if you know what I mean. So yeah, fun stuff. I would probably remove those ones or make them more like watermarks if you wanted to leave them. What would that look like? Well, we could just decrease this quite a bit, or grab the background and just make it a little bit darker, and then situate them so that with the bracket key, so that they're behind the text and not overlapping anything like that. So you could do that as well. I'm going to leave it like this. All right, so let's move on to another example. This example obviously didn't utilize any type of AI assets or anything like that. No image-based assets, just this element here and these elements down here. All right, so let's check another variation on this. And this time I decided to use Midjourney, the image generation AI tool that I covered yesterday to create kind of like a cool, like fiery area down here. So if I find that, it is this element right here. And I believe the prompt that I used was something very similar to Firestream or Vector Firestream or something like that. So what I could do is situate this to the bottom. And if we drag it down enough, you can still read the type, but it's a little bit difficult. So one such embellishment that you can apply or accent is we could turn these more into cards, and we can give them what is commonly referred to as a glass morphism. Yeah, technique or stroke, I guess you could say, or not technique or stroke, or just, I guess you could say, embellishment. We could start off by, I'm just going to make this easier because I hate dealing with auto layout sometimes. I'm not going to use a frame. I'm just going to use a rectangle for this quick demonstration. And I'm just going to wrap it around oops, I think that was the type tool. We want the rectangle tool, so hit R. There we go. So now I'm going to put that beneath our icon and type, but also on top of this element here. And what we want to do is we can make this dark, and then we can come to click Effects and then apply, instead of drop shadow, a background blur. All right, so then in order to see this, I'm going to boost up the blur and then come over here and decrease the opacity of the layer. Now, obviously, rep jaunt, that needs to go above. Let's find it. There we go. And we can give it a little bit of rounded corners. And so the purpose of doing this is so that, you know, these highlights, these areas, is like bright portions of the flames, don't make it difficult to read the white text. All right, that's the primary purpose. Now, we could also go lighter with this. Like, we could grab the background color and kind of go like this and then adjust the opacity. So if you wanted to have like a tint of sorts, you can as well. And of course, you can also adjust the blur amount right here. This is very minimal blur. This is quite a bit, quite a bit more in terms of blur. So this is one such way. If I duplicate this, we'll see what this looks like being applied to the other elements, other cards or so. I think I'll probably take these and squeeze them in just a bit, just to get a little bit more white space. And if we wanted to, we could drag this up a little higher now to get more of it in view, now that our cards are a little bit easier to read, essentially. So playing around with the brightness and all that stuff, I will leave up to you. So very fun. I decided to, in order to do something at the top, I used Photoshop with a particular brush to take that asset that I just copied and just kind of put it at the top, and it kind of just brings things together and makes this whole area a little bit more interesting. All right. So that's one such way, or another way rather. Now let's do one that's a little bit more fun. And to do that, we're going to take this and replicate it. And what's really cool is for accent graphics and embellishments, you can come up here to the little world icon, and you could do a search, or just click visual assets and click on maybe illustrations. And you could see all these different crazy illustrations that most of them are free, or at least even if they're not free, they offer a certain select amount of assets for free. And so you could find a lot of really cool, just different types of graphics and illustrations. So like crispy doodles, 100-line doodles, this is cool. So I was looking at this, and I found a couple that I like, which I already picked out, and they're at the bottom of my document here. So like here's one, and this is one you could easily just make yourself. It's so simple. Oops, I don't want to go to that one. We're going to go to this one. All right. So there's a lot of different types of these types of doodles, they call them, that could be just thrown around in different areas of your design to make it more fun or interesting. So like another one might be this one down here. Throwing shade. You see the eyeballs, the sussy eyeball. So it speaks to what's happening in this design essentially. Now, another thing that you can do to add texture to a layout is large typographic watermarks. So what we could do is just take this type, shade right here. I'm going to right click and just flatten it, which converts it to just vector. So you can no longer edit the actual type with your keyboard. But now it's easy just to manage and to be able to scale up easily instead of messing with the font size. So now what we could do is take our left bracket key to make sure it's at the bottom, and then we can adjust the opacity almost to where you can barely even see it. And see how this kind of just adds what I call texture to make the layout a little bit more interesting. So I probably put these down a little bit, put this here. And there we go. So if I take these away real quick, you could see before, after, very cool. Here's one, before and then after. This is a little wild. And then a white and black, just monochromatic approach. And then it just kind of gives you this interesting kind of playful feel with the type of graphics that we've chosen to integrate here. So now it is your turn to kind of operate under the same mentality that I'm trying to bestow upon you with your own challenge. So here is your challenge. Okay, so let's take a look at the instructions here. Finish the layout with embellishments and try to give it style. Make it its own unique style. So utilize AI to generate assets if you wish. That's not required, but you can. This is for kind of like a fictional skateboard company. Maybe they made a special type of skateboard or something like that. So if you're going to use an asset, maybe like in this area or something that's relevant, right? Think. I don't want to give away, but it's obvious. Feel free to change the color and layout as shown. So if you want to move things around and put this in the middle instead, or you want to put these down here, or you want to have 2 rows of these, I mean, you can do that. I just want you to do something to make this thing unique. I don't want just completely, you submitting this and saying, oh, I'm done. You didn't incorporate assets or those accent graphics or the embellishments. But you do have freedom to add and remove content. So feel free to add content to help your layout. So if you want to add more of these or add something else, that's fine too. So I'm just kind of really curious to see, oh, by the way, you can adjust the colors. So if you want to make this like a dark mode, whatever, not a big deal. I just want to see what you choose to do, what type of assets you use, and how you use these embellishments to evoke certain emotions. Like if this is a real serious, type of product, then what are you going to do? If it's going to be fun and playful, what colors are you going to use? What type of assets? All right, so hopefully you understand.
What's up, everybody? Gary Simon here. Today we're doing a review from yesterday's challenge, and this is an exciting one. This is one video I want you to watch because we have about 7 or 8 different designs that I'm going to review. A couple of them I didn't touch at all. I thought they were great, and then a few of them I really had to make a lot of adjustments. So there's a lot of learning to be had in watching this video. So make sure to subscribe up if you haven't yet. Keep on following along with the 30-day UI UX series, and I'll shut up. Let's get started.
All right, so here is the first design, and this is from Sajoy, somebody who's been following along with this challenge quite well. And I have to say, this right here, I like it. Just to go back to the original, what people were left with, I'm going to paste this right up here. So this was the original challenge right here, just to do something to finish this, and you can change colors and add stuff, remove stuff. So this right here, I actually like it. It's the closest to the original that we have, but it's simple, and I like it. This is a great image that really speaks well to what's happening here. So I have no revisions. I mean, maybe move this down here in the center, but other than that, this is solid. So very good. Now, the next one's going to need a little bit more work. This is from Nahil, which has also been submitting pretty much every submission challenge, and it's good. So this, though, we need to make some adjustments, and that's because there's a few things going wrong here. The first is, I call it muddy. it just looks muddy. And what that means is it's kind of washed out because of this photograph-based watermark background. And also because there's elements on top of it. There's a lot of grays mixed in here. So the solution here is to simplify this. Additionally, having like a few words of text with really extended letter spacing, like a whole sentence, that's always a no in my opinion. The only time I ever use significant letter spacing is like on a tag, like a single word, 2 words max, something very small. So I'm going to show you a few things, a few different steps that I took to start making changes to this while kind of keeping the same concept. Right now it's raining and I have a metal roof. Okay, we'll have to deal with that. So the first thing I did was just get rid of the background and make this text just very simple. It's black and orange, essentially. That's the first change that I've done. And we can tell already, simplicity-wise, we've really increased it quite a bit. But we still have work to do. So the next adjustment I'm making right here is instead of boxing this type in with a high contrast background, I never like to do this sort of thing. I really try to open things up. So if you're going to have a container, make it not so boxy in boxing in a single piece of type. Instead, just drag it all the way up. Now, of course, it's not dark enough and this text is black, so it doesn't look good. But we're starting to make progress. And so I'm making this change here. Oh, and by the way, I also took this type right here, got rid of the extended letter spacing, and left aligned it, okay? Everything starts on this column right here. All right, and then continuing on, we make it black. All right, so now we're coming together. I made it much darker. We have separators here, which you could remove those if you wish, or make them lower contrast, whatever. But now we have something, but there's a lot of empty space right here in this section and down here. So then I decided to move it down, kind of give this more space, more white space around the tagline or so. And then I made some more adjustments after looking at it. I decided to take the type right here, maybe consume a little bit more space here by having it on top. And then we brought this guy from the first entry just to fill out the design and finish it up. So this is the original, kind of just looks bland and a little bit too busy. And this is the revision that I have right here. All right, continuing on, I wish the rain would stop so badly. It just won't stop, so I have to keep on recording with the damn rain. So this one right here suffers from the same fate as the other one. With these large watermarked, photograph-based, or vector-based backgrounds here, it really just, it's hard because it really makes it extra busy most of the time. And so that's what we have here. And I'm going to show you how we can kind of just take the same concept here and make it more simplistic and overall a better quality design. And this, by the way, is from Dennis. Thank you for the submission. So the first thing I do is get rid of the background. Now, of course, there's still a lot of work to do. So let's continue on. There we go. So this right here, kickflip, this is our main headline and subheadline. I got rid of all the extra stuff. There's a stroke on here. There's like this gray line underneath, and this isn't aligned to this. So just to make everything consistent, I align them along the same path, and they're 100% white against 100% black background. That's maximum contrast, and it just feels and looks better in my opinion. Now, let's kick it. This button kind of feels out of place with the strong kind of a stroke here. I'm sorry about the rain. This is terrible. So what I decided to do is just make it more monochromatic right here. And then, of course, I introduced like just a real simple sort of icon based on kickflip. Now, I don't think I really like this one. I decided to adjust things and turn it into more of a watermark and put the call to action over here. And to make it more interesting, I also decided to take this concept where it's slightly rotated, and I did that with the testimonials beneath it. So here's the original, and then here is my altered version, which I'll be honest, I would probably want to work on this a little bit more, but the name of the game here is to simplify, 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 and get rid of all the unnecessary distractions. So next up, all right, so this one's actually pretty good. I like it pretty much as is, but I decided to tinker with it just to have fun. So basically what I did is I took the background. Notice how the character is darker than the background. I decided to make it lighter than the background, so we have a more dark UI off the bat in this context. Now this Let's Start button is a little bit thin height-wise, and so I definitely want to increase the size of that, which I'll do here in a bit right there. So this is good. This is ready to go in my opinion, but then we're going to continue, and I decided to bring this up because it looks a little bit crammed down here, the testimonial bar. So I brought it up a lot, and I kind of centered the call to action over it, but it still gets lost. So really the call to action in this context should be white or something light to really make it stand out from the rest of the UI. So this is the original, and then here is the modified version. I did a secondary version where we got rid of the bar at the bottom as well, which works. Awesome. All right, let's check out the next one. Now this one is like a really cool, I know it's like really orange and in your face, and by the way, this is from Chenu. And there's just a couple things that I wanted to adjust about this. I like the colors overall, but the one thing I don't like is how this is so close against the edge, and it's also not aligned. Like this is shifted over to the left a little bit too much. So if I go back to the next area, I got rid of that, and we have a lot of white space now, and they're both aligned along the same column. And I also took this kick flip bar, this little marquee bar, and made it thicker as well. All right. So I don't like how this testimonial section is kind of floating up over here to the right. So I move that down and also make it bold so they're a little bit more readable. So now it's on the same column. So we're paying attention to our columns and our rows and trying to align things in a more cohesive fashion. So here's the original, and then here is my adjusted version right here. Very cool. Now the next one is awesome. I decided not to make any adjustments to this. This is from this person right here. Very cool. Even though it's a snowboarder and not, a skateboarder, this works very well. I love the whimsical nature of the illustration, and it really just lends itself well to a type of UI design that would be, just great. I love it. Very nice. All right, so here's our final one. There's a lot happening here. So what we're gonna have to do is really we're gonna take away a bunch of elements from this, and you're gonna see the final result is awesome. It's my favorite final result that we have that's a part of this series. So the first thing I do is I get rid of all these strokes, or the duplicated version of the outline of the headline. So look over there. Look at this. So I also made a couple other adjustments, like where it says flip the and kick the. I made those more obvious and left align them over their respective words. So flip the kick the flip, yeah, whatever that means. Also, I got rid of those extra, this little bar behind here, like this dark part. Don't need that. And also don't need all the copies of the headline here. Now, one thing that still gets hidden is this stuff down here. The subhead, it's time to, blah, blah, blah. And also the call to action kind of gets hidden. So let's work on that. All right. So now we took the subheadline and we left aligned it, made it bold, and it's way easier to read now. And then also, select your skateboard. This button is way more obvious as compared to right here. Now these are also not very obvious at all. They kind of get lost at the bottom. So you can see if I fast forward, I just basically switched to the original version from the challenge, and it works perfect. So now if we were to take and hit play, this person, let me adjust this so that you can see fit to screen. There you go. Look how cool this is. This is a very, very cool idea. Now, of course, his face is messed up. This is AI generated, but that's not a big deal. It's just for practice. But this is really, really cool. I like this. I don't like the hover state here because the button gets lost. Nonetheless, I really like this end result. So the original is right here. Kind of gets pretty, it's kind of cluttered. It's cool, but it's cluttered. And now if we take away all those extra elements, everything comes together so much better. Now it's finally stopping raining now that I'm done. Light and dark mode. So this is gonna be a fun one because I'm gonna show you how to take this layout right here that we worked on earlier and make it a light mode. So I'm gonna show you the different techniques and the thought process that goes behind creating a light/dark mode layout. Additionally, there's gonna be a challenge at the end where you take this layout, which is actually a layout that was created by another student in yesterday's challenge,
and I'm going to have you create a dark mode version of that layout. Then I want you to submit it to me. The instructions for submission, as always, are in the YouTube description. We're gonna take a look at these tomorrow and see what you submit, and we're just gonna learn. We're gonna learn about what to do and what not to do. So as always, make sure to subscribe. Keep on following along on the 30-day UI UX playlist. Watch from the beginning if you haven't yet, and let's get started. All right, head on over to lesson 10, light/dark mode right here. And you probably recognize this from a few challenges back, this little kind of like airline ticket card. This is what we're going to be using in order to demonstrate how to turn something into a light mode in this case. And then we're going to go ahead and work on this one. Your responsibility will be to turn this into a dark mode. So pay attention to this one right here, because this is where you're going to get the information from. Okay, so the first thing I'll do in order to create kind of like a light mode version of this design, because clearly it's a dark mode version, a lot of dark values here, is take a look at the background, which is on this frame. And so you might think that's a black background. It's not black. There's a little bit of blue mixed in. So always check the colors. So if I click on fill and I zoom up here, we'll see there's a little bit of blue mixed in because it's not pushed all the way down here and to the right. So we want to maintain the colors as much as possible. It doesn't mean you always have to have the same color, but what would be the opposite of this value right here? Well, it'd actually be like somewhere around here in this area. So I want to have a little bit of blue. I don't want it to be absolutely white because then it's going to throw off the next change I'm going to make. So for instance, notice this color right here, the card background color. It's really the same hue as this, but it's just a little bit lighter. Right? So if I had a white background here, or here rather, then I wouldn't be able to do that same approach where the card has a lighter background, because you can't get lighter than 6F is, right? F is? Did I say F? 6Fs, which is the color code for white. So we leave a little bit of blue in there. So now we take this element, and then we can simply just grab this color right here, and just to see, make it white. See how much brighter it is? Yes, the card looks like absolute ass at this point, but we're going to fix all that stuff. So the next thing that I want to adjust right now is it looks absolutely ridiculous having this teal border around everything because it doesn't work well with these colors. It does over here. It's a very high contrast. So if it's high contrast here, we sort of want it to be high contrast over here, but it's not currently because we have white and then a bright teal color and then a bright background. So really we have to make this part darker. So yes, when you're making a light mode, sometimes you'll have to make things darker, if that makes sense. And this is such a small 1 pixel element. Making this dark isn't like we're making the whole design dark. So what I'll do is take this and we'll just make it darker. Now, I want to see what the context of it looks like, so I'm going to zoom out, change this color here, and we can make it darker. All right, so we could go probably anywhere like right around here if we want, or down. And we don't necessarily absolutely have to stick within the same hue. We could always like move this slider over if we want it to be more blue, like that, and that works fine as well. Okay, so next up, the next thing I'll change is this little element right here. Look at how it's applied right here. The background of this circle is the same color as this background. Pay attention to things like that. So if I do this, grab that, there we go. Good. Now this icon in the middle probably makes sense to use this color because over here, the icon color is the same as the stroke color. All right, so you want to make sure things are consistent in how you're applying color and changes to the color. So I'll just grab that. There we go. Next up, this background right here, or this element, it's actually a stroke. And so that stroke needs to be this color. And then there's another outer stroke right here, which is the color of the overall stroke in the back, unless I can't get it. Oh, okay, I guess there might be a duplicate. Let's move things. Ah, yes, there's an element behind this. So if I go down here, if I pull this up momentarily, all right, we click here. Well, let's just lock it, and then we select this element in the back. There we go.
Sorry about that. Now we have, I'm being all slow and stuff. Now we have this kind of how we want, almost. So that's clearly not right. Let's see here. So we have the background of the page, and then there's this lighter color right here, and it's slightly lighter than the actual card background. So we have to pay attention to that. So for that stroke, let's see here. Is it going to change this? Yeah. Okay, so what we could do is, let's see here. If this is a white, okay, so we can't quite make this background white. All right? Very important to take note of these things. So what I'll do is just grab this again. We're going to come like right around here. Now we can go ahead and grab this element, which I believe is the wrong one. There we go. And we're going to change the actual stroke color here. I want to make sure this is correct. 1 second. There we go. Change this stroke color to white. Okay. There we go. That's a more accurate translation for this section. Okay. So next up, what I'm going to do is work on the actual type. Clearly, we have contrast readability issues. It looks like garbage. So we can select this whole card. Unfortunately, things aren't in here. So what we could do instead is just grab everything. When you do that, you come down to selection colors right here. It's going to show you all the colors that are selected as a part of this selection. Clearly, this one right here, the real bright teal color, is going to be our main text color. So what I'll do is just kind of grab the background, and I'm going to make it darker. Oopsie, I'm not sure what just happened. I hate when sometimes this happens. I can't drag it around, like it just automatically selects whatever I choose. This is actually a good color. It maintains the blue still, and all that's working pretty well, I think. So let me continue on. Next color is going to be, I believe, this color. And this simply needs to have a little bit more saturation to it. A little bit more contrast, rather. This didn't get selected, so we're going to grab this. There we go. And then this outline, if you notice over here, is not a high contrast stroke. It's lower contrast. So we're going to take the stroke color and put it somewhere over here. Just enough so that you could see it, but it's not high contrast. Okay. So there is a light mode version of our card, which would work completely fine. So now what we can do is, just for the fun of it, I'll show you how to set this up, is we'll create a real quick toggle button. All right, so the way we'll do this is, there's multiple ways, but a quick and easy way is to take the frame tool, F on your keyboard, drag out a little kind of a rectangle around that size, and we're going to give it a fill. All right, and so for the fill, I think we'll just give it this background color, and we will also make it a pill shaped. Okay, now I'm going to take O on my keyboard for the ellipse tool, and somewhere in the middle, just kind of put us get this situated so it's right. Well, I guess we'll put it right here. Now you take both of them holding shift, select both of those elements, hit auto layout, and then make sure to adjust it so that's to the left center, meaning we could pull this out now. Now the degree in which we pull out should really just be 2 of these without padding in the middle. So take that 9 value and put it to 0. Oopsie. Or this 10 value and put to 0. There we go. So now we can just put this right here, and that gives us a good idea of what the width should be. I'm going to delete that. All right. Now for this white portion, we could probably just make it this teal color. All right, and that's fine for now. Maybe we could give it that stroke treatment. Like if I click on this and I copy that and then paste that. Yeah, we could do that for the fun of it. Okay, so now what we'll do is copy this, paste it over here, and this time change the colors and the orientation. So if I change this to the right, you just click Align Right, And then we'll change the colors to be consistent with everything else. So now I'm just going to change the background or the fill to white. We'll use the stroke color, this darker one. I think it was right here. I think that's correct. And then we'll make this color as well. Now you would really want a label on this adjacent to it, or using like a little moon icon so people understand for context, but this will do just fine. It's a pretty big button as well, but don't worry about it. So then to simulate this real quick, we go to prototype, we select it, we drag this over on click. We want to change to smart animate, 300 milliseconds is fine. And then do the opposite. Take this back. There we go, smart animate. And that's just a quick and dirty way of getting, you know, a toggle button. So if we click play now, and I click on this, oh no, there we go. There we go. Here is our light and dark mode variation. Okay, very cool. So now it's gonna be your turn. And in your turn, we're going down to the light dark mode challenge page. And this is actually a submission from another student who submitted yesterday from yesterday's challenge. And I really liked it because this is an editable graphic, meaning you can change the colors of this element, which you're gonna have to. I want you to make a dark mode version of this right here in your design right there. So you see the before, so you keep it here, you can reference it, and then I want you to do your work in the dark mode version right here. So obviously the first thing you're gonna start off with is changing that background color. All right, so right now it's pure white. You don't have to go absolute black. You know, you can make it a dark, very dark blue if you want. You could do that completely. It needs to be dark. It has to be a big difference, right, from light to dark. So think about how you're going to do that. And when you select this element, notice all the colors that are showing up right here. So if I change that orange color or something to like blue, it's going to change everything. So mind these colors. It's going to be really interesting to see how you tackle all of this stuff. Remember, don't try to add stuff or move stuff around. You're not doing that. You're changing the colors, and that's it. Okay, so all of the rules are right here. Integrated dark mode toggle switcher and place it in nav bar. That's one thing I want you to do as well. Create your own little nav switcher and prototype it. Ensure the dark mode variation maintains the same color scheme, except darker, obviously. Ensure good contrast and readability of the type. And keep it simple. Don't introduce unnecessary embellishments like drop shadows, gradients, and all that stuff. So you just want to change the colors. Then go ahead and submit it.
All right, everybody. So basically everybody killed it on the last challenge. It was actually a pretty simple challenge with the dark and light mode challenge. So I'm actually not going to review these. I'll show a few of them right now just to show that everybody did a pretty good job. But most importantly, I'm announcing a new challenge, and this is going to be a big challenge today. It's going to be a lot more challenging. So essentially, I want you to design, as a part of today's challenge, your own hero section that's a part of your own design portfolio. Now, this could be based and themed for your own personal business, like, you know, GarySimon.com, or it could be based on just like a fictional agency that you create, or maybe it won't be fictional and you might actually start building a business today. And so I'm gonna show you 5 different hero sections that are part of design portfolios from other designers that I think are great. And then it will be your turn in the challenge from the Figma file that we've been working on to create your own hero section. So I'll give you all the guidelines for this. You can work on this today and submit it today, hopefully within maybe 4 or 5 hours of this video being uploaded, hopefully. So it gives me enough time to review as many as I can for tomorrow's video. And what we'll do, if we get enough good entries, we're gonna keep on working on this landing page throughout the remainder of this 30-day UI UX series. I think we're on day 22 or something like that, so we only have about 8 days, but we can get a lot accomplished if we work every day on this. So hopefully you enjoy this. Let's get started.
All right, so let's go ahead and check out these portfolio hero section landing page examples. The first one, these are no particular order. There's just 5 random ones that I chose that I thought had good, unique sort of hero sections. So the first one here is at Vucko, VUCKO.co, if you want to check it out on your own. And this is just a real simple primarily typographic based sort of hero section. The first part that you see, that's a part of this agency's portfolio, essentially. Of course, there's a lot of interactivity. You don't have to worry about that. I just want to see the visuals here in Figma. You don't have to bother with prototyping anything. But notice the strong headline right here, which is really just their name. I typically advise against doing that. But if we're just talking purely about the layout and the aesthetics and how it's unique, this is what I'm after. Another example here is this portfolio section of fabric.vc. I'm going to link these all in order in the description here so you can check these out on your own. But obviously they have like a 3JS sort of animation occurring up here. Again, you don't have to simulate this. Just give me the visuals without any type of animation or whatever. Again, just the hero section. Notice the subtle attention to details here, like the grid lines. This is a potential embellishment that you could add. You don't have to, of course, but I really like it. It's simple. Notice there's a lot of simplicity happening here. There's not like crazy big, photographic based splash images and, just clutter everywhere. We don't want that. Another example right here. This is a cool one. And again, this is a 3JS background. You don't have to simulate that, but notice it's really strong in typography. That's what these three so far have really encapsulated, these three examples. Here's another one. Notice strong, large type, a lot of contrast. That's another thing that takes these four examples so far together and kind of creates a theme. Think about this. This is the hero section up here, okay? Think about this. We want something unique, all right? Here's another one. This is from another YouTuber, Minfam. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Very cool little just a single page landing page portfolio. You should definitely check this out. Very strong typographically, again, as you could see. So if you go through these 5 examples on your own, you like open up a browser, get up different tabs, get 5 different tabs up and go through these and just kind of note the similarities between them. And try to obviously not copy, but if I were to show you a sixth, if I could say that, sixth version of a landing page of a hero section that is of equal quality to these, what would that look like? And that's what your task is. So I'm going to head on over to Figma now, and in Lesson 11 Portfolio Challenge, right down there, that's the page we're on. This is the very simple guidelines, essentially. So create a portfolio here section. This is going to be eventually a single page landing page for your design/portfolio agency. I spelled that typo. There we go. Include a nav bar with either your name or an agency name. So, like a company name or your personal name, that's fine. And of course, this goes in the nav bar section. And then you could have like a few different nav items for the actual menu. Create a captivating hero section for your design business. Utilize a strong headline and include a call to action of some sort. Call to action, again, is typically a button. Could be scroll indicator icon, could be a form field, although that wouldn't make sense for a portfolio. So you get it. Utilize good UI fundamentals, of course, all the things that we've been talking to and about up until this point of the course. So that means good contrast, white space, visual hierarchy, alignment, color, etc. And then most importantly, make it unique. I don't want to see this, okay? So I want you to do a desktop design first, okay? I don't want to see something like my awesome portfolio, with text centered in the middle, like with your little sub headline, with, something in the middle, and then a button down here, and then like we want to be more unique than that, okay? So that's what I want to see. I cannot promise I'm going to review all of them because I get quite a bit. Just try to take your time, but also not take your time because you need to submit these in time for me to be able to prepare a review video for tomorrow. And what we'll end up doing, I hope, I'm not sure, is we will continue on this same landing page except move to a different section for mostly the remainder of this series. I think we have 8 or 9 days left, maybe just 8 days. And I think this is something that we could all work towards, and we could see how these landing pages end up taking shape.
All right, so this last one was challenging. I'm gonna show you a refactor from these different designs that were submitted for the Design Portfolio Hero Section Challenge from yesterday. So each one of these designs, for the most part, I changed quite drastically, and I'm gonna show you my reasoning why. Now, the name of the game was to create something really unique and obviously something that adheres to all the various UI design fundamentals. So I'm gonna show you each one of those as we go through them, and I'll show you my design as well. And at the end, we'll do a before and after. So definitely keep on following along with the 30-day UI UX series in the playlist. We're just about wrapped up here, and we'll start a new series here soon as well. And tomorrow we'll have a new video and challenge. So as always, make sure to sub up if you haven't yet, and let's get started.
All right, here is our very first submission. I'm just gonna say this is from S7. All right, so this is the very first submission I decided to take a look at, and I have to say it is not consistent with what the level of creativity that I wanted based on the previous challenge, yesterday's video. I wanted something that's less cookie cutter. All right, so I decided to kind of play off of the title for my revamp, and I really did a big revamp on this one, a refactor, if you will. And what I wanted to do is play off the title, turning ideas into reality, all right? Ideas into reality. We can work with that concept. That's a little motif, if you will. So here's what I did to make it a little bit more of a unique, interesting layout. The idea here would be this section right here, where there's like a photograph in the background. That could perhaps be tied perhaps to the mouse position, and we can get movement, and it can change between images. And the concept here is to literally take, it's trying to visually convey the concept of turning, as a web professional or a designer, developer, taking ideas from a client and making them a reality and showing them behind, literally. So that's the unique play that I decided to work here. Obviously, the layout itself is a lot more unique from a traditional standpoint when it comes to a hero section, where you have a left column with your headline, your subheadline, and your call to action, and an illustration. We want to break outside of that conventional norm, especially for a portfolio where creativity is something that you really want to have. Of course, you don't want to do this to every project that you have for a client. You don't want to try to rethink, crazy unique ideas, because there are patterns that are very important for like e-commerce and stuff like that. But for a portfolio, a designer portfolio, you want to be unique and really try to think in abstracts. Okay, so that's the first refactor. The next one is from Dennis. All right. So this one lacks what I would call typographic visual hierarchy big time between headline and subheadline. That's not big enough of a distinction between the sizes. So my eye, naturally, I'm not sure where I should be looking first. And this person, by the way, did do a prototype with animation and stuff. I'm not showing that. I'm just looking at the design itself. So elevating digital interactions. I did the same exact thing here. I completely revamped this design, and I just took what they were trying to convey through the headline. Elevating, lifting up, all right? A motif, right? It's a theme. So here's what I came up with this one. All right. Now, I did a secondary version, which could kind of maybe further, I would probably have another cloud over here or two. But just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, trying to think in unique ideas, elevating. So we literally, my idea for this would be when the page loads, it would have an animation based on this SVG where it reveals starting up, this line that comes up from the bottom, and then it shows elevating. I think that would be really cool. Now, also think about also what it's saying, elevating digital interactions, all right? That's a movement, that's animation. I would have this be a UI, once it's realized on the front end, animate heavily. Maybe like this could be interacting with certain elements or something like that. You would really want to speak to the concept a lot outside of just showing this static design right here. So we're going from this to this. Or perhaps this. All right, let's go on to the next one. This is from Roy. This is a cool one. I like it reminds me of a cow a little bit with the spots, the paint blots. It's obviously monochromatic. And the one area I kind of didn't like, okay, it is a little bit of a cookie cutter 2-column hero section. However, having the italicized and the underlined word right here, I think that we could do something a little bit more unique with this. So this one I didn't really change too much. Notice that this is the actual name, DZen. All right, DZen. So it seems weird to show it in 2 different ways from up here to here. So what I decided to do was just keep the logo and put design with, and now we have a 3-column layout if you consider this a column, and this a column. Now, of course, I would also make this scroll indicator move up and down as well. So we went from this design here to this design. All right, let's check out another one. This is from Sejoy. All right, so this one needed a lot of work. Now, it's suffering one of the fates that I've talked about in a few of the recent videos, and it is just washed out. There's not too many areas of high contrast, and so I think we could definitely improve this. And again, I'm just trying to take the overall concept of this layout and work it into a unique form for the refactor. So the immediate thing, the feeling I get is sci-fi. Space, sci-fi, technology, etc. So we're going to run with that. And we're going to assume the headline is it's no sci-fi. All right, that's the concept that I have, the play that I have. It is no sci-fi. Like our product is not science fiction, it's real. That's the motif that I'm going for. So here we go. I know, it's kind of crazy looking, but I think this could have a really potentially cool concept. So first I redesigned the logo. If you look up here, kind of weak over here with this icon. So again, I got this from Iconify, so it's not a truly unique logo. I also moved, notice there's not much white space around the navigation. It's really tucked up there. Look how much I have mine down. And if you take a look at this is really a sci-fi sort of feeling. And what really makes this concept come together is this image right here I got from Unsplash. What would be really cool is if this were you. I mean, you could take a picture of yourself if you have a high enough quality smartphone with some good lighting and with some Photoshop skills, you could recreate something like this yourself. Don't be afraid to experiment with photography, especially on a portfolio when people, it's nice to be able to see who, you're going to be hiring. So I have all the tiny little treatments like this right here. And you're not meant to read this text. It's just kind of to reinforce the layout a little bit and the concept. These could be animated perhaps. But yeah, fun stuff. So we went from this, which is just a little bit too busy, washed out, to this. All right. It would be so cool to see the animation with these when they're fully realized. Here's another one from, I'm just going to call you Dog. What is up, Dog? Okay, never mind. That's stupid. All right. So here's one that I would consider pretty common, pretty typical type of layout. I'm not sure what's happening down here, this semicircle. Oh, it's him. Okay. Didn't realize that. Kind of down pretty far there. So what I decided to do is still keep your name as the headline, but kind of just bring it into a more modern approach for this type of layout. This is more of like an old school type of layout, but if you wanted to really bring it into a modern age, this is what I did over here. All right, again, strong, some type of photograph of some sort as like a focal point. Here we have the name, which is really large, obviously, which is completely fine to do on a hero section of a portfolio. Kind of reinforcing UI graphics, front end, forging digital collaborations. Again, I wish I could see and have enough time to animate these, but we're going from this one here, kind of washed out type, hard to see that, to this one right here. All right, next one is from February 24, 2022. That is the person's name. All right, so I could really appreciate the concept here, or the motif that you're trying to go after, which is kind of like the barcode signifies, the barcode graphic right here signifies unique. I like that concept. It's a nice play. But I think the execution just isn't there. With the really extended letter spacing, creating unique designs that inspire, it kind of just throws it off. So the topography is not great. And it kind of just feels like things were kind of just thrown together and really boxy as well. So I'm taking this barcode concept and coming up with my own right here using the same color schemes as well. All right, check this one out. So this would be really cool animation. When the page loads, perhaps these could like reveal, and we could have this type right here come in like in a cool sort of masked animation manner of some sort, and just having fun with it. It would be really cool to see what the rest of these designs would look like when we add more to it, or if we were to add more to each one of them. All right, so now I'm going to show you in front of the screen right here a before and after of each of these, I think, 6 different designs that I decided to tackle. All right, everybody, hopefully you enjoyed that. So tomorrow we're going to have a brand new challenge. I don't think we're going to continue on with the same landing pages that we just did here. Reason being, the same people probably won't end up submitting anyways. So it would be difficult. We're going to come up with a really new, different type of challenge tomorrow. So definitely stick around for that. We're almost nearing the end of this 30-day series. So hopefully you found it useful. I will see you all very soon.
Designing coherent and cohesive subpages. That's the name of the game for today's lesson and challenge. So the first thing I'm going to show you is how to create this upcoming shows page for this design right here, this layout that we've already worked on in different contexts throughout this course. So then I'm going to put you to the task to create your own cohesive subpage design that makes it feel like it's a consistent part of the experience going from the landing page to this new page, which is all going to be about a curriculum list page. And so you're tasked with designing a curriculum page for this existing design. It's very important to understand how to utilize existing assets and design patterns to make sure that your subpages and everything feel coherent, cohesive, and consistent. So as always, make sure to subscribe if I could talk, and let's get started.
All right, here is the design, and here are the specs. Create a secondary page, create the upcoming shows page for this fictional landing page. Number 2, it should show the total number of shows that are upcoming, okay? So that's something that we have to design for and plan for. And then 3rd, create a vertical list with labels that show the date, location, and band name, okay? Each list item should also have a Get Tickets button. All right, so that's it. Those are the requirements for this page. Now it's up to us to create that subpage and the layout and the design in a way that's great for UX, easy to use, and also in a way that makes the design feel seamless from any other page that they come and land on this page. From the landing page to this page, it should feel like the same brand. So we're going to be reusing elements, colors, typography, all that good stuff. Okay, so what I'll do to get this started here is I will simply replicate this, Shift Alt, left click, drag over, or just hit Control D, and it will replicate it over here. And I'm just going to start gutting this, large areas of this design. Now, when you replicate this, unfortunately, it looks like I locked a few things. There we go. I'm just going to delete pretty much all this stuff. Let me pull this up real quick. Yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff that was locked. There we go. Or not. There's a lot of stuff that's locked. Okay, so let me delete this. We'll delete this and this. Okay, so now we're pretty much starting just with the navigation because obviously we want to hold the navigation, keep it the same. So what I'm going to do is, first thing, let's worry about the page title, which is going to be upcoming shows, all right, right there. Now, we have a couple options here. We could try to use this font for the headline. So let's just try that. I'm going to paste that in, and I'm going to double click, and we'll just say upcoming shows. Okay, so this particular font, I don't like the way it looks. It looks cool here in the headline. But if we were to use it for titles, they would all have to be uppercase, and I think it's just a little bit too much. So what I'll do is use the other font that's present, which is Poppins. Can't go wrong with Poppins. I used that font for a really long time. Poppins right there, and I am just going to make this regular upcoming shows. The size of this particular font, way too big for this page. You always have to think about what is going to be the size, the sizing of the headline, the actual title of each page. You want to keep that consistent, and some of the pages might have longer headlines or titles or something like that. So this would be way too big. It would, if there were a few more words, it would just be consuming the whole page essentially. So we need to think about scale in appropriate fashion. Let's try 60 here, and let's make that auto width. And this is a little bit better in terms of size. I probably want to go much higher than this. Might even go lower than that. Yeah, somewhere around 66. I will also make this bold. All right. All right. So we got our upcoming shows. Now, it mentioned we also need to show the total number of shows that are upcoming. So we could do this. There's a lot of different ways you could design for this sort of thing. There are currently, let's see, 48 upcoming shows. All right. So now, visual hierarchy between your title and this little subtitle thing. Very important. We're going to make it regular, and we're going to make it a lot smaller. Let's try like 26, and maybe we'll bold 48. There we go. Right around there is fine with me. Now, because I know their page is going to be a little bit longer, I'm going to take the frame, hold Control, and just pull it down. Okay. So now we need to actually show the list, which is list item number 3. Create a vertical list with labels that show the date, location, and band name. Okay, so we could just keep on going in this blue section, or we could borrow from this design right here, and we can kind of wrap the list in this differently colored container, essentially. So if I double click in there, we'll go ahead and delete that stuff, and then we will also lock it. Okay. So now we have this area that we can kind of design this list in. And notice it says create a vertical list with labels. So labels will show up at top. So, all right, it's going to have the date, location, and band. Date, location, and band. All right. So right bracket key, there we go, bring it to the front. And for the locations, I'm just going to make them all uppercase. And there's a couple ways to do that. Like, for instance, if I say date like this, we'll make it bold. We could come over here and then just specify uppercase right there. So no matter what, it'll change everything to uppercase. Now, the size is going to be important. For these, I'll make these 22. And I'll kind of just hold Shift Alt and pull these over. All right. Location. And then also band. All right, so I may end up changing these a little bit, but for now that's good. So for each band list, or the upcoming show list, the row, we can also encase that in its own little differently colored background container. So if I take the rectangle tool, typically you would use a frame for this and use auto layout and all that crap, but I'm not doing that right now. I'm trying to make this go as fast as possible. We could go a little bit darker. There we go. So that color code is 002992. Let me pull that up with a little bit of corner radius. All right, now we can put the actual label. So we can put in, let's say, July 28th, 2025, or 2024, whatever. Now let's remove the uppercase thing. There we go. And we'll make this regular. Okay, so that seems like a good font size right there. So if I Shift Alt to replicate, the location we'll just say is Cleveland, Ohio. And then also we'll replicate this. The band is going to be Twisted Kitten. I literally just made that up. And maybe, maybe these are clickable links. Maybe we make this bold and then maybe put a little link, external link icon. So if I right click, go to Iconify, which we've already covered, and we type in something like link, we might find something, or external. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we could get like an external icon sort of situation here, pull that in. Let's put it right there, make it black for selection colors. We can just put this in an auto layout real quick. There we go. Okay. So it looks pretty good to me. Okay, so Twisted Kitten. And then finally a Get Tickets button right there, all right? Each item should have a Get Tickets button. All right, so for this, I think I'll just take this button component, paste that sucker in over here, and then we'll right click. I'm going to detach the instance, and then I'm going to, I think it would be too much to have like a really strong call to action with a white background that demands so much visual attention when we have a bunch of elements underneath. So to make it stand out a little bit less, we can just remove the fill and then change the text to white, and then change the text inside of it to Get Tickets. All right, and then when we do that, we'll kind of scale this down just a bit so it fits nice and proper inside of there. Yeah, kind of like that. There we go. That is our very first row, and I actually like it. So if I just select it all, Shift-Alt, drag down, just to duplicate it, maybe like right around here. There we go. So that's our list. Of course, you could sit here and make these all unique if you wanted to, but you get the point. So another thing that, let me find real quick, because I did lock that layer. There we go. So now we just need to get this sized up appropriately. These don't have to be 100% contrast white. We could actually grab the background and just kind of add a little bit of blue, and that way it really separates the labels from the list itself and makes the list much more the focal point rather than just the labels above it. And I think that's a pretty good portion to design for. I probably, if I had more time, I would do pagination, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then little dots, you know. But I'm trying to make this go a little bit quicker so that you basically get the idea of what I'm trying to convey here. In this case, here, let me pull this down. You know, we could actually design for a little bit for some other stuff potentially. Like, let's see here. We could take this. Yeah, let me get that back over here. We could get rid of the fill. You know, this down here could be like little testimonials that are coming across from people who visited the shows. That would be cool. A little slider of sorts. Oopsie. I shouldn't have done that because I ripped it from there without replicating it. No big deal. And then we take this over here, for instance. Okay. Now I'm just being silly. Here we go. Okay, so there's our subpage, a nice seamless subpage where, you know, if you were to go from this page, of course, if we had the stupid features down there still, to this page, it all feels cohesive and coherent with each other. It's consistent. All right, so now it is your turn. All right, so let's go to the actual Lesson 12 Secondary Pages Challenge right down here. Okay, so you've seen this design before, hopefully, if you've been following along up to this point. And now you're tasked with creating a curriculum page right up here, this little curriculum link. So just for this is a fictional Laravel, which is a coding platform, a PHP platform. So it's like a course website. And this is, you're tasked with designing the actual curriculum page right here. All right, so here are the requirements for you to submit this, and all the submission instructions are in the YouTube description. So create the actual curriculum page. Number 2, at the top, this page should highlight the fact that we have the highest rated curriculum for Laravel developers. So somewhere near the actual title, curriculum, or our curriculum up here, maybe underneath it, a very small hero section where you're just emphasizing, or even just a subtitle, or a subtitle where you're just mentioning that you have the highest rated curriculum for Laravel developers. That's the first thing. Number 3, the primary focus of the page should be the curriculum list. So that's the main element. Just like this primary focus right here is this band list. Each curriculum item is a chapter from the course, and each item should show the curriculum chapter title, a description, and a number of lesson modules within it. Okay, so that's important. You have the actual title, that's one thing. A description, that's 2 things, and then the lesson modules that are within that chapter, that's a part of that curriculum. So that's 3 different things that you need to design for in list format. All right, so then design at least for 5 different curriculum chapters. Like up here, we did 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. And so I want you to design for that information and try to make it cohesive, meaning it's going to be consistent. You're reusing elements in an intelligent manner from this existing design right here. And you're making sure everything makes sense in terms of UX, ease of use, and all that good stuff.
What's up, everybody? Gary Simon here. Today we are taking a look at the submissions from the subpage challenge from yesterday's video as a part of the 30-day UI UX series. So this is a tougher one. There's a lot of different entries, and so I'll show you some thoughts that I have and revisions as well. So tomorrow we will continue on with the series. We're going to be wrapping up soon and on to something new and cool thereafter. So definitely check out DesignCourse.com if you haven't yet, and let's get started.
All right, so for just a quick refresh, this is the landing page or the home page that we create, or the hero section essentially. So this kind of defines the look and the feel and the aesthetic. All right, so let's check out the very first one. This is by Dogan. All right, here is the curriculum page. Okay, so a couple issues here happening. The title is a little bit too cluttered with the little green star and then the encased Laraveller's kind of pill button, and then this little treatment up there. It's just a little bit too much happening. So I took that area and I kind of did this. I just simplified it greatly right there. Next up, the actual module list. You'll see there's a little bit too much space or white space between each of the items. I would tidy those up closer like this. And really, it's kind of a little bit too much happening because we have white backgrounds plus a stroke here. That kind of clutters things quite a bit. Additionally, there's not a lot of white space or padding on the inside of the actual elements. And then this type right here was definitely not contrast enough. It needs to be darker, more like around here. And we would want to spread out the line height. So here's what I did. Here's my, quick adjustments. I got rid of the border. I brought them closer together, and I made just a few adjustments overall in terms of this section here. Notice also how they chose not to extend these all the way out, which I think is a mistake because they're almost far enough, but not quite. So this is the after version with the adjustments that I made just by replicating the intro. I don't have to make all these adjustments, but yeah, pretty good entry. Some things to look out for. Next one is from Dennis. All right, so unfortunately, Dennis kind of got confused about the requirements because if you look at this, chapter description modules, I didn't want you to actually include explicit labels for these, just rather include a chapter, include a description, include the modules. So unfortunately, there's so much happening here that I wouldn't have enough time to try to refactor it into something that makes sense. So unfortunately, gonna have to scrap this one. But so let's continue on. We have Rasdin. All right. So this one's a super simplistic one in which he did not follow the directions, or he or she or whatever, because there's no description here. There's supposed to be a description, and there's also supposed to be the number of modules. So nonetheless, I decided to quickly, just take a look what's here as is, and then make some adjustments. First off, you want these to extend all the way out to the right, unless you have like a second row or a second column rather, with other content inside of it. So here is what I did. I brought them closer together, as you can see over here. And I also, in order just not to have a completely blank white page, especially when, the actual home page is split up and sectioned off into a lot of different colors, then if you come right to this page, it's like all completely white. We can separate these with sections, like this very light gray color right here. There's another treatment we can apply too. Instead of using high contrast strokes, we could make each of them, the backgrounds of the rows, white. So very simple. Let's continue on. This is from Raphael. Okay. So a couple weird things happening here in this one. C1, C2, C3, it's chapters, like the little points. It makes it a little bit too busy, in my opinion, having it like this. So what I did is I removed those, and I kept much of what you have here in terms of designs. But one thing that kind of throws off the visual hierarchy is this really high contrast green. And it's really kind of like just a watermark. It's not an important element, but because it's so vibrant, it attracts the eye a little bit too much. So what I did is just turn it into an actual watermark, very light gray, based on the white background. Now, another thing that I would fix is the design of this card right here. Now, the only reason I didn't is because everything is thrown into auto layout. So if I try to ungroup stuff, it all just breaks apart and it would take a long time for me to adjust. But the main issues here are some alignment issues and white space issues. I would extend these out to the left and right and make some adjustments in that regard. But good submission nonetheless. Next one up is from Roy. So let's check this one out. Now, this one is kind of strange because this sub-headline is wrapped inside of what looks could be a button, you know, especially if your cursor's right there. Like, am I supposed to click this? Might be a little bit confusing in terms of the UX. So what I did is just make it simple, put it over here. In fact, we could probably just do this, or we could do this, make it a little bit larger. You have a lot of options, as you can see. And then underneath you have this content that's designated right here, which I really didn't modify too much just because there's a lot happening here. And in and of itself, it's not too bad. I would probably take these if there was a light version of the font, which there might not be, there isn't, make them a little bit lighter, and also increase the line height a bit so they're a bit easier to read, essentially. Okay, next one after that is from Nahil. Now, unfortunately, this one is one I could not revise either, just because she added so much to each of these little chapter lists and went beyond what I asked for. And so each one of these becomes big, large cards. Now, the reason this is a problem is because if somebody wants to look at a curriculum, they want to see a list of things that they can quickly scan so that they can determine if they want to follow that course or not. So that's one of the things that, you know, preventing me from being able to try to refactor this into something that's much more simplistic. There's just so much happening here. However, having said that, for what this is, ignoring the UX stuff, the design is pretty good. You know, I have no problem with what's happening here for the most part. The white check marks, can't really quite see those, so I'd make those black. Small things like that I would adjust. But thanks for all the work in the entries. Nahil's been, I think, here from the beginning. So very good. Keep it up. Next up is from Malik. All right, Malik. So we have the highest graded curriculum for Laravel developers. One thing I would change here, where it says modules :3, just say 3 modules instead. It's a little bit more natural. Type is pretty big here. Let's see, I wanted to show a couple different treatments we can apply to this to modify things. Another thing I want to do is say where it says chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter number 3. These all take up too much space. So instead, you could do something like this instead, like chapter 1. You can even encase this if I get out a rectangle tool here and maybe make it white and wrap that. If I can, let me real quickly adjust this. Oh no. Yeah, it's in a group somewhere. There we go. I think it might be in that group, chapter 1. There we go. Okay. Oh, where is it? Okay, where'd the chapter 1 text go? Well, see, as you can see, when I try to modify things, it's not always that easy, especially when I'm trying to do it on the fly live. But you can wrap these into like little containers, and that way they don't take up so much space. Additionally, notice modules 3. I have 3 modules here. That's working out pretty well. Yeah. And then also, if you wanted to take the line approach, the outline approach, you can do that as well. So a lot of this is a high degree of subjectivity. I would probably move these over and up just a bit just to modify that. But again, I'm going through these pretty fast, trying to get these knocked out. Next one up, the last one is from S7AEX. That's the username. I cannot read the other one. I'm assuming this part was an accident. This is actually a pretty good entry right here. I like the card approach with the thick, I forget what we called that trend. Real thick, high contrast borders and such. That's one of the defining characteristics. But this is actually pretty good. We have the icon here, 5 modules. I did modify it just to add some more white space around the cards, like this. But overall, I would have to say this is probably the most solid design. Even though they're in card format, they don't take up a lot of space. So I think that works very well.
Dashboard design, that is what we're going to be focusing on today's video. So first, I'm going to show you how to create a dashboard for this existing layout we've already been working on throughout this course. And then I'm going to put you to the challenge by creating a dashboard for this layout that we've also been working on. So I'm excited to see what you come up with. Try to work on these quick to get these done within the next 4 to 5 hours. I'll take a look at some of them tomorrow and we will continue on. All right, let's get started.
Alrighty, so here it is. This is, again, what we've worked on already, a drum synth, kind of like a fictional, kind of like a drum generator, VST, for people to create drums. And so here is where we're gonna be working right here. Pretty much a blank slate, just keeping with the navigation. And here are the requirements. Create a sidebar navigation with 4 to 5 links. This is typical like in a dashboard. So we're gonna have a secondary navigation, not the one at the top, but one that's gonna be a vertical sidebar navigation. Include a date picker for stats selection, for a date selection essentially. And then also the first page that you show as a part of this mock-up is it's going to be the orders. So how many orders there are in associated stats. So like show the number of orders, the number of unique visitors, the refund percentage, and then a line chart of orders during the last 30 days. I'll show you a really cool plugin that will generate charts for you. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and get started and put the page title on and then get the actual dashboard kind of like container generated as well. So for this, we're just gonna take this font right there and we're gonna put it right here and we're just gonna put in dashboard. Very simple. By the way, we are in lesson 13, dashboard design, right there. Okay, and once we have that, we have some subjective options here. We could just make this page all yellow. We could make it kind of end here and have like a stats thing on top of it. I'm just gonna pull it all the way down for now, and then maybe we'll experiment with different treatments thereafter. So what I want to do now is, typically I would use a frame for this, but because I don't want to mess with auto layout right now because it slows me down, I'm just going to use a rectangle. So R on my keyboard and left click and drag out from the very left and right. I think I hit T instead of R. Okay, that was the type tool. Left click, drag out, roughly right around there, and we should be good. Now, of course, this color is butt ugly. This gray, never mix mid grays with colors. It just looks so terrible. So what we're gonna do is just make it white and give it a little bit of rounded corners like that. Okay, now that we have that done, we can create a little separation because we do have white on a very light color, like a light yellow. So if we wanna have a little bit of separation, we can add a drop shadow. And how you choose to style that drop shadow is up to you. It could be very minimal like this, or you can go in there and you can really start to tinker around with these settings right here. I'm gonna leave it like this. All right, so remember, we mentioned that we need a date selection. I think a good area to put a date selector, a date picker, is right here in this area, right at the top right. That's typically where they flow in most of these types of patterns. So I'm gonna hit R once again, and we're gonna drag this up here. I'm gonna reduce the amount of border radius, probably just to around 11, and we'll apply 11 here as well, and also make this white. And also come here. By the way, you can take any of these properties, select it where it highlights it in blue, hit Control C, and then we can just grab this, hit Control V, and guess what? It pastes that in for us automatically, which is helpful. Okay, so for the date selection, I already have icons up here, if you notice. I'll get these positioned a little bit better. And I already chose one for like a calendar icon, which makes sense. So I'm just gonna drag, I'm gonna drag this whole thing, right there. Notice the amount of white space that's around it. Notice the size. It fits perfectly. You don't want to put your icons too large. You don't want them to be too small. You want them just right around there. So it takes time to develop the eye for this sort of thing. Next up, I'm going to hit the type tool, and we're going to say we're going to put an initial value here. We're just going to put last 30 days. Now, I'm not going to use this type. We don't want to overdo it too much with this type. So the secondary font that was used as a part of this layout is Enter. So I'm just going to revert back to Enter. And we're going to try something like size 24. And we're going to get this aligned up real nice There we go. And then I'm going to have a drop-down icon as well, which we can use our Iconify plugin and just type in down, and we could find a very simple down, or we could use the pen tool if we aren't being all that lazy today. Okay, so that right there is a good date selector. It's pretty good. Maybe I'll make this a little bit smaller, but yeah, this here is pretty solid. I'm happy with it. Now we do have to worry about making sure that it is aligned properly. So I just grouped everything, and we're going to align it on the baseline there. All right, we're making progress. Now we have to worry about the other element. We have to worry about the sidebar navigation with 4 to 5 links. So there's going to be a lot of different ways we could tackle this, but typically it's going to be over here on the left for this sidebar navigation. So I'm going to take this, duplicate it, Control D, drag it over, and I'm going to inset it a little bit, meaning I'm going to put it just a little bit away, a little bit of white space, but not a ton from the existing one behind it. Then I'm going to take the eyedropper tool and grab this background color, except push it up right around here, a color code, probably around F5, F3, E4, if you want to put in that exact color code if you're following along, and then hide the or delete the drop shadow. We don't need it. So right there's a good kind of like a sidebar container that we could utilize. So now what we can do is, I think we'll just grab this text, I'll drag it over here, and our first piece of type is just going to be orders. Now, by the way, you could use this font as well, and that's kind of what I originally used already. Let me make sure this is not a part of a group or a frame. There we go. And we're gonna make this maybe a little bit larger, like around 26, and bold, all right? So here's our orders link, and then underneath it, perhaps we can make this in like a medium. You know, this could be another page. This could be something like traffic. All right. Now what I'm going to do is duplicate that, get an equal amount of white space while holding Shift. Traffic, you know, what else would we have? We could have something like refunds. All right. We'll duplicate that. All right, outside of refunds, we can, let's just say students. Maybe there's an area to manage the students. Make sure that these are all even. There we go. And then we'll do one more, maybe one that says something like messages. There we go. All right, so now we take all of these. I'm just going to take these and hit auto layout. And then we're going to have a active page identifier. So we're just going to hit O and just get a circle. And we could put this here. Maybe we could put it here. It depends. Whatever's up to you, what seems like it feels right. I think this is pretty good around here, just to let people know what page they're currently on. All right, so now we could probably make this even a little bit smaller, right around there. Okay, so that's a nice, simple, you know, not too crazy nav area. You can experiment with maybe pushing them out a little bit further or bringing them in. It's up to you, as long as it's legible and you're minding all of your UI fundamentals. All right, so now we're going to start designing the next part, which is the first page orders should feature the number of orders, the unique visitors, refund percentage, and a line chart. So let's do these 3 elements up here. These 3 elements, ask yourself, how much space is this going to take? The number of orders, okay? So think about it. So we just have to literally put a number and then maybe a label that says orders and maybe an icon. So we could put these in probably, at least here on desktop, into 3 columns, 1 row to save space. So we could put them up top, and then underneath we can put the chart. So for that, I'm going to grab this icon right here. And we're going to place it right there, or around there or so, and we're going to put in a fake order value. Let's just say like, I don't know, 68 orders. All right, and then we're going to take this and make it bold, and we'll make it a bit larger. All right. All right, and then we'll replicate that down, and then we'll, in all caps, say orders, and make this a lot smaller. So it might come down. Maybe we'll make it regular. Or, you know what, we can make it bold, make it even smaller. and then increase the letter spacing just a bit. Do I like that? No, I don't. So sometimes I will experiment just on the fly while I'm designing. I think I like this concept better, making it a regular font weight, but we're going to increase this just a bit and get rid of that extended letter spacing. All right, that's fine in my opinion, right around there. Again, I think I might go just a bit larger to try to kind of match the height of the icon to the left of it. Okay, so that looks pretty good right there. So now what we could do is just take this, replicate it, push it over here, and then we're going to get this element. All right, and this is going to be something like 5.6K, whatever. And then we're going to put unique visitors. All right, so we're going to get this one out, and we're going to put this one here. Now, if you're wondering where I got these icons from, they're just from Iconify. Another really good tip, though, about getting icons is you want to make sure, and this is kind of difficult with Iconify, you want to make sure you're grabbing, for the most part, icons that are styled very similar or from the same icon set. And so what you could do is search for, rather than do a search, just come up here to Design Resources, Icons. You're going to see a ton of different icon sets that you can just replicate in part of your Figma account and then just grab them, and they're all going to be designed very similarly. So definitely mind that. We're going to do one more here, and very soon you're going to be tasked with designing your own. So we're going to do something like 1.3% refunds. Refund percentage or something like that, or refunds. And then finally we'll go ahead and, oh no, okay, I messed these up. These are supposed to be over here. So what I'll do is delete this one. This one should go here, and then this one goes over here. Okay, that's better. Okay. So there is our three different sections right here, and everything is lined up pretty well. I could probably tidy things up just a little bit more, but that's pretty good as far as I'm concerned for those three sections. There we go. So now what we're going to do is generate a chart. So if you go over here and you type in plugins, you type in chart, you want this one right here. Now I've already used it, so you may have to install it. And create chart, that's what we want to click. Okay, so I'm going to zoom up here. Number of lines, this is up to you. Number of points, I'm putting 30 for like 30 days. And then we can maybe trend this up. You'll see what all this stuff means. Style, I'm just going to use black for this, and you could do a preview. So it's going to kind of show you what this looks like. This is what the chart will actually look like when we import it. So once we import this, we can always have to do is just click create. Maybe I could just do normal distribution. That looks kind of crazy. Mixed, trend down. Maybe min value we'll bring up more like around 70. Yeah. So normal distribution, that'll be fine. Let's hit create. And then we just put it here, hold shift, increase the size, mind your alignment, and maybe we could push it down just a bit. Oopsie. And we'll put a label here. So for this label, let's just grab this here. We'll say 30-day orders from the last 30 days or something like that. Now let's increase this, make it auto width. Now we need to make some adjustments here, give ourselves a little bit more room to work with. We're just about done. Push this down. I'm just going to put orders here instead. All right. And something like that. Now it's your turn. We're going to come back to the Laravel Learning Platform example, and here's where you are going to design. And then I want you to take a look at the requirements. They're very similar to what we just did. except we're working with a new design now, all right? So it's up to you in terms of how you want to style this. So create a sidebar navigation with 4 to 5 links. Course statistics should be the first page, not orders like the other one. Include a date picker for stat selection, just like we did before. The first page, course statistics, should feature these elements, just one more element than what we did before. The number of courses, number of students, the course completion percentage, and new students enrolled. So you have 4 different columns to worry about, and you might be able to put those in 4 different columns. It's up to you. An align chart of new students during the last 30 days. So try to make it feel cohesive as if it's a part of this design where you're utilizing existing colors. You don't have to use them all. You can make it monochromatic. It's up to you. I just want to see what you all do. As long as it looks good, I'm happy with it, even if it looks very similar to what I did. But again, try to make it cohesive and coherent. Don't overthink it. Don't overcomplicate things.
All right, we are moving along quick. We're almost at the end of the 30-day UI UX series, and today we are reviewing the dashboard designs from yesterday's challenges. So I think we have like 5 or 6 to review, and you all designed them pretty differently from each other, so there's a lot to learn from this one. So we're gonna do one more challenge, I think, that's a part of this 30-day UI UX series, and I think we'll introduce that tomorrow, and I think it'll give you 2 days to complete this final challenge coming up. So hopefully you've enjoyed it so far. Check out DesignCourse.com if you haven't yet, and let's get started.
Okay, so the first one is from Yaziki. Okay. All right, so this is actually a pretty interesting design. There are some interesting parts that I decided to change. You can see like there's like this very light container around here. Also, the watermarks are a little bit, they're too obvious. I would reduce the opacity on those as well. A little bit too much white space between these menu items. They're really spread out quite far. And also, I wouldn't use this primary green color like you found up here. It's good that you used it, but we really need to make that darker. So here is my revision of that same UI. Again, hardly anything's changed except for what I had mentioned. This is all solid. Just with these changes though, going from before here to the after state here. Very nice. So again, not many changes. Here's one. This one is good. I really like it. Kind of completely changed up the UI, which is sometimes typical for a dashboard UI. In order to maximize space, perhaps you wouldn't have it confined in a container, kind of like how we've been doing. This is really essentially a fluid layout that would really just expand 100% width of the browser. So outside of that, looking at this, I did make some adjustments, but not many. The only adjustment I made, notice how these panels are real close together. I spread them out just a bit, just so that they have room to breathe. But this is one of the best entries that we've had, so there was not too many adjustments I needed to make. And by the way, that was from Sujoy. Somebody's, I think, submitted almost every single one. Here's another one, Hawaii, if that's how you pronounce it. So this one, there's a lot happening here with color. I would definitely probably reduce the amount of colors, although I didn't do that in the revision, but I did make some adjustments here overall just to kind of help out the color. So the background color being gray like this, that's okay, but I decided to make it just the same color white. And instead of it being, real high contrast strokes on every element inside, I reduced the contrast on the ones on the inside. So that's definitely something you would want to adjust. This area, I'm not too much of a fan of. I think these are spread out too far. Like I would take these and move them up. All right, that's better. And then as such, I might also probably remove view completion rate or view all this stuff and maybe just have an icon. And then also I would probably, sorry, I'm live designing and live refactoring while I do this. I was trying to knock these out quick, but as I'm here, I'm just trying to make some slight adjustments to this to kind of reduce the amount of complexity that we had here. So very good job though. Let's continue on. All right, so this one is from Nahil, another person who's been submitting every challenge. Thank you very much. But this one is tricky. There's simply just too much happening here. I think I think some of the type is too small. So like for instance, right here, your courses, see where that says size 10? way too small. You never want to go, anything that's supposed to be legible should be no less than 12, 13 pixels. You're at 10. So it's way too small, especially when we zoom out here. Another issue, and this is a big issue that's really kind of killing the overall quality of this, is the panel colors, your card colors being gray, and on top of that, mixing a shadow, a drop shadow against the gray. And what this does is it kind of washes out the design, and you want to avoid this. So that's the main thing I focused on to try to really clean this design up as much as possible for my revision, even though there probably are some other revisions they would make as well. You know, there's really small things too. For instance, like this area, look how wide this is. You know, I would just bring this in maybe right here and then get this tidied up over here or something like that. But just to show you, going back, here's the before, and I only played around with the colors. Notice how much easier that is on the eyes. So the big thing that I changed here is the background color. It just feels out of place. Like this would make sense if we're on, you know, like a dark UI, but I feel like that wasn't the right choice. So I used this gray, very light gray, which will give us the ability to make everything white on the inside so it stands out. And then I took all the cards on the inside, and instead of just making them gray, I gave them a very light 1 pixel stroke, a gray stroke. And really, it just kind of cleans up the design as much as possible when you compare these two. The only thing I changed, like I said, is the colors of this and the panel backgrounds. And it feels like and looks like a completely different, better UI in my opinion. All right, let's try another one. This is from Donnie. Okay, so here's another one. I don't know what happened. This person did not design this. For some reason, when I imported it, it got screwed up. So let me move this back over here. There we go. So there are some issues with this. There's inconsistency in the application of your stroke color. So we have black strokes all over the place. We have black strokes around these two panels, but not these panels. They're green. And so in my opinion, that doesn't quite make sense. So another thing that we have up here is this gray text. I would probably modify and make this bigger, more white space around it and on the insides. So let's take a look at what I did to modify this. And I gave a couple different options. So really what I did is just I tidied things up a little bit. And then here's another option where, you know, the only elements that have big, thick stroke borders is just the main container right here in the menu. And then we used borders, very light, low contrast borders for this element right here. So this is kind of show you, you know, here's the, oh, another big thing is this. These, especially these labels, that would 100% would fail the WCAG color contrast ratio. So use a plugin like Stark, S-T-A-R-K, contrast, to ensure that your type is, you know, contrasting enough. It's dark enough. It's not in this case. So if you take a mental snapshot of this and then compare it to this is way more readable. So yeah. So that was it here for this round of reviews. Tomorrow, we're going to introduce, I think, the final challenge that's a part of this 30-day UI UX series, and I might give people 2 days for this one. I know it said 30 videos in 30 days. I might actually just draw that back to 29 instead and give people an extra day to do a final challenge. And don't worry, it's not going to be something that takes forever because I want people to want to do this, but not spend like 2 days having to do it. So this will be a fun one. The next one, hopefully you've all been enjoying this, and I will see you very soon. All right, everybody, here we go, the final challenge. And really, I would say only 2 videos left, which is kind of strange because this is video number, I think, 28. We're gonna skip 30. We're actually gonna do 29 videos in 30 days. And the reason I did that is because, not because I'm lazy, maybe partially, but also because a few of you have mentioned you want a little bit more time for one of these challenges. So the last challenge, I'm giving you 2 days. So let me show you what the actual challenge here is. All right, so if you go to the Figma Community File, go to the Lesson 14 Final Challenge right down there. And this is the challenge. As you can see, it's like a blank slate. I used AI to help generate 20 different concepts. And these aren't, full website designs or anything like that. They're sections of websites, and they give you just a very brief fictional business concept. So, for instance, you could choose any one of these. So a fitness tracker dashboard, here's a recipe app home screen, maybe a music player UI, a travel blog homepage, a charity donation form, whatever. Whatever you think, that you want to tackle, go ahead and put it here in desktop version, and we'll see what you come up with. And you have full creative freedom. And so that's why it's kind of exciting to take a look at some of the results that are submitted over the next 2 days and see exactly what people come up with. I know some people are going to nail it. A lot of newcomers are still not going to, even if you followed along with this 30-day series. As you can see, it takes a lot longer than 30 days in order to really develop an eye for this. If it was that easy, then everybody would be able to do it. They can't. So hopefully you take part of this challenge. And if you feel like I'm not the greatest designer in the world, definitely check out my full UI UX course at DesignCourse.com. What's up, everybody? Gary Simon here. So this is the very final video as a part of the 30-day UI UX series, and we're doing a review from the challenge from 2 days ago, and you were able to pick from a list of 20 different topics. So over here, I have about 8 or so. That's all I was able to get to. Just different revisions, and these aren't full-on revisions where, I'm just refactoring the whole thing. I'll just pick apart, certain parts that need to be addressed in each layout. So the first one's from El Diablo, and this is obviously like a pet sort of UI that kind of just lists out different dogs and stuff. And the main thing that I wanted to adjust is this part. And this is primarily because it feels like there's no direction here. It feels like this might be a button. Like whenever you take a sentence and you wrap it in like what could be construed as a button, it could be a little bit confusing. It's boxy. If you were to do this, I would definitely scale this down and add at least more white space around it. This and in center as well, it would make much more sense since it's literally centered in a page. But I would opt to change it up, maybe into something that's a little bit more of a typical approach like this. So I gave it a little bit of texture by adding a light background behind this stuff right here, and really made the headline a lot simpler and larger, and as well as this. This graphic right here. So it takes up like the same amount of space, but it just kind of just flows better, essentially. I did adjust the type right here. You can see this is kind of bold and not quite as much line height, so I separated them out a little bit more. This part down here is fine. I kind of like the colors and everything that was applied. All right, so the next one up is from, S7AEX. And this is kind of like a Netflix clone kind of pricing page. And this is, one of the AI generated ideas. And one thing that's kind of an issue here is there's not a lot of contrast here, and there's a lot of stuff happening here. You have high contrast strokes in between the type. You have different elements that are bolded and not bolded. I wasn't able to do a full-on a change to this, but I did make the contrast a lot better. So here's my variation, and notice how it's a lot more simplistic. I got rid of those lines that separated everything, and it's just easier to read. If you compare these two right here, this seems like a little bit cluttered and washed out because of the lighter background, but now we've increased the actual readability, the contrast, and the type. Next up is Dennis. All right, so this is obviously a weather dashboard. The main thing that concerned me down here is the individual little cards. There is not much white space in between these. Also, I would say the positioning of the date kind of feels like it was just slapped on. There's no adherence to columns or rows. It's kind of just stuck right there. You could tell like this row would intersect with this right here. So more white space all around. And so I took one of these and just replicated it a few times. This is a better approach. Notice how now it's laid out a lot better. We have a row up here and then a 2-column approach right here. And there's also more white space around it. So if you take a look at this versus this, you can see it just feels a little bit more messy and a little bit more difficult to read the values and such, just because it's laid out, or how it's laid out. Another thing I changed right up here is like this right here. I don't even know what C would be. What is that? Is this for like a dark mode, little switcher? I definitely wouldn't use gray because gray adjacent to other colors, I've talked about this a lot, just looks bad. So use white for that instead of just a gray. I also scaled it down and aligned it more properly up here with the search bar. You can see down here this was off a little bit. Okay, next up is Sejoy. All right, so this one in terms of layout is pretty solid. I actually like it. There's not much changes that I would make. However, it's kind of following one of those patterns that I'm not happy with in terms of panel colors. So the background is white with the core content being a darker shade, essentially. I like to do the reverse. I like to take the background and make it that very light gray, and then make the panels on top white, because then that increases the contrast. It also, psychologically, it provides focus and emphasis. It's brighter on the actual content as opposed to the background, which is, a background thought, right? So that's all I did, is I just adjusted the colors to make this stuff come out more. So it brightens up the layout in areas that make the most sense, but otherwise very solid. Next up is from Sajowski or something. Okay, so this one threw me off because when you think of like an Italian menu or an Italian restaurant in general, you don't think of bright green. And typically you don't think of text and fonts that look like this. Like I would expect this type of green text font in like a game UI, not like an upscale, Italian looking restaurant. So what I did is I toned down the colors and also greatly simplified this area. There's a lot happening here, and it's very difficult to kind of wrap your head around. Not very difficult, but it's cluttered. So we can get rid of things like labels, like for instance, ingredients. We don't need to include that. We could just leave this. This is obvious, this is self-evident. Same thing with price. We understand if we just put this here alone, that is the price. We don't need to be told that it's the price. So I got rid of these two and I simplified the colors. So here's what my variation looked like. All right, like this. It's just much more toned down, and I used more appropriate colors that are found adjacent in, like bread, like the color, the photographs next to it, essentially. So see how much just easier this is on the eyes in order to read and such. And this is really cluttered. So here's more of a macro view between the two. That's after, and here is before, after. We're good. Okay. Here's another one from Ankit Kumar. This one is solid. This is probably the best entry received in terms of things that I, didn't have to adjust or revise. So this is obviously like a portfolio section of a portfolio. As you can see, this individual did a lot of different challenges that are part of this 30-day UI UX series, which is awesome. Now, I did make one change. I kind of felt like the hero section was lacking something. Like I wanted an additional asset or an embellishment, which we already covered. So I did something interesting up here, and I did also modify the card layout slightly here, and you'll see in the type here in my revision. So what I did is I added this kind of like embellishment, and when it says all projects, this is a very abstract, I guess you could say, representation of like a layout, like a screen, like a device layout. And then I kind of added this little shadow inside of it for some depth, but it at least now kind of makes it looks a little bit more interesting, so to speak. Down here, I modified the first card. So here's the original card design, and then here is mine over here. And you can see I adjusted the type for the tags, and it has just better typographic visual hierarchy and a little bit more white space all around, making it a bit easier to read. So the tags are the least important thing, so I made them the smallest. They're size 12. And then up from here, we have the subheadline, which is 18 in a regular font weight. And then up here, the title, the most important element, is 21 with a bold font weight. And that way, we really establish a good visual hierarchy, typographically speaking, within the card itself. Down here, this is, I believe, the last one. This is from Tiago. So one thing that kind of frustrates me, and it's a very quick and easy fix, is whenever you're trying to showcase a layout. And this doesn't really frustrate me because you kind of, I get why you would do this because this is what it would look like on the actual device. But in terms of presentation, I like to add a little white space around things. So that's one thing you're going to see in a second. And then also, there's a lot of borders around here, okay? There's borders around all these, different colored borders right here, a border up here, high contrast borders. So one of the easiest ways to simplify your design is to get rid of that type of stuff. So let's go ahead and check out what I did. Okay, so as you can see, it's greatly simplified. So notice a bunch of lines and borders, and then I do have a border down here, like this is perhaps to like signify a hover state or an active state of some sort. But you can see how I just kind of spaced things out. I got rid of, you know, various borders and such, and it just makes it a lot easier to navigate and a lot cleaner in this context. So that is it. So this was a big undertaking. I wasn't sure how it would do, and you know, in terms of each of the videos, because I did almost 30 videos, I did 29 videos in 30 days. I thought that, you know, in terms of views, each individual video didn't do great, but I think for those of you who actually followed along, hopefully you gained something, and you could see that, you know, even if you follow along for 30 days. It's not like you're going to become a great designer in 30 days, even with me directing and try to help as much as possible. You know, this is a skill that takes time. It takes years to really get good at. So hopefully that was a nice taste for everybody who participated. Next week, I am going to be uploading a video that combines all these 29 days into one single video. So that way, there's just one video. That will be coming on Monday, I think. And then from there, we'll kind of decide, maybe perhaps together, I'll do a community post, you know, how, you know, what the direction of this channel is going to be focused on going on, you know, here in the future. So as always, make sure to subscribe. If you all, and by the way, I should at least plug this, DesignCourse.com is where you can find my premium courses. And so there is one. I'm trying to get my desktop browser out here. Move. There we go. Yeah. So there is the UI UX course, which is a 16-hour course. And it really goes into a lot of depth. So you could definitely check that out. There's also other courses for learning CSS, advanced front ends, mentorship, coaching, and my upcoming course, which will be released in about a week or two, Framer, which is very fun. So as always, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you all very soon. Goodbye.